Section 20 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 7B. Strength of the Opposing Forces. Extracts relating to the battle from the narrative of General Early. Resolutions of Congress. Efforts to increase the efficiency of the Army. From the official reports, it appears that the strength of the two armies was Confederate 30,167 men of all arms, with 29 guns; Federal 35,732 men with a body of cavalry, of which only one company is reported, and a large artillery force not shown in the tabular statement. Of these troops, some on both sides were not engaged in the battle. This, it is believed, was the case to a much larger extent on our side than on that of the enemy. He selected the point of attack and could concentrate his troops for that purpose, but we were guarding a line of some 7 miles front and therefore widely dispersed. For the purpose above stated, extracts are herein inserted from a narrative in the operations on the line of Bull Run in June and July 1861, including the first battle of Manassas. The name of the author, J. A. Early, will, to all who know him, be a sufficient guarantee for the accuracy of the statements, and for the justice of the conclusions announced. To those who do not know him, it may be proper to state that he was educated as a soldier, after leaving the army became a lawyer, but when his country was involved in war with Mexico, he volunteered and served in a regiment of his native state, Virginia. After that war terminated, he returned to the practice of his profession, which he was actively pursuing when the controversy between the sections caused the call of a convention to decide whether Virginia should secede from the Union. He was sent by the people of the country in which he resided to represent them in that convention. There he opposed to the last the adoption of the ordinance for secession. But when it was decided against his opinion to resort to the remedy of withdrawal from the Union, he, true to his allegiance to the state of which he was a citizen, paused not to cavil or protest, but at once stepped forth to defend her against a threatened invasion. The sword that had rusted in peace gleamed brightly in war. He rose to the high grade of lieutenant general. None have a more stainless record as a soldier. None have shown a higher patriotism or purer fidelity through all the bitter trials to which we have been subjected since open war was ended and nominal peace began. Extracts from the narrative of General J. E. Early of events occurring when he was colonel of the 24th Regiment of Virginia Infantry and commanding a brigade. Quote, on June 19, 1861, I arrived at Manassas Junction and reported to General P.G.T. Beauregard, the 24th Virginia Regiment having been previously sent to him, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Hairston from Lynchburg, where I had been stationed under the orders of General Robert E. Lee, for the purpose of organizing the Virginia troops, which were being mustered into service at that place. On the morning of July 18th, my brigade was moved by order of General Beauregard to the left of Camp Walker on the railroad and remained there some time. On falling back, General Ewell, in pursuance of his instructions, had burned the bridges on the railroad over Pope's Run, from Fairfax Station to Union Mills, and while I was at Camp Walker, I saw the smoke ascending from the railroad bridge over Bull Run, which was burned that morning. The burning of this bridge had not been included in the previous instructions to Ewell, and I have always been at a loss to know why it was now fired. That bridge certainly was not necessary to the enemy for crossing Bull Run, either with his troops or wagons, as that stream was easily fordable at numerous places, both above and below. The bridge was, moreover, susceptible of easy defense, as there were deep cuts leading to it on both sides. The only possible purpose to be subserved by the burning of that bridge would have been the prevention for a short time of the running of trains over it by the enemy, in the event of our defeat, or evacuation of Manassas without a fight. As it was, we were afterward greatly inconvenienced by its destruction." End quote. The attack made on the 18th is described as directed against our right center, and as having been met and repulsed in a manner quite creditable to our raw troops, of whom he writes, quote, On the 19th they were occupied in the effort to strengthen their position by throwing up the best defenses they could with the implements at hand, which consisted of a very few picks and spades, some rough bowie knives, and the bayonets of the muskets. The position was a very weak one, as the banks on the opposite side of Bull Run overlooked and commanded those on the south side, which were but a few feet above the water's edge, and there was an open field in rear of the strip of woods on our side of the stream, for a considerable distance up and down it, which exposed all of our movements on that side to observation from the opposite one, as the strip of woods afforded but a thin veil which could be seen through. About dusk on the 19th, brigade commanders were summoned to a conference at McLean's house by General Beauregard, and he then informed us of the fact that General Johnston had been ordered, at his instance, from the valley, and was marching to cooperate with us. He stated that Johnston would march directly across the Blue Ridge toward the enemy's right flank, and would probably attack on that flank at dawn the next morning. Before he had finished his statement of the plans he proposed pursuing in the event of Johnston's attack on the enemy's right flank, a party of horsemen rode up in front of the house, and, dismounting, one of them walked in and reported himself as Brigadier General T.J. Jackson, who had arrived with the advanced brigade of Johnston's troops by the way of Manassas Gap Railroad, and he stated that his brigade was about 2,500 strong. This information took General Beauregard very much by surprise, and after ascertaining that General Jackson had taken the cars at Piedmont Station, General Beauregard asked him if General Johnston would not march the rest of his command on the direct road so as to get on the enemy's right flank. General Jackson replied with some little hesitation, and, as I thought at the time, in rather a stolid manner, that he thought not, that he thought the purpose was to transport the whole force by railroad from Piedmont Station. This was the first time I ever saw General Jackson, and my first impressions of him were not very favorable from the manner in which he gave his information. I subsequently ascertained very well how it was that he seemed to know so little, in the presence of the strangers among whom he found himself, of General Johnston's intended movements, and I presume nothing but the fact of General Beauregard being his superior in rank, and his being ordered to report to him, could have elicited as much information from him, under the circumstances, as was obtained. After General Jackson had given the information above stated, and received instructions where to put his brigade, he retired, and General Beauregard proceeded to develop fully his plans for the next day. The information received from General Jackson was wholly unexpected, but General Beauregard said he thought Jackson was not correctly informed, and was mistaken, that he was satisfied General Johnston was marching with the rest of his troops and would attack the enemy's right flank early next day, as he had before stated. Upon this hypothesis, he directed that when General Johnston's attack began, and he had become fully engaged, of which we were to judge from the character of the musketry fire, we should cross Bull Run from our several positions and move upon the enemy so as to attack him on his left flank and rear. He said that he had no doubt General Johnston's attack would be a complete surprise to the enemy, that the latter would not know what to think of it, that when he turned to meet that attack, and soon found himself assailed on the other side, he would be still more surprised and would not know what to do, that the effect would become a complete rout, a perfect Waterloo, and that, when the enemy took to flight, we would pursue, cross the Potomac, and arouse Maryland. During the 20th, General Johnston arrived at Manassas Junction by the railroad, and that day we received the order from him assuming command of the combined armies of General Beauregard and himself. Early on the morning of the 21st, Sunday, we heard the enemy's guns open from the heights north of Bull Run, from which they had opened on the 18th, and I soon received orders for the movement of my brigade. Upon arriving there, McLean's Ford, I found General Jones had returned to the entrenchments with his brigade, and I was informed by him that General Beauregard had directed that I should join him, General Beauregard, with my brigade. He then asked me if I had received an order from General Beauregard to go to him, and, on my replying in the negative, he informed me that he had such an order for me in a note to him. He sent to one of his staff officers for the note, and showed it to me. The note was one directing him to fall back behind Bull Run, and was in pencil. At the foot of it were these words, "Send Early to me." This was all the order that I received to move to the left, and it was shown to me a very little after 12 o'clock. Chisholm, who carried the note to Jones, in which was contained the order I received, passed me at McLean's Ford, going on to Jones about or a little after 11 o'clock. If I had not received the order until 2 p.m., it would have been impossible for me to get on the field at the time I reached it, about 3:30 p.m. Colonel Chisholm informed me that the order was for all the troops to fall back across Bull Run. I was met by Colonel John S. Preston, one of the general's aides, who informed me that General Beauregard had gone where the fighting was, but that General Johnston was just in front, and his directions were that we should proceed to the left, where there was a heavy fire of musketry. When we reached General Johnston, he expressed great gratification at our arrival, but it was very perceptible that his anticipations were not sanguine. He gave me special instructions as to my movements, directing me to clear our lines completely before going to the front. In some fields on the left of our line we found Colonel Stewart with a body of cavalry and some pieces of artillery belonging, as I understood, to a battery commanded by Lieutenant Beckham. I found Stewart already in position beyond our extreme left, and, as I understood it, supporting and controlling Beckham's guns, which were firing on the enemy's extreme right flank, thus rendering very efficient service. I feel well assured that Stewart had but 2 companies of cavalry with him, as these were all I saw when he afterward went in pursuit of the enemy. As I approached the left, a young man named Saunders came galloping to me from Stewart with the information that the enemy was about retreating, and a request to hurry on. This was the first word of encouragement we had received since we reached the vicinity of the battle. I told the messenger to inform Stewart that I was then moving as rapidly as my men could move, but he soon returned with another message informing me that the other was a mistake, that the enemy had merely retired behind the ridge in front to form a new flanking column, and cautioning me to be on my guard. This last information proved to be correct. It was the last effort of the enemy to extend his right beyond our left, and was met by the formation of my regiments in his front. The hill on which the enemy's troops were was Chinn's Hill, so often referred to in the accounts of this battle, and the one next year, on the same field. An officer came to me in a gallop, and entreated me not to fire on the troops in front, and I was so much impressed by his earnest manner and confident tone that I halted my brigade on the side of the hill, and rode to the top of it, when I discovered about 150 yards to my right a regiment bearing a flag which was drooping around the staff in such a manner as not to be distinguishable from the Confederate flag of that day. I thought that, if the one that had been in front of me was a Virginia regiment, this must also be a Confederate one. But 1 or 2 shots from Beckham's guns on the left caused the regiment to face about, when its flag unfurled, and I discovered it to be the United States flag. I forthwith ordered my brigade forward, but it did not reach the top of the hill soon enough to do any damage to the retiring regiment, which retreated precipitately down the hill and across the Warrenton Pike. At that time there was very little distinction between the dress of some of the Federal regiments and some of ours. As soon as the misrepresentation in regard to the character of the troops was corrected, my brigade advanced to the top of the hill that had been occupied by the enemy, and we ascertained that his troops had retired precipitately, and a large body of them was discovered in the fields in rear of Dogan's house and north of the turnpike. Colonel Koch, with one of his regiments, now joined us, and our pieces of artillery were advanced, and fired upon the enemy's columns with considerable effect, causing them to disperse, and we soon discovered that they were in full retreat. When my column was seen by General Beauregard, he at first thought it was a column of the enemy, having received erroneous information that such a column was on the Manassas Gap Railroad. The enemy took my troops, as they approached his right, for a large body of our troops from the valley, and as my men, moving by flank, were stretched out at considerable length, from weariness they were greatly overestimated. We scared the enemy worse than we hurt him. We saw the evidences of the flight all along our march, and unmistakable indications of the overwhelming character of the enemy's defeat in abandoned muskets and equipments. It was impossible for me to pursue the enemy farther, as well because I was utterly unacquainted with the crossings of the run and the woods in front, as because most of the men belonging to my brigade had been marching the greater part of the day and were very much exhausted. But pursuit with infantry would have been unavailing, as the enemy's troops retreated with such rapidity that they could not have been overtaken by any other than mounted troops. On the next day we found a great many articles that the routed troops had abandoned in their flight, showing that no expense or trouble had been spared by the enemy in equipping his army. In my movement after the retreat of the enemy commenced, I passed the Carter House and beyond our line of battle. The enemy had by this time entirely disappeared, and, having no knowledge of the country whatever, being on the ground for the first time, besides not observing any movement of troops from our line, I halted with the expectation of receiving further orders. Observing some men near the Carter House, I rode to it, and found some 5 or 6 Federal soldiers who had collected some wounded there of both sides, and among them Colonel Gardner, of the 8th Georgia Regiment, who was suffering from a very painful wound in the leg, which was fractured just above the ankle. Just after my return from the house where I saw Colonel Gardner, President Davis, in company with several gentlemen, rode to where my command was, and addressed a few stirring remarks to my regiments, in succession, which received him with great enthusiasm. I briefly informed Mr. Davis of the orders I had received, and the movements of my brigade, and asked him what I should do under the circumstances. He told me that I had better get my men into line and wait for further orders. I then requested him to inform Generals Johnston and Beauregard of my position, and my desire to receive orders. I also informed him of the condition in which I had found Colonel Gardner, and also of Colonel Jones being in the neighborhood, badly wounded, requesting him to have a surgeon sent to their relief, as all of mine were in the rear attending to the wounded of their regiments. While we were talking, we saw a body of troops moving on the opposite side of Bull Run, some distance below us. Mr. Davis then left me, going to the house where Colonel Gardner was, and I moved my brigade some half a mile farther, and formed it in line across the peninsula formed by a very considerable bend in Bull Run above the stone bridge. I put out a line of pickets in front, and my brigade bivouacked in this position for the night. By the time all these dispositions were made it was night, and I then rode back with Captain Gardner over the route I had moved on, as I knew no other, in order to find General Johnston or General Beauregard, so that I might receive orders, supposing that there would be a forward movement early in the morning. I first went to the Lewis House, which I found to be a hospital filled with wounded men, but was unable to get any information about either of the generals. I then rode toward Manassas, and after going some distance in that direction, I met an officer who inquired for General Johnston, stating that he was on his staff. I informed him that I was looking for General Johnston also, as well as for General Beauregard, and supposed they were at Manassas. But he said that he was just from Manassas and neither of the generals was there. At about 12 o'clock at night, I lay down in the field in rear of my command, on a couple of bundles of wheat in the straw. My men had no rations with them. I had picked up a haversack on the field, which was filled with hard biscuits, and had been dropped by some Yankee in his flight, and out of its contents I made my own supper, distributing the rest among a number of officers who had nothing. Very early next morning, I sent Captain Gardner to look out for the generals, and get orders for my command. He went to Manassas and found General Beauregard, who sent orders to me to remain where I was until further orders, and to send for the camp equipage, rations, etc., of my command. A number of the men spread over the country in the vicinity of the battlefield, and picked up a great many knapsacks, India rubber cloths, blankets, overcoats, etc., as well as a good deal of sugar, coffee, and other provisions that had been abandoned by the enemy. After I had received orders showing that there was no purpose to make a forward movement, I rode over a good deal of the field, north of the Warrenton Pike, and to some hospitals in the vicinity, in order to see what care was being taken of the wounded. I found a hospital on the Sudley Road, back of the field of battle, at which Colonel Jones of the 4th Alabama had been, which was in charge of a surgeon of a Rhode Island regiment, whose name was Harris, I think. I asked him if he had what he wanted for the men under his care, and he told me he would like to have some morphine, of which his supply was short. I directed a young surgeon of our cavalry, who rode up at the time, to furnish the morphine, which he did, from a pair of medical saddle pockets which he had. Dr. Harris told me that he knew that their troops had had a great deal of coffee and sugar mixed, ready for boiling, of which a good deal had been left at different points near the field, and asked if there would be any objection to his sending out and gathering some of it for the use of the wounded under his charge, as it would be of much service to them. I gave him the permission to get not only that, but anything else that would tend to the comfort of his patients. There did not come within my observation any instance of harsh or unkind treatment of the enemy's wounded, nor did I see any indication of a spirit to extend such treatment to them. The stories which were afterward told before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, appointed by the Federal Congress, in regard to rebel atrocities, were very grossly exaggerated, or manufactured from the whole cloth. On the night following the battle, when I was looking for Generals Beauregard and Johnston, in riding over and to the rear of the battlefield, I discovered that the greater part of the troops that had been engaged in the battle were in a great state of confusion. I saw companies looking for their regiments, and squads looking for their companies, and they were scattered as far as I went toward Manassas. It was very apparent that no considerable body of those troops that had been engaged on the left could have been brought into a condition next day for an advance toward Washington. The dispute as to who planned the battle or commanded on the field, General Johnston or General Beauregard, is a most unprofitable one. The battle which General Beauregard planned was never fought, because the enemy did not move as he expected him to move. The battle which was fought was planned by McDowell, at least so far as the ground on which it was fought was concerned. He made a movement on our left which was wholly unexpected and unprovided for, and we were compelled to fight a defensive battle on that flank by bringing up reinforcements from other points as rapidly as possible. When Generals Johnston and Beauregard arrived on the field where the battle was actually fought, it had been progressing for some time, with the odds greatly against us. What was required then was to rally the troops already engaged, which had been considerably shattered, and hold the position to which they had been compelled to retire until reinforcements could be brought up. According to the statements of both generals, the command of the troops then on the field was given to General Beauregard, and he continued to exercise it until the close, but in subordination, of course, to General Johnston as commander-in-chief, while the movements of all the reinforcements as they arrived were unquestionably directed by the latter. According to the statement of both, the movement of Elzey's brigade to the left averted a great danger, and both concur in attributing the turning of the tide of battle to the movement of my brigade against the enemy's extreme right flank. General Beauregard in a letter on the origin of the battle flag, and General Johnston in his narrative recently published. General Beauregard unquestionably performed the duty assigned him with great ability, and General Johnston gives him full credit therefor. Where, then, is there any room for a controversy in regard to the actual command, and what profit can there be in it? General Johnston assumes the responsibility for the failure to advance on Washington, and why, then, should an effort be made to shift it on anyone else? He certainly was commander-in-chief, and had the privilege of advancing if he thought proper. The attempt to show that the failure to advance was due to the want of transportation and rations for the army is idle. If the Bull Run Bridge had not been burned on the 18th, our supplies could have been run to Alexandria. If we could have advanced as easily as to Manassas, for the enemy had repaired the railroad to Fairfax Station as he moved up, and failed to destroy it when he went back. Moreover, we had abundant transportation at that time for all the purposes of an advance as far as Washington. In my brigade, the 2 Virginia regiments had about 14 6-horse wagons each, and that would have furnished enough for the brigade if the 7th Louisiana had none. In 1862 we carried into Maryland only enough wagons to convey ammunition, medical supplies, and cooking utensils, and we started from the battlefield of Second Manassas with no rations on hand, being, before we crossed the Potomac, entirely dependent on the country, which, in July 1861, was teeming with supplies, but in August and September 1862 was nearly depleted. The pretense, therefore, that the advance in July 1861 was prevented by the want of transportation and of supplies is wholly untenable." End quote. I will now make the promised extract from reminiscences of Colonel, then Captain Lay, which were sent to a friend and handed to me for my use. The paper bears date February 13th, 1878. After some preliminary matter, and stating that his force consisted of 3 cavalry companies, the narrative proceeds. Quote, "I was under orders to be in the saddle at 6:30 a.m., July 21st, 1861, and to report immediately to General Beauregard at his headquarters. About 7:30 a.m., I accompanied him and General Johnston to a position near to Mitchell's Ford, where for some hours we remained under an active fire of the long-range guns of the enemy upon the opposite hills. when the unexpected flank movement of the enemy was developed, with the generals named, we rode at rapid speed to the left, when General Beauregard immediately rode to the front, General Johnston taking position near and to the left of the Lewis House. About 3:15 p.m., Captain R. Lindsey Walker, with his battery, took position to the left and in front of the Lewis House, and commenced firing. I was near him when the shot from his battery was fired, and watched its effect as it swept through the columns of the enemy, producing perfect confusion and demoralization. I rode to join my brother, Colonel Lay, whom I saw going toward my command from General Johnston. He reported to me that General Johnston said, "Now is your time. Push the pursuit." I started at once on a trot, was passing General Johnston, who gave some orders, and I understood him to say, "Salute the President," in passing. I saluted and passed on at a gallop. I halted at Bull Run to water my horses, then suffering, and to confer a moment or two with my gallant old commander, General Philip St. George Coke. I passed on, when to my astonishment I saw the President near me in the orchard. I immediately rode up to him and said that he was much farther forward than he should be, that the forces of the enemy were not entirely broken, and very few of our troops in front of the run, and advised him to retire, that I was then about to charge. We made the charge. A small body of the enemy broke before we reached them, and scattered, and the larger body of troops beyond proved to be of our own troops rapidly advancing upon our left. After parting from the President, I pushed on to Sudley Church and far beyond, sent my surgeon, Dr. Randolph Barksdale, to Captains Tillinghast, Ricketts, and other badly wounded United States officers, and was going on until a superior force should stop me, but was recalled by an order and returned over the field to my quarters at Manassas a little before daylight. I and my little gallant squadron having been actively in the saddle, I think, more than 20 hours. Signed, John F. Lay, late Colonel of Cavalry, C.S.A. N.B. It may be well to add that General R. Lindsey Walker, then Captain Walker of the battery referred to, is now in my office and confirms my recollection. J.F.L. The Quartermaster General of General Beauregard's command, W.L. Cabell, states in a letter written at Dallas, Texas, on the 16th of August, 1880, in regard to the field transportation of General Beauregard's forces before the Battle of Manassas, that, as nearly as he could remember, it was as follows, viz., 1 4-horse wagon to each company, 1 4-horse wagon for field and staff regimental, 1 4-horse wagon for ammunition, 1 4-horse wagon for hospital purposes, 2 4-horse wagons for each battery of artillery, 25 wagons in a train for depot purposes, 1 ambulance for each regiment. Transportation belonging to General Johnston's army did not arrive until the day or probably 2 days after the battle. If General Johnston, as stated, had 9,000 infantry, the field transportation reported above could surely have been distributed so as to supply this additional force, and have rendered, as General Early states, the pretense wholly untenable that the advance in July 1861 was prevented by want of transportation. The deep anxiety which had existed, and was justified by the circumstances, had corresponding gratification among all classes and in all sections of our country. On the day after the victory, the Congress, then sitting in Richmond, upon receiving the dispatch of the President from the field of Manassas, adopted resolutions expressive of their thanks to the Most High God, and inviting the people of the Confederate States to offer up their united thanksgiving and praise for the mighty deliverance. The resolutions also deplored the necessity which had caused the soil of our country to be stained with the blood of its sons, and to their families and friends offered the most cordial sympathy, assuring them that in the hearts of our people would be enshrined the names of the gallant dead as the champions of free and constitutional liberty. If universal gratulation at our success inspired an overweening confidence, it also begat increased desire to enter the military service, and, but for our want of arms and munitions, we could have enrolled an army little short of the number of able-bodied men in the Confederate States. I have given so much space to the Battle of Manassas because it was the first great action of the war, exciting intense feeling, and producing important moral results among the people of the Confederacy, and further because it was made the basis of misrepresentation and unjust reflection upon the chief executive, which certainly had no plausible pretext in the facts, and cannot be referred to a reasonable desire to promote the successful defense of our country. Impressed with the conviction that time would naturally work to our disadvantage, as training was more necessary to make soldiers of the Northern people than of our own, and further, because of their larger population, as well as their greater facility in obtaining recruits from foreign countries, the administration continued assiduously to exert every faculty to increase the efficiency of the army, by addition to its numbers, by improving its organization, and by supplying the needful munitions and equipments. Inactivity is the prolific source of evil to an army, especially if composed of new levies who, like ours, had hurried from their homes at their country's call. For these and other reasons more readily appreciated, it was thought desirable that all our available forces should be employed as actively as might be practicable. On the 1st of August, 1861, I wrote to General J.E. Johnston at Manassas as follows: quote, "We are anxiously looking for the official reports of the Battle of Manassas, and have present need to know what supplies and wagons were captured. I wish you would have prepared a statement of your wants in transportation and supplies of all kinds, to put your army on a proper footing for active operations. I am, as ever, your friend, signed Jefferson Davis." End quote. End of Part 4, Chapter 7b. Section 21 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1b. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1b, Part 4, Chapter 8a. The Kentucky Resolutions of 1798-99. Their influence on political affairs. Kentucky declares for neutrality. Correspondence of Governor Magoffin with the President of the United States and the President of the Confederate States. Occupation of Columbus, Kentucky by Major General Polk. His correspondence with the Kentucky Commissioners. Kentucky, the eldest daughter of Virginia, had moved contemporaneously with her mother in the assertion of the cardinal principles announced in the resolutions of 1798-99. She then, by the properly constituted authority, did, with due solemnity, declare that the government of the United States was the result of a compact between the states to which each acceded as a state, that it possessed only delegated powers, of which it was not the exclusive or final judge, and that, as in all cases of compact among parties having no common judge, each party has an equal right to judge for itself, as well of infractions as of the mode and measure of redress. Thus spoke Kentucky in the first years of her existence as a sovereign. The great truth announced in her series of resolutions was the sign under which the democracy conquered in 1800, and which constituted the cornerstone of the political edifice of which Jefferson was the architect, and which stood unshaken for 60 years from the time its foundation was laid. During this period, the growth, prosperity, and happiness of the country seemed unmistakably to confirm the wisdom of the voluntary union of free sovereign states under a written compact confining the action of the general government to the expressly enumerated powers which had been delegated therein. When infractions of the compact had been deliberately and persistently made, when the intent was clearly manifested to pervert the powers of the general government from the purposes for which they had been conferred, and to use them for the injury of a portion of the states which were the integral parties to the compact, some of them resolved to judge for themselves of the mode and measure of redress, and to exercise the right, enunciated in the Declaration of Independence to be the unalienable endowment of every people, to alter or abolish any form of government, and to institute a new one, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. By no rational mode of construction in view of the history of the Declaration of Independence or of the resolutions of Kentucky can it be claimed that the word people had any other meaning than that of a distinct community, such as the people of each colony, who by their delegates in the Congress declared themselves to be henceforth a state, and that none other than the people of each state could, by the resolutions of 1798-99, have been referred to as the final judge of infractions of their compact, and of the remedy which should be applied. Kentucky made no decision adverse to this right of a state, but she declared, in the impending conflict between the states seceding from and those adhering to the Federal Government, that she would hold the position of neutrality. If the question was to be settled by a war of words, that was feasible, but if the conflict was to be one of arms, it was utterly impracticable. To maintain neutrality under such circumstances would have required a power greater than that of both the contestants, or a moral influence commanding such respect for her wishes as could hardly have been anticipated from that party which had, in violation of right, inflicted the wrongs which produced the withdrawal of some of the states, and had uttered multiplied threats of coercion if any state attempted to exercise the rights defined in the resolutions of 1798-99. If, however, any such hope may have been entertained, but few moons had filled and waned before the defiant occupation of her territory and the enrollment of her citizens as soldiers in the army of invasion must have dispelled the illusion. The following correspondence took place in August between Governor Magoffin of Kentucky and President Lincoln, also between the governor and myself, as President of the Confederate States, relative to the neutrality of the state. Commonwealth of Kentucky, Executive Department, Frankfort, August 19, 1861. To His Excellency Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States. Sir, from the commencement of the unhappy hostilities now pending in this country, the people of Kentucky have indicated an earnest desire and purpose, as far as lay in their power, while maintaining their original political status, to do nothing by which to involve themselves in the war. Up to this time they have succeeded in securing to themselves and to the state peace and tranquillity as the fruits of the policy they adopted. My single object now is to promote the continuance of these blessings to this state. Until within a brief period, the people of Kentucky were quiet and tranquil, free from domestic strife, and undisturbed by internal commotion. They have resisted no law, rebelled against no authority, engaged in no revolution, but constantly proclaimed their firm determination to pursue their peaceful avocations, earnestly hoping that their own soil would be spared the presence of armed troops, and that the scene of conflict would be kept removed beyond the border of their state. By thus avoiding all occasions for the introduction of bodies of armed soldiers, and offering no provocation for the presence of military force, the people of Kentucky have sincerely striven to preserve in their state domestic peace, and avert the calamities of sanguinary engagements. Recently, a large body of soldiers have been enlisted in the United States Army and collected in military camps in the central portion of Kentucky. This movement was preceded by the active organization of companies, regiments, etc., consisting of men sworn into the United States service under officers holding commissions from yourself. Ordnance, arms, munitions, and supplies of war are being transported into the state and placed in large quantities in these camps. In a word, an army is now being organized and quartered within the state, supplied with all the appliances of war, without the consent or advice of the authorities of the state, and without consultation with those most prominently known and recognized as loyal citizens. This movement now imperils that peace and tranquillity which, from the beginning of our pending difficulties, have been the paramount desire of this people, and which, up to this time, they have so secured to the state. Within Kentucky there has been, and is likely to be, no occasion for the presence of military force. The people are quiet and tranquil, feeling no apprehension of any occasion arising to invoke protection from the federal arm. They have asked that their territory be left free from military occupation, and the present tranquillity of their communication left uninvaded by soldiers. They do not desire that Kentucky shall be required to supply the battlefield for the contending armies, or become the theater of the war. Now, therefore, as governor of the state of Kentucky, and in the name of the people I have the honor to represent, and with the single and earnest desire to avert from their peaceful homes the horrors of war, I urge the removal from the limits of Kentucky of the military force now organized and in camp within the state. If such action as is here urged be promptly taken, I firmly believe the peace of the people of Kentucky will be preserved, and the horrors of a bloody war will be averted from a people now peaceful and tranquil. I am very respectfully your obedient servant, B. Magoffin. End quote. Washington, August 24, 1861. To His Excellency B. Magoffin, Governor of the State of Kentucky. Sir, your letter of the 19th instant, in which you urged the removal from the limits of Kentucky of the military force now organized and in camp within that state, is received. I may not possess full and precisely accurate knowledge upon this subject, but I believe it is true that there is a military force in camp within Kentucky, acting by authority of the United States, which force is not very large, and is not now being augmented. I also believe that some arms have been furnished to this force by the United States. I also believe this force consists exclusively of Kentuckians, having their camp in the immediate vicinity of their own homes, and not assailing or menacing any of the good people of Kentucky. In all I have done in the premises, I have acted upon the urgent solicitation of many Kentuckians, and in accordance with what I believed and still believe to be the wish of a majority of all the Union-loving people of Kentucky. While I have conversed on this subject with many of the eminent men of Kentucky, including a large majority of her members of Congress, I do not remember that any one of them, or any other person except Your Excellency and the bearers of Your Excellency's letter, has urged me to remove the military force from Kentucky, or to disband it. One very worthy citizen of Kentucky did solicit me to have the augmenting of the force suspended for a time. Taking all the means within my reach to form a judgment, I do not believe it is the popular wish of Kentucky that this force shall be removed beyond her limits, and with this impression I must respectfully decline to so remove it. I most cordially sympathize with Your Excellency in the wish to preserve the peace of my own native state, Kentucky. It is with regret I search for, and cannot find, in your not very short letter, any declaration or intimation that you entertain any desire for the preservation of the Federal Union. Your obedient servant, A. Lincoln. Commonwealth of Kentucky, Executive Department, Frankfort, August 24, 1861. Honorable Jefferson Davis, Richmond, Virginia. Sir, since the commencement of the unhappy difficulties pending in the country, the people of Kentucky have indicated a steadfast desire and purpose to maintain a position of strict neutrality between the belligerent parties. They have earnestly striven by their policy to avert from themselves the calamity of war, and protect their own soil from the presence of contending armies. Up to this period, they have enjoyed comparative tranquility and entire domestic peace. Recently, a military force has been enlisted and quartered by the United States authorities within this state. I have on this day addressed a communication and dispatched commissioners to the President of the United States urging the removal of these troops from the soil of Kentucky, and thus exerting myself to carry out the will of the people in the maintenance of a neutral position. The people of this state desire to be free from the presence of the soldiers of either belligerent, and to that end my efforts are now directed. Although I have no reason to presume that the government of the Confederate States contemplate or have ever proposed any violation of the neutral attitude thus assumed by Kentucky, there seems to be some uneasiness felt among the people of some portion of the state, occasioned by the collection of bodies of troops along their southern frontier. In order to quiet this apprehension, and to secure to the people their cherished object of peace, this communication is to present these facts and elicit an authoritative assurance that the government of the Confederate States will continue to respect and observe the position indicated as assumed by Kentucky. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, B. Magoffin. Richmond, August 28, 1861. To Honorable B. Magoffin, Governor of Kentucky, etc. Sir, I have received your letter informing me that, since the commencement of the unhappy difficulties pending in the country, the people of Kentucky have indicated a steadfast desire to maintain a position of strict neutrality between the belligerent parties. In the same communication, you express your desire to elicit an authoritative assurance that the government of the Confederate States will continue to respect and observe the neutral position of Kentucky. In reply to this request, I lose no time in assuring you that the government of the Confederate States neither desires nor intends to disturb the neutrality of Kentucky. The assemblage of troops in Tennessee, to which you refer, had no other object than to repel the lawless invasion of that state by the forces of the United States, should their government seek to approach it through Kentucky, without respect for its position of neutrality. That such apprehensions were not groundless has been proved by the course of that government in the States of Maryland and Missouri, and more recently in Kentucky itself, in which, as you inform me, a military force has been enlisted and quartered by the United States authorities. The government of the Confederate States has not only respected most scrupulously the neutrality of Kentucky, but has continued to maintain the friendly relations of trade and intercourse which it has suspended with the United States generally. In view of the history of the past, it can scarcely be necessary to assure Your Excellency that the government of the Confederate States will continue to respect the neutrality of Kentucky so long as her people will maintain it themselves. But neutrality, to be entitled to respect, must be strictly maintained between both parties, or if the door be opened on the one side for the aggressions of one of the belligerent parties upon the other, it ought not to be shut to the assailed when they seek to enter it for purposes of self-defense. I do not, however, for a moment believe that your gallant state will suffer its soil to be used for the purpose of giving an advantage to those who violate its neutrality and disregard its rights over others who respect both. In conclusion, I tender to Your Excellency the assurance of my high consideration and regard, and am, sir, very respectfully, yours, etc., Jefferson Davis. Movements by the Federal forces in southwestern Kentucky revealed such designs as made it absolutely necessary that General Polk, commanding the Confederate forces in that section, should immediately occupy the town of Columbus, Kentucky, a position of much strategic importance on the shore of the Mississippi River. That position was doubly important because it commanded the opposite shore in Missouri and was the gateway on the border of Tennessee. Two states of the Confederacy were therefore threatened by the anticipated movement of the enemy to get possession of Columbus. Major General Polk, therefore, crossed the state line, took possession of Hickman on September 3rd, and on the 4th secured Columbus. General Grant, who took command at Cairo on September 2nd, being thus anticipated, seized Paducah at the mouth of the Tennessee River and occupied it in force on the 5th and 6th. After the occupation, under date of September 4th, I received the following dispatch from Major General Polk. The enemy having descended the Mississippi River some 3 or 4 days since, and seated himself with cannon and entrenched lines opposite the town of Columbus, Kentucky, making such demonstrations as left no doubt upon the minds of any of their intention to seize and forcibly possess said town, I thought proper, under the plenary power delegated to me, to direct a sufficient portion of my command, both by the river way and land, to concentrate at Columbus, as well to offer to its citizens that protection they unite to a man in accepting, as also to prevent, in time, the occupation by the enemy of a point so necessary to the security of western Tennessee. The demonstration on my part has had the desired effect. The enemy has withdrawn his forces even before I had fortified my position. It is my intention to continue to occupy and hold this place. On the same day, I sent the following reply to Major General Polk. Your telegram received. The necessity must justify the action. The Legislature of Kentucky passed resolutions and appointed a committee to inquire into the action of General Polk, from which the annexed correspondence resulted. Correspondence between Major General Polk and the authorities of Kentucky. Resolutions of the Kentucky Senate relative to the violation of the neutrality of Kentucky. Resolved by the Senate that the special committee of the Senate raised for the purpose of considering the reported occupation of Hickman and other points in Kentucky by Confederate troops take into consideration the occupation of Paducah and other places in Kentucky by the Federal authorities, and report thereon when the true state of the case shall have been ascertained. That the Speaker appoint 3 members of the Senate to visit southern Kentucky, who are directed to obtain all the facts they can in reference to the recent occupation of Kentucky soil by Confederate and Federal forces, and report in writing at as early a day as practicable. In Senate of Kentucky, Saturday, September 7th, A.D. 1861. Twice read and adopted. Attest signed J.H. Johnson, S.S. In accordance with the foregoing resolution, the Speaker appointed as said committee Messrs. John M. Johnson, William B. Reed, and Thornton F. Marshall. Attest signed J.H. Johnson, S.S. Letter of Hon. J. M. Johnson, Chairman of the Committee of the Kentucky Senate, to General Polk. Columbus, Kentucky, September 9, 1861. To Major General Polk, Commanding Forces, etc. Sir, I have the honor to enclose herewith a resolution of the Senate of Kentucky, adopted by that body upon the reception of the intelligence of the military occupation of Hickman, Chalk Bank, and Columbus, by the Confederate troops under your command. I need not say that the people of Kentucky are profoundly astonished that such an act should have been committed by the Confederates, and especially that they should have been the first to do so with an equipped and regularly organized army. The people of Kentucky, having with great unanimity determined upon a position of neutrality in the unhappy war now being waged, and which they had tried in vain to prevent, had hoped that one place at least in this great nation might remain uninvaded by passion, and through whose good office something might be done to end the war, or at least to mitigate its horrors, or, if this were not possible, that she might be left to choose her destiny without disturbance from any quarter. In obedience to the thrice-repeated will of the people, as expressed at the polls and in their name, I ask you to withdraw your forces from the soil of Kentucky. I will say in conclusion that all the people of the State await, in deep suspense, your action in the premises. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, etc., signed John M. Johnson, Chairman of Committee. Letter from General Polk to the Kentucky Commissioners. Columbus, Kentucky, September 9, 1861. To J. M. Johnson, Chairman of Committee, Senate of Kentucky. Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of this date, conveying to me a copy of a resolution of the Senate of Kentucky, under which a committee, of which you are chairman, was raised for the purpose of considering the reported occupation of Hickman and other points in Kentucky by the Confederate troops, and that they take into consideration the reported occupation of Paducah and other points in Kentucky by the Federal authorities, and report thereon. Also, that they be directed to obtain all the facts they can in reference to the recent occupation of Kentucky soil by the Confederate and Federal forces, and report in writing at as early a day as practicable. From the terms of the resolution, it appears your office, as committeeman, was restricted merely to collecting the facts in reference to the recent occupation of Kentucky soil by the Confederate and Federal forces, and to report thereon in writing at as early a day as possible. In answer to these resolutions, I have respectfully to say that, so far as the Confederate forces are concerned, the facts are plain and shortly stated. The government which they represent, recognizing as a fundamental principle the right of sovereign states to take such a position as they choose in regard to their relations with other states, was compelled by that principle to concede to Kentucky the right to assume the position of neutrality, which she has chosen in the passing struggle. This it has done on all occasions, and without an exception. The cases alluded to by His Excellency Governor Magoffin in his recent message as raids, I presume, are the cases of the steamers Cheney and Orr. The former was the unauthorized and unrecognized act of certain citizens of Alabama, and the latter the act of citizens of Tennessee and others, and was an act of reprisal. They cannot, therefore, be charged, in any sense, as acts of the Confederate Government. The first and only instance in which the neutrality of Kentucky has been disregarded is that in which the troops under my command and by my direction took possession of the place I now hold, and so much of the territory between it and the Tennessee line as was necessary for me to pass over in order to reach it. This act finds abundant justification in the history of the concessions granted to the Federal Government by Kentucky ever since the war began, notwithstanding the position of neutrality which she had assumed, and the firmness with which she proclaimed her intention to maintain it. That history shows the following, among other facts. In January, the House of Representatives of Kentucky passed anti-coercion resolutions, only 4 dissenting. The governor, in May, issued his neutrality proclamation. The address of the Union Central Committee, including Mr. James Speed, Mr. Prentice, and other prominent Union men, in April proclaimed neutrality as the policy of Kentucky, and claimed that an attempt to coerce the South should induce Kentucky to make common cause with her and take part in the contest on her side, without counting the cost. The Union speakers and papers, with few exceptions, claimed, up to the last election, that the Union vote was strict neutrality and peace. These facts and events gave assurance of the integrity of the avowed purpose of your state, and we were content with the position she assumed. Since the election, however, she has allowed the seizure in her port, Paducah, of property of citizens of the Confederate States. She has, by her members in the Congress of the United States, voted supplies of men and money to carry on the war against the Confederate States, she has allowed the federal government to cut timber from her forests for the purpose of building armed boats for the invasion of the Southern states. She is permitting to be enlisted in her territory troops, not only of her own citizens, but of the citizens of other states, for the purpose of being armed and used in offensive warfare against the Confederate States. At Camp Robinson, in the county of Garrett, there are now 10,000 troops, if the newspapers can be relied upon, in which men from Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois are mustered with Kentuckians into the service of the United States, and armed by that government, for the avowed purpose of giving aid to the disaffected in one of the Confederate States, and of carrying out the designs of that government for their subjugation. Notwithstanding all these and other acts of a similar character, the Confederate States have continued to respect the attitude which Kentucky had assumed as a neutral, and forborne from reprisals, in the hope that Kentucky would yet enforce respect for her position on the part of the government of the United States. Our patient expectation has been disappointed, and it was only when we perceived that this continued indifference to our rights and our safety was about to culminate in the seizure of an important part of her territory by the United States forces for offensive operations against the Confederate States that a regard for self-preservation demanded of us to seize it in advance. We are here, therefore, not by choice, but of necessity. And as I have had the honor to say, in a communication addressed to His Excellency Governor Magoffin, a copy of which is herewith enclosed and submitted as a part of my reply, so I now repeat in answer to your request that I am prepared to agree to withdraw the Confederate troops from Kentucky, provided she will agree that the troops of the Federal Government be withdrawn simultaneously, with a guarantee, which I will give reciprocally for the Confederate Government, that the Federal troops shall not be allowed to enter nor occupy any part of Kentucky for the future. In view of the facts thus submitted, I cannot but think the world at large will find it difficult to appreciate the profound astonishment with which you say the people of Kentucky received the intelligence of the occupation of this place. I have the honor to be, respectfully, your obedient servant, etc., Leonidas Polk, Major General, commanding. Letter from General Polk to Governor Magoffin, Columbus, Kentucky, September 3, 1861. Governor Magoffin, Frankfort, Kentucky. I should have dispatched to you immediately, as the troops under my command took possession of this position, the very few words I addressed to the people here, but my duties since that time have so preoccupied me that I have but now the first leisure moment to communicate with you. It will be sufficient for me to inform you, as my short address herewith will do, that I had information, on which I could rely, that the Federal forces intended and were preparing to seize Columbus. I need not describe to you the danger resulting to Western Tennessee from such occupation. My responsibility could not permit me quietly to lose to the command entrusted to me so important a position. In evidence of the accuracy of the information I possessed, I will state that, as the Confederate force approached this place, the Federal troops were found in formidable numbers in position upon the opposite bank, with their cannon turned upon Columbus. The citizens of the town had fled with terror, and not a word of assurance of safety or protection had been addressed to them. Since I have taken possession of this place, I have been informed by highly respected citizens of your State that certain representatives of the Federal Government are seeking to take advantage of its own wrong, are setting up complaints against my acts of occupation, and are making it a pretext for seizing other points. Upon this proceeding, I have no comments to make, but I am prepared to say that I will agree to withdraw the Confederate troops from Kentucky, provided that she will agree that the troops of the Federal Government be withdrawn simultaneously, with a guarantee, which I will give reciprocally for the Confederate Government, that the Federal troops shall not be allowed to enter or occupy any part of Kentucky in the future. I have the honor to be, respectfully, your obedient servant, signed Leonidas Polk, Major General, commanding. End of Part 4, Chapter 8A. Section 22 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 8B. President Lincoln's view of neutrality, acts of the United States government, refugees, their motives of expatriation, address of ex-Vice President Breckinridge to the people of the state, the occupation of Columbus secured, the purpose of the United States government, Battle of Belmont, Albert Sidney Johnston commands the department, state of affairs, line of defense, efforts to obtain arms, also troops. However willing the government of Kentucky might have been to accede to the proposition of General Polk, and which from his knowledge of the views of his own government he was fully justified in offering, the state of Kentucky had no power, moral or physical, to prevent the United States government from using her soil as best might suit its purposes in the war it was waging for the subjugation of the seceded states. President Lincoln, in his message of the previous July, had distinctly and reproachfully spoken of the idea of neutrality as existing in some of the border states. He said, quote, "To prevent the Union forces passing one way or the disunion the other over their soil would be disunion completed. At a stroke, it would take all the trouble off the hands of secession, except only what proceeds from the external blockade." End quote. The acts of the federal government corresponded with the views announced by its president. Briefly but conclusively, General Polk showed in his answer that the United States government paid no respect to the neutral position which Kentucky wished to maintain, that it was armed, but not neutral, for the arms and the troops assembled on her soil were for the invasion of the South, and that he occupied Columbus to prevent the enemy from taking possession of it. When our troops first entered Columbus, they found the inhabitants had been in alarm from demonstrations of the United States forces, but that they felt no dread of the Confederate troops. As far as the truth could be ascertained, a decided majority of the people of Kentucky, especially its southwestern portion, if left to a free choice, would have joined the Confederacy in preference to remaining in the Union. Could they have foreseen what in a short time was revealed, there can be little doubt that mule contracts and other forms of bribery would have proved unavailing to make her the passive observer of usurpations destructive of the personal and political rights of which she had always been a most earnest advocate. With the slow and sinuous approach of the serpent, the general government, little by little, gained power over Kentucky, and then, throwing off the mask, proceeded to outrages so regardless of law and the usages of English-speaking people as could not have been anticipated, and can only be remembered with shame by those who honor the constitutional government created by the states. While artfully urging the maintenance of the Union as a duty of patriotism, the Constitution which gave the Union birth was trampled underfoot, and the excesses of the reign of terror which followed the French Revolution were reenacted in our land, once the vaunted home of law and liberty. Men who had been most honored by the state, and who had reflected back most honor upon it, were seized without warrant, condemned without trial, because they had exercised the privilege of free speech, and for adhering to the principles which were the bedrock on which our fathers builded our political temple. Members of the legislature vacated their seats and left the state to avoid arrest, the penalty hanging over them for opinion's sake. The venerable Judge Monroe, who had presided over the United States District Court for more than a generation, driven from the land of his birth, the state he had served so long and so well, with feeble step, but upright conscience and indomitable will, sought a resting place among those who did not regard it a crime to adhere to the principles of 1776 and of 1787, and the declaratory affirmation of them in the resolutions of 1793-99. About the same time, others of great worth and distinction, impelled by the feeling that, where liberty is, there is my country, left the land desecrated by despotic usurpation to join the Confederacy in its struggle to maintain the personal and political liberties which men of the Revolution had left as an inheritance to their posterity. Space would not suffice for a complete list of the refugees who became conspicuous in the military events of the Confederacy. Let a few answer for the many. J.C. Breckinridge, the late Vice President of the United States, and whose general and well-deserved popularity might have reasonably led him to expect in the Union the highest honors the states could bestow. William Preston, George W. Johnston, S.P. Buckner, John H. Morgan, and a host of others, alike meritorious and alike gratefully remembered. When the passions of the hour shall have subsided, and the past shall be reviewed with discrimination and justice, the question must arise in every reflecting mind, why did such men as these expatriate themselves, and surrender all the advantages which they had won by a life of honorable effort in the land of their nativity? To such inquiry, the answer must be, the usurpations of the general government foretold to them the wreck of constitutional liberty. The motives which govern them may best be learned from the annexed extracts from the statement made in the address of Mr. Breckinridge to the people of Kentucky, whom he had represented in both houses of the United States Congress, with such distinguished ability and zeal for the general welfare as to place him in the front rank of the statesmen of his day. Quote, Bowling Green, Kentucky, October 8, 1861. In obedience, as I suppose, to your wishes, I proceeded to Washington, and at the special session of Congress in July spoke and voted against the whole war policy of the President and Congress, demanding, in addition, for Kentucky the right to refuse, not men only, but money also, to the war, for I would have blushed to meet you with the confession that I had purchased for you exemption from the perils of the battlefield, and the shame of waging war against your Southern brethren, by hiring others to do the work you shrunk from performing. During that memorable session, a very small body of senators and representatives, even beneath the shadow of a military despotism, resisted the usurpations of the executive, and with what degree of dignity and firmness they willingly submit to the judgment of the world. Their efforts were unavailing, yet they may prove valuable hereafter as another, added to former examples of many, protest against the progress of tyranny. On my return to Kentucky, at the close of the late special session of Congress, it was my purpose immediately to resign the office of senator. The verbal and written remonstrances of many friends in different parts of the state induced me to postpone the execution of my purpose, but the time has arrived to carry it into effect, and accordingly I now hereby return the trust into your hands. In the House of Representatives it was declared that the South should be reduced to abject submission, or their institutions be overthrown. In the Senate it was said that, if necessary, the South should be depopulated and repeopled from the North, and an eminent senator expressed a desire that the President should be made dictator. This was superfluous, since they had already clothed him with dictatorial powers. In the midst of these proceedings, no plea for the Constitution is listened to in the North. Here and there a few heroic voices are feebly heard protesting against the progress of despotism, but, for the most part, beyond the military lines, mobs and anarchy rule the hour. The great mass of the Northern people seem anxious to sunder every safeguard of freedom. They eagerly offer to the government what no European monarch would dare to demand. The President and his generals are unable to pick up the liberties of the people as rapidly as they are thrown at their feet. In every form by which you could give direct expression to your will, you declared for neutrality. A large majority of the people at the May and August elections voted for the neutrality and peace of Kentucky. The press, the public speakers, the candidates, with exceptions in favor of the government at Washington, so rare as not to need mention, planted themselves on this position. You voted for it, and you meant it. You were promised it, and you expected it. Look now at the condition of Kentucky, and see how your expectations have been realized, how these promises have been redeemed. General Anderson, the military dictator of Kentucky, announces in one of his proclamations that he will arrest no one who does not act, write, or speak in opposition to Mr. Lincoln's government. It would have completed the idea if he had added, or think in opposition to it. Look at the condition of our state under the rule of our new protectors. They have suppressed the freedom of speech and of the press. They seize people by military force upon mere suspicion and impose on them oaths unknown to the laws. Other citizens they imprison without warrant and carry them out of the state, so that the writ of habeas corpus cannot reach them. Every day, foreign armed bands are making seizures among the people. Hundreds of citizens, old and young, venerable magistrates, whose lives have been distinguished by the love of the people, have been compelled to fly from their homes and families to escape imprisonment and exile at the hands of Northern and German soldiers, under the orders of Mr. Lincoln and his military subordinates. While yet holding an important political trust confided by Kentucky, I was compelled to leave my home and family or suffer imprisonment and exile. If it is asked why I did not meet the arrest and seek a trial, my answer is that I would have welcomed an arrest to be followed by a judge and jury, but you well know that I could not have secured these constitutional rights. I would have been transported beyond the state to languish in some federal fortress during the pleasure of the oppressor. Witness the fate of Moorhead and his Kentucky associates in their distant and gloomy prison. The case of the gentleman just mentioned is an example of many others, and it meets every element in a definition of despotism. If it should occur in England, it would be righted, or it would overturn the British Empire. He is a citizen and native of Kentucky. As a member of the legislature, Speaker of the House, representative in Congress from the Ashland district, and governor of the state, you have known, trusted, and honored him during a public service of a quarter of a century. He is eminent for his ability, his amiable character, and his blameless life. Yet this man, without indictment, without warrant, without accusation, but by the order of President Lincoln, was seized at midnight in his own house and in the midst of his own family, and led through the streets of Louisville, as I am informed, with his hands crossed and pinioned before him, was carried out of the state and district, and now lies a prisoner in a fortress in New York Harbor, 1,000 miles away. The Constitution of the United States, which these invaders unconstitutionally swear every citizen whom they unconstitutionally seize to support, has been wholly abolished. It is as much forgotten as if it lay away back in the twilight of history. The facts I have enumerated show that the very rights most carefully reserved by it to the states and to individuals have been most conspicuously violated. Your fellow citizen, signed John C. Breckinridge. End quote. Such was the neutrality suffered by the Confederacy from governments both at home and abroad. The chivalric people of Kentucky showed their sympathy with the just cause of the people of the Southern states by leaving the home where they could not serve the cause of right against might, and nobly shared the fortunes of their Southern brethren on many a blood-dyed field. In like manner did the British people see with disapprobation their government, while proclaiming neutrality, make new rules and give new constructions to old ones, so as to favor our enemy and embarrass us. The Englishman's sense of fair play and the manly instinct which predisposes him to side with the weak gave us hosts of friends, but all their good intentions were paralyzed or foiled by their wily Minister for Foreign Affairs and his coadjutor on this side, the artful, unscrupulous United States Secretary of State. I have thus presented the case of Kentucky, not because it was the only state where false promises lulled the people into delusive security, until, by gradual approaches, usurpation had bound them hand and foot, and where despotic power crushed all the muniments of civil liberty which the Union was formed to secure, but because of the attempt, which has been noticed, to arraign the Confederacy for invasion of the state in disregard of her sovereignty. The occupation of Columbus by the Confederate forces was only just soon enough to anticipate the predetermined purpose of the Federal Government, all of which was plainly set forth in the letter of General Polk to the Governor of Kentucky, and his subsequent letter to the Kentucky Commissioners. Missouri, like Kentucky, had wished to preserve peaceful relations in the contest which it was foreseen would soon occur between the Northern and the Southern states. When the Federal Government denied to her the privilege of choosing her own position, which betokened no hostility to the general government, and she was driven to the necessity of deciding whether or not her citizens should be used for the subjugation of the Southern states, her people and their representative, the state government, repelled the arbitrary assumption of authority by military force to control her government and her people. Among other acts of invasion, the Federal troops had occupied Belmont, a village in Missouri opposite to Columbus, and with artillery threatened that town, inspiring terror in its peaceful inhabitants. After the occupation of Columbus under these circumstances of full justification, a small Confederate force, Colonel Tappan's Arkansas Regiment, and Belts Hoover's battery were thrown across the Mississippi to occupy and hold the village, in the state of Missouri, then an ally and soon to become a member of the Confederacy. On the 6th of November, General Grant left his headquarters at Cairo with a land and naval force, and encamped on the Kentucky shore. This act and a demonstration made by detachments from his force at Paducah were probably intended to induce the belief that he contemplated an attack on Columbus, thus concealing his real purpose to surprise the small garrison at Belmont. General Polk, on the morning of the 7th, discovered the landing of the Federal forces on the Missouri shore, some 7 miles above Columbus, and, divining the real purpose of the enemy, detached General Pillow with 4 regiments of his division, say 2,000 men, to reinforce the garrison at Belmont. Very soon after his arrival, the enemy commenced an assault which was sternly resisted, and with varying fortune, for several hours. The enemy's front so far exceeded the length of our line as to enable him to attack on both flanks, and our troops were finally driven back to the bank of the river with the loss of their battery, which had been gallantly and efficiently served until nearly all its horses had been killed and its ammunition had been expended. The enemy advanced to the bank of the river below the point to which our men had retreated, and opened an artillery fire upon the town of Columbus, to which our guns from the commanding height responded with such effect as to drive him from the river bank. In the meantime, General Polk had at intervals sent 3 regiments to reinforce General Pillow. Upon the arrival of the first of these, General Pillow led it to a favorable position, where it for some time steadily resisted and checked the advance of the enemy. General Pillow, with great energy and gallantry, rallied his repulsed troops and brought them again into action. General Polk now proceeded in person with 2 other regiments. Whether from this or some other cause, the enemy commenced a retreat. General Pillow, whose activity and daring on the occasion were worthy of all praise, led the 1st and 2nd detachments, by which he had been reinforced, to attack the enemy in the rear, and General Polk, landing further up the river, moved to cut off the enemy's retreat. But some embarrassment and consequent delay which occurred in landing his troops caused him to be too late for the purpose for which he crossed, and to become only a part of the pursuing force. One would naturally suppose that the question about which there would be the greatest certainty would be the number of troops engaged in a battle. Yet there is nothing in regard to which we have such conflicting accounts. It is fairly concluded, from the concurrent reports, that the enemy attacked us on both flanks, and that in the beginning of the action we were outnumbered, but the obstinacy with which the conflict was maintained, and the successive advances and retreats which occurred in the action, indicate that the disparity could not have been very great, and therefore that, after the arrival of our reinforcements, our troops must have become numerically superior. The dead and wounded left by the enemy upon the field, the arms, ammunition, and military stores abandoned in his flight, so incontestably prove his defeat, that his claim to have achieved a victory is too preposterous for discussion. Though the forces engaged were comparatively small to those in subsequent battles of the war, 6 hours of incessant combat, with repeated bayonet charges, must place this in the rank of the most stubborn engagements, and the victors must accord to the vanquished the meed of having fought like Americans. One of the results of the battle which is at least significant is the fact that General Grant, who had superciliously refused to recognize General Polk as one with whom he could exchange prisoners, did, after the battle, send a flag of truce to get such privileges as are recognized between armies acknowledging each other to be foemen worthy of their steel. General Polk reported as follows, quote, "We pursued them to their boats, 7 miles, and then drove their boats before us. The road was strewed with their dead and wounded, guns, ammunition, and equipments. The number of prisoners taken by the enemy, as shown by their list furnished, was 106, all of whom had been returned by exchange. After making a liberal allowance to the enemy, 100 of their prisoners still remain in my hands, 1 stand of colors, and a fraction over 1,000 stand of arms, with knapsacks, ammunition, and other military stores. Our loss in killed, wounded, and missing was 641. That of the enemy was probably not less than 1,200." Meanwhile, Albert Sidney Johnston, a soldier of great distinction in the United States Army, where he had attained the rank of brigadier general by brevet and was in command of the Department of California, resigned his commission and came overland from San Francisco to Richmond to tender his services to the Confederate States. Though he had been bred a soldier and most of his life had been spent in the army, he had not neglected such study of political affairs as properly belongs to the citizen of a republic, and appreciated the issue made between states claiming the right to resume the powers they had delegated to a general agent, and the claims set up by that agent to coerce states, his creators, and for whom he held a trust. He was a native of Kentucky, but his first military appointment was from Louisiana, and he was a volunteer in the War for Independence by Texas, and for a time resided in that state. Much of his military service had been in the West, and he felt most identified with it. On the 10th of September, 1861, he was assigned to command our Department of the West, which included the states of Tennessee, Missouri, Arkansas, the Indian Country, and the western part of Mississippi. General Johnston, on his arrival at Nashville, found that he lacked not only men, but the munitions of war and the means of obtaining them. Men were ready to be enlisted, but the arms and equipments had nearly all been required to fit out the first levies. Immediately on his survey of the situation, he determined to occupy Bowling Green in Kentucky, and ordered Brigadier General S.B. Buckner, with 5,000 men, to take possession of the position. This invasion of Kentucky was an act of self-defense, rendered necessary by the action of the government of Kentucky and by the evidences of intended movements of the forces of the United States. It was not possible to withdraw the troops from Columbus in the west, nor from Cumberland Ford in the east, to which General Felix K. Zollicoffer had advanced with 4,000 men. A compliance with the demands of Kentucky would have opened the frontiers of Tennessee and the Mississippi River to the enemy. Besides, it was essential to the defense of Tennessee. East of Columbus, Fort Henry, Fort Donelson, and Hopkinsville were garrisoned with small bodies of troops, and the territory between Columbus and Bowling Green was occupied by moving detachments, which caused the supposition that a large military force was present and contemplated an advance. A fortified camp was established at Cumberland Gap as the right of General Johnston's line, and an important point for the protection of East Tennessee against invasion. Thus General Johnston located his line of defense from Columbus on the west to the Cumberland Mountains on the east, with his center at Bowling Green, which was occupied and entrenched. It was a good base for military operations, was a proper depot for supplies, and, if fortified, could be held against largely superior numbers. On October 28th, General Johnston took command at Bowling Green. He states his force to have been 12,000 men, and that the enemy's force at that time was estimated to be double his own, or 24,000. He says, quote, "The enemy's force increased more rapidly than our own, so that by the last of November it numbered 50,000, and continued to increase until it ran up to between 75 and 100,000. My force was kept down by disease, so that it numbered about 22,000." End quote. The chief anxiety of the commander of the department was to procure arms and men. On the next day after his arrival at Nashville, he wrote to the governor of Alabama, quote, "I shall beg to rely on your Excellency to furnish us as rapidly as possible, at this point, with every arm it may be in your power to provide. I mean small arms for infantry and cavalry." End quote. The governor replied, quote, "It is out of the power of Alabama to afford you any assistance in the way of arms." End quote. The governor of Georgia replied to the same request on September 18th, quote, "It is utterly impossible for me to comply with your request." End quote. General Bragg, in command at Pensacola, writes in reply on September 27th, quote, "The mission of Colonel Buckner will not be successful, I fear, as our extreme southern country has been stripped of both arms and men. We started early in this matter, and have well nigh exhausted our resources." End quote. On September 19th, General Johnston telegraphed to me, quote, 30,000 stand of arms are a necessity to my command. I beg you to order them, or as many as can be got, to be instantly procured and sent with dispatch." End quote. The Secretary of War replied, quote, "The whole number received by us by that steamer was 1,800, and we purchased of the owners 1,780, making in all 3,500 Enfield rifles, of which we have been compelled to allow the governor of Georgia to have 1,000 for arming troops, to repel an attack now hourly threatened at Brunswick. Of the remaining 2,500, I have ordered 1,000 sent to you, leaving us but 1,500 for arming several regiments now encamped here, and who have been awaiting their arms for several months. We have not an engineer to send you. The whole engineer corps comprises only 6 captains, together with 3 majors, of whom one is on bureau duty. You will be compelled to employ the best material within your reach by detailing officers from other corps and by employing civil engineers." End quote. These details are given to serve as an illustration of the deficiencies existing in every department of the military service in the first years of the war. In this respect, much relief came from the well-directed efforts of Governor Harris and the legislature of Tennessee. A cap factory, ordnance shops, and workshops were established. The powder mills at Nashville turned out about 400 pounds a day. 12 or 14 batteries were fitted out at Memphis. Laws were passed to impress and pay for the private arms scattered throughout the state, and the utmost efforts were made to collect and adapt them to military uses. The returns make it evident that, during most of the autumn of 1861, fully one-half of General Johnston's troops were imperfectly armed, and whole brigades remained without weapons for months. No less energetic were the measures taken to concentrate and recruit his forces. General Hardee's command was moved from northeastern Arkansas and sent to Bowling Green, which added 4,000 men to the troops there. The regiment of Texan Rangers was brought from Louisiana and supplied with horses and sent to the front. 500 Kentuckians joined General Buckner on his advance, and 5 regiments were gradually formed and filled up. A cavalry company under John H. Morgan was also added. At this time, September 1861, General Johnston, under the authority granted to him by the government, made a requisition for 30,000 men from Tennessee, 10,000 from Mississippi, and 10,000 from Arkansas. The Arkansas troops were directed to be sent to General McCulloch for the defense of their own frontier. The governor of Mississippi sent 4 regiments when this source of supply was closed. Up to the middle of November, only 3 regiments were mustered in under this call from Tennessee, but by the close of December, the number of men who joined was from 12 to 15,000. 2 regiments, 1,500 strong, had joined General Polk. In Arkansas, 5 companies and a battalion had been organized and were ready to join General McCulloch. A speedy advance of the enemy was now indicated, and an increase of force was so necessary that further delay was impossible. General Johnston, therefore, determined upon a levy en masse in his department. He made a requisition on the governors of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi to call out every able-bodied member of the militia into whose hands arms could be placed, or to provide a volunteer force large enough to use all the arms that could be procured. In his letters to these governors, he plainly presents his view of the posture of affairs on December 24th, points out impending dangers, and shows that, to his applications, the response had not been such as the emergency demanded. He says, quote, "It was apprehended by me that the enemy would attempt to assail the South, not only by boats and troops moving down the river, to be assembled during the fall and winter, but by columns marching inland, threatening Tennessee, by endeavoring to turn the defenses of Columbus. Further observation confirms me in this opinion, but I think the means employed for the defense of the river will probably render it comparatively secure. The enemy will energetically push toward Nashville the heavy masses of troops now assembled between Louisville and Bowling Green. The general position of Bowling Green is good and commanding, but the peculiar topography of the place and the length of the line of the Barren River as a line of defense, though strong, require a large force to defend it. There is no position equally defensive as Bowling Green, nor line of defense as good as the Barren River, between the Barren and the Cumberland at Nashville, so that it cannot be abandoned without exposing Tennessee and giving vastly the vantage ground to the enemy. It is manifest that the Northern generals appreciate this, and by withdrawing their forces from Western Virginia and East Kentucky, they have managed to add them to the new levies from Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, and to concentrate a force in front of me variously estimated at from 60 to 100,000 men, and which I believe will number 75,000. To maintain my position, I have only about 17,000 men in this neighborhood. It is impossible for me to obtain additions to my strength from Columbus. The generals in command in that quarter consider that it would imperil that point to diminish their force and open Tennessee to the enemy. General Zollicoffer cannot join me, as he guards the Cumberland and prevents the invasion and possible revolt of East Tennessee." End quote. On June 5th, General Johnston was reinforced by the brigades of Floyd and Maney from Western Virginia. He also sent a messenger to Richmond to ask that a few regiments might be detached from the several armies in the field and sent to him to be replaced by new levies. He said, quote, "I do not ask that my force shall be made equal to that of the enemy, but, if possible, it should be raised to 50,000 men." End quote. Meantime, such an appearance of menace had been maintained has led the enemy to believe that our force was large and that he might be attacked at any time. Frequent and rapid expeditions through the sparsely settled country gave rise to rumors which kept alive this apprehension. End of Part 4, Chapter 8b.
Section 23 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1b. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1b. Part 4, Chapter 9a. The Coercion of Missouri. Answers of the governors of states to President Lincoln's requisition for troops. Restoration of Forts Caswell and Johnson to the United States government. Condition of Missouri similar to that of Kentucky. Hostilities, how initiated in Missouri. Agreement between Generals Price and Harney. Its favorable effects. General Harney relieved of command by the United States government because of his pacific policy. Removal of public arms from Missouri. Searches for and seizure of arms. Missouri on the side of peace. Address of General Price to the people. Proclamation of Governor Jackson. To preserve the Union in the spirit and for the purposes for which it was established, an equilibrium between the states, as grouped in sections, was essential. When the territory of Missouri constitutionally applied for admission as a state into the Union, the struggle between state rights and that sectional aggrandizement which was seeking to destroy the existing equilibrium gave rise to the contest which shook the Union to its foundation, and sowed the seeds of geographical divisions which have borne the most noxious weeds that have choked our political vineyard. Again, in 1861, Missouri appealed to the Constitution for the vindication of her rights, and again did usurpation and the blind rage of a sectional party disregard the appeal and assume powers not only undelegated, but in direct violation of the fourth section of the fourth article of the Constitution, which every federal officer had sworn to maintain, and which secured to every state a republican government and protection against invasion. If it be contended that the invasion referred to must have been by other than the troops of the United States, and that their troops were therefore not prohibited from entering a state against its wishes, and for purposes hostile to its policy, the section of the Constitution referred to fortifies the fact, heretofore noticed, of the refusal of the convention, when forming the Constitution, to delegate to the federal government power to coerce a state. By its last clause, it was provided that not even to suppress domestic violence could the general government, on its own motion, send troops of the United States into the territory of one of the states. That section reads thus, quote, "The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence." End quote. Surely, if federal troops could not be sent into a state without its application, even to protect it against domestic violence, Still less could it be done to overrule the will of its people. That, instead of an obligation upon the citizens of other states to respond to a call by the President for troops to invade a particular state, it was in April, 1861, deemed a high crime to so use them. Reference is here made to the published answers of the governors of states which had not seceded, to the requisition made upon them for troops to be employed against the states which had seceded. Governor Letcher of Virginia replied to the requisition of the United States Secretary of War as follows: "I am requested to detach from the militia of the State of Virginia the quota designated in a table which you append, to serve as infantry or riflemen for the period of 3 months, unless sooner discharged." In reply to this communication, I have only to say that the militia of Virginia will not be furnished to the powers at Washington for any such use or purpose as they have in view. Your object is to subjugate the Southern States, and a requisition made upon me for such an object, in my judgment, not within the purview of the Constitution or the Act of 1795, will not be complied with." Governor Magoffin of Kentucky replied, "Your dispatch is received. In answer, I say emphatically, Kentucky will furnish no troops for the wicked purpose of subduing her sister Southern States." Governor Harris of Tennessee replied, "Tennessee will not furnish a single man for coercion, but 50,000 if necessary for the defense of our rights or those of our Southern brothers." Governor Jackson of Missouri answered, "Requisition is illegal, unconstitutional, revolutionary, inhuman, diabolical, and cannot be complied with." Governor Rector of Arkansas replied, "In answer to your requisition for troops from Arkansas to subjugate the Southern States, I have to say that none will be furnished. The demand is only adding insult to injury." Governor Ellis of North Carolina responded to the requisition for troops from that state as follows: "Your dispatch is received, and if genuine, which its extraordinary character leads me to doubt, I have to say in reply that I regard the levy of troops made by the administration for the purpose of subjugating the States of the South as in violation of the Constitution and a usurpation of power. I can be no party to this wicked violation of the laws of the country and to this war upon the liberties of a free people. You can get no troops from North Carolina." Governor Ellis, who had lived long enough to leave behind him an enviable reputation, was a fair representative of the conservatism, gallantry, and tenacity in well doing of the state over which he presided. He died too soon for his country's good, and the Confederacy seriously felt the loss of his valuable services. The prompt and spirited answer he gave to the call upon North Carolina to furnish troops for the subjugation of the Southern States was the fitting complement of his earlier action in immediately restoring to the Federal Government Forts Johnson and Caswell, which had been seized without proper authority. In communicating his action to President Buchanan, he wrote, "My information satisfies me that this popular outbreak was caused by a report very generally credited, but which, for the sake of humanity, I hope is not true, that it was the purpose of the administration to coerce the Southern States, and that troops were on their way to garrison the Southern ports, and to begin the work of subjugation. Should I receive assurance that no troops will be sent to this State prior to the 4th of March next, then all will be peace and quiet here, and the property of the United States will be fully protected as heretofore. If, however, I am unable to get such assurances, I will not undertake to answer for the consequences. The forts in this State have long been unoccupied, and their being garrisoned at this time will unquestionably be looked upon as a hostile demonstration, and will, in my opinion, certainly be resisted." The plea so constantly made by the succeeding administration, as an excuse for its warlike acts, that the duty to protect the public property required such action, is shown by this letter of Governor Ellis to have been a plea created by their usurpations, but for which there might have been peace, as well as safety to property, and, what was of greater worth, the lives, the liberties, and the republican institutions of the country. There was great similarity in the condition of Missouri to that of Kentucky. They were both border states, and by their institutions and the origin of a large portion of their citizens, were identified with the South. Both sought to occupy a neutral position in the impending war, and offer guarantees of peace and order throughout their territory if left free to control their own affairs. Both refused to furnish troops to the United States government for the unconstitutional purpose of coercing the Southern States. Both, because of their stronger affinity to the South than to the North, were the objects of suspicion and consequent military occupation by the troops of the United States government. At the inception of this unwarrantable proceeding, an effort was made by the governor of Missouri to preserve the rights of the State without disturbing its relations to the United States government. If it had been the policy of the government to allow to Missouri the control of her domestic affairs, and an exemption from being a party to the violation of the Constitution in making war against certain of the States, the above described effort of the governor might and probably would have been successful. The form and purpose of that effort appear in the compact entered into between Major General Price, commanding the militia or Missouri State Guard, and General Harney of the United States Army, commanding the Department of the West, a geographical division which included the State of Missouri. During a temporary absence of General Harney, Captain Lyon, commanding United States forces at St. Louis, initiated hostilities against the State of Missouri under the following circumstances. In obedience to the militia law of the State, an annual encampment was directed by the governor for instruction in tactics. Camp Jackson, near St. Louis, was designated for the encampment of the militia of the county in 1861. Here for some days companies of state militia, amounting to about 800 men, under command of Brigadier General D.M. Frost, were being exercised, as is usual upon such occasions. They presented no appearance of a hostile camp. There were no sentinels to guard against surprise. Visitors were freely admitted. It was the picnic ground for the ladies of the city, and everything wore the aspect of merrymaking rather than that of grim-visaged war. Suddenly, Captain, afterward General, Nathaniel Lyon, appeared with an overwhelming force of Federal troops, surrounded this holiday encampment, and demanded an unconditional surrender. Resistance was impracticable, and none was attempted. The militia surrendered, and were confined as prisoners. But prisoners of what? There was no war, and no warrant for their arrest as offenders against the law. It is left for the usurpers to frame a vocabulary suited to their act. After the return of General Harney, Brigadier General D.M. Frost of the Missouri militia appealed to him from his prison, the St. Louis Arsenal, on May 11, 1861, representing that, "in accordance with the laws of the State of Missouri, which have been existing for some years, and in obedience to the orders of the Governor, on Monday last I entered into an encampment with the militia force of St. Louis County for the purpose of instructing the same in accordance with the laws of the United States and of this State." He further sets forth that every officer and soldier of his command had taken an oath to sustain the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the State of Missouri, and that while in the peaceable performance of their duties the encampment was surrounded by the command of Captain N. Lyon, United States Army, and a surrender demanded, to which General Frost replied as follows: "Camp Jackson, May 10, 1861. "Sir: I, never for a moment having conceived the idea that so illegal and unconstitutional a demand as I have just received from you would be made by an officer of the United States Army, am wholly unprepared to defend my command from this unwarranted attack, and shall therefore be forced to comply with your demand. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant, D. Frost, Brigadier General, commanding Camp Jackson, M.M. "Captain N. Lyon, commanding United States troops." General Frost's letter to General Harney continues: "My command was, in accordance with the above, deprived of their arms, and surrendered into the hands of Captain Lyon; after which, while thus disarmed and surrounded, a fire was opened on a portion of it by his troops, and a number of my men put to death, together with several innocent lookers on, men, women, and children." On the occasion of the attack upon Camp Jackson, "a large crowd of citizens, men, women, and children, were gathered around, gazing curiously at these strange proceedings, when a volley was fired into them, killing 10 and wounding 20 non combatants, mostly women and children. A reign of terror was at once established, and the most severe measures were adopted by the Federals to overawe the excitement and the rage of the people." The massacre at Camp Jackson produced intense excitement throughout the State. The legislature, upon receipt of the news, passed several bills for the enrollment and organization of the militia, and to confer special powers upon the governor of the State. By virtue of these, general officers were appointed, chief of whom was Sterling Price. Because of the atrocities at St. Louis, and the violent demonstrations consequent upon them, not only in St. Louis but elsewhere in the State, General Price, well known to be what was termed a Union man, and not only by his commission as commander-in-chief of the militia of the State, but also, and even more, because of his influence among the people, was earnestly solicited by influential citizens of St. Louis to unite with General Harney in a joint effort to restore order and preserve peace. With the sanction of Governor Jackson, he proceeded to St. Louis, the headquarters of the Department of the West, and after some preliminary conference, entered into the following agreement, which, being promulgated to the people, was received with general satisfaction, and for a time allayed excitement. The agreement was as follows: "St. Louis, May 21st, 1861. The undersigned, officers of the United States government and of the government of the State of Missouri, for the purpose of removing misapprehension and of allaying public excitement, deem it proper to declare publicly that they have this day had a personal interview in this city, in which it has been mutually understood, without the semblance of dissent on either part, that each of them has no other than a common object equally interesting and important to every citizen of Missouri, that of restoring peace and good order to the people of the State, in subordination to the laws of the general and State governments. It being thus understood, there seems no reason why every citizen should not confide in the proper officers of the general and State governments to restore quiet, and as among the best means of offering no counter influences, we mutually commend to all persons to respect each other's rights throughout the State, making no attempt to exercise unauthorized powers, as it is the determination of the proper authorities to suppress all unlawful proceedings which can only disturb the public peace. General Price, having by commission full authority over the militia of the State of Missouri, undertakes, with the sanction of the governor of the State, already declared, to direct the whole power of the State officers to maintaining order within the State among the people thereof. General Harney publicly declares that, this object being assured, he can have no occasion, as he has no wish, to make military movements that might otherwise create excitement and jealousy, which he most earnestly desires to avoid. We, the undersigned, do therefore mutually enjoin upon the people of the State to attend to their civil business, of whatever sort it may be, and it is hoped that the unquiet elements which have threatened so seriously to disturb the public peace may soon subside and be remembered only to be deplored. W.S. Harney, Brigadier General Commanding. Sterling Price, Major General, Missouri State Guard. The distinct position of General Harney that the military force of the United States should not be used in Missouri except in case of necessity, together with the emphatic declaration of General Price that he had the power and would use it to preserve peace and order in Missouri, seemed to remove all danger of collision in that State between the federal and local forces. In conformity with this understanding, General Price returned to the capital of the State, and sent to their homes the militia who had been assembled there by the governor for the defense of the capital against an anticipated attack by the troops of the United States. Those who desired to preserve peace in Missouri had just cause to be gratified by the favorable prospect now presented. Those who desired war had equal ground for dissatisfaction. A few days after the promulgation of the agreement between General Price and General Harney, the latter was removed from command, as many believed because of his successful efforts to allay excitement and avoid war. Rumors had been in circulation that the Missourians were driving the Union men from their homes, and many letters purporting to be written in different parts of the State represented the persecution of Union men. It was suspected that many of them were written in St. Louis, or inspired by the cabal. An incident related in confirmation of the justice of this suspicion is, that General Harney received a letter from St. Joseph, stating that ex-Governor Stewart and a number of the most respectable men in St. Joseph had been driven from their homes, and that, unless soldiers were soon sent, the Union men would all have to leave. He called upon the Hon. F. P. Blair, an influential citizen of St. Louis, and asked him if he knew the writer of the letter. The reply was, "Oh, yes, he is perfectly reliable. You can believe anything he says." General Harney said he would write immediately to General Price. Dissatisfaction was then manifested at such delay, but 2 or 3 days later a letter from ex-Governor Stuart was published in the St. Joseph News, in which was a marked paragraph of the copy sent to General Harney. "Neither I nor any other Union man has been driven out of St. Jo." An attempt has been made to evade the conclusion that General Harney was relieved of command because of his pacific policy. The argument is that the order was dated the 16th of May, and his agreement with General Price was on the 21st of the same month, an argument more specious than fair, as it appears from the letter of President Lincoln of May 18th, 1861, to Hon. F. P. Blair, that the order sent from the War Department to him was to be delivered or withheld at his discretion, and that it was not delivered until the 30th of the month, and until after General Harney had not only entered into his agreement with General Price, but had declined to act upon sensational stories of persecution, on which applications were made to send troops into the interior of Missouri. During the days this order was held for his removal, with discretionary power to deliver or withhold it, the above recited events occurred, and they may fairly be considered as having decided the question of his removal from that command. The principal United States arsenal at the West was that near to St. Louis. To it had been transferred a large number of the altered muskets sent from Springfield, Massachusetts, so that in 1861 the arms in that arsenal were, perhaps, numerically second only to those at Springfield. These arms, by a conjunction of deceptive and bold measures, were removed from the arsenal in Missouri and transported to Illinois. To whom did those arms belong? Certainly to those whose money had made or purchased them. That is, to the States in common, not to their agent, the general government, or to a portion of the States which might be in a condition to appropriate them to their special use, and in disregard of the rights of their partners. Not satisfied with removing the public arms from the limits of Missouri, the next step was that, in total disrespect of the constitutional right of the citizens to bear arms for their own defense, and to be free from searches and seizures except by warrants duly issued, the officers of the general government proceeded to search the houses of citizens in St. Louis and to seize arms wherever they were found. Missouri had refused to engage in war against her sister states of the South. Therefore she was first to be disarmed, and then to be made the victim of an invasion characterized by such barbarous atrocities as shame the civilization of the age. The wrongs she suffered, the brave efforts of her unarmed people to defend their hearthstones and their liberties against the desecration and destruction of both, form a melancholy chapter in the history of the United States, which all who would cherish their fair fame must wish could be obliterated. These acts of usurpation and outrage, as well upon the political as personal rights of the people of Missouri, aroused an intense feeling in that state. It will be remembered that Governor Jackson had responded to the call of Mr. Lincoln upon him for troops with the just indignation of one who understood the rights of the State and the limited powers of the general government. His stern refusal to become a party to the war upon the South made him the object of special persecution. By his side in this critical juncture stood the gallant veteran, General Price. To the latter was confided the conduct of the military affairs of the State, and after exhausting every effort to maintain order by peaceful means, and seeing that the government would recognize no other method than that of force, he energetically applied himself to raise troops and procure arms so as to enable the State to meet force by force. During this and all the subsequent period, the governor and the general were ably seconded by the accomplished, gallant, and indefatigable Lieutenant Governor Reynolds. The position of Missouri in 1860 to 1861 was unquestionably that of opposition to the secession of the State. The people generously confided in the disposition of the general government to observe their rights, and continued to hope for a peaceful settlement of the questions then agitating the country. This was evinced by the fact that not a single secessionist was elected to the State Convention, and that General Price, an avowed Union man, was chosen as President of the Convention. Hence the general satisfaction with the agreement made between Generals Harney and Price for the preservation of peace and non-intervention by the Army of the United States. General Harney, the day before the order for his removal was communicated to him, wrote to the War Department, expressing his confidence in the preservation of peace in Missouri, and used this significant expression, "Interference by unauthorized parties as to the course I shall pursue can alone prevent the realization of these hopes." The unauthorized parties here referred to could not have been the people or the government of Missouri. Others than they must have been the parties wishing to use force, provocative of hostilities. As has been heretofore stated, after his agreement with General Harney at St. Louis, General Price returned to the capital and dismissed to their homes the large body of militia that had been there assembled. After the removal of General Harney, believed to be in consequence of his determination to avoid the use of military force against the people of Missouri, reports were rife of a purpose on the part of the administration at Washington to disarm the citizens of Missouri who did not sympathize with the views of the federal government, and to put arms into the hands of those who could be relied on to enforce them. On the 4th of June, General Price issued an address to the people of Missouri, and in reference to that report said, "The purpose of such a movement could not be misunderstood, and it would not only be a palpable violation of the agreement referred to, and an equally plain violation of our constitutional rights, but a gross indignity to the citizens of this State, which would be resisted to the last extremity." The call of President Lincoln for 75,000 volunteers removed any pre-existing doubt as to the intent to coerce the States which should claim to assert their right of sovereignty. Missouri, while avowing her purpose to adhere to the Union, had asserted her right to exercise supreme control over her domestic affairs, and this put her in the category of a State threatened by the proceedings of the United States government. To provide for such contingency as might be anticipated, Governor Jackson, on the 13th of June, issued a call for 50,000 volunteers, and Major General Price took the field in command. In this proclamation Governor Jackson said, "A series of unprovoked and unparalleled outrages has been inflicted on the peace and dignity of this Commonwealth, and upon the rights and liberties of its people, by wicked and unprincipled men professing to act under the authority of the Government of the United States." In his endeavor to maintain the peace of the State, and to avert, if possible, from its borders a civil war, he caused the aforementioned agreement to be made with the commander of the Northern forces in the State, by which its peace might be preserved. That officer was promptly removed by his government. The governor then, upon the increase of hostile actions, proposed, at an interview with the new officer commanding the forces of the United States government, to disband the State Guard and break up its organization, to disarm all companies that had been armed by the States, to pledge himself not to organize the militia under the military bill, that no arms or munitions of war should be brought into the State, that he would protect the citizens equally in all their rights, regardless of their political opinions, that he would repress all insurrectionary movements within the State, would repel all attempts to invade it from whatever quarter, and by whosoever made, and would maintain a strict neutrality and preserve the peace of the State. And further, if necessary, he would invoke the assistance of the United States troops to carry out the pledges. The only conditions to this proposition made by the governor were that the United States government should undertake to disarm the Home Guard, which it had illegally organized and armed throughout the State, and pledge itself not to occupy with its troops any localities in the State not occupied by them at that time. End of chapter 9a. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 24 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 9B. Humiliating concessions of the governor to the United States government for the sake of peace. Demands of the federal officers. Revolutionary principles attempted to be enforced by the United States government. The action at Boonville. The Patriot Army of Militia. Further rout of the enemy. Heroism and self-sacrifice of the people. Complaints and embarrassments. Zeal, its effects. Action of Congress. Battle of Springfield. General Price. Battle at Lexington. Bales of hemp. Other combats. The words of a governor of a state who offered such truly generous terms deserve to be inserted. "Nothing but the most earnest desire to avert the horrors of civil war from our beloved state could have tempted me to propose these humiliating terms. They were rejected by the federal officers." These demanded not only the disorganization and disarming of the state militia and the nullification of the military bill, but they refused to disarm their own home guard, and insisted that the government of the United States should enjoy an unrestricted right to move and station its troops throughout the state whenever and wherever it might, in the opinion of its officers, be necessary either for the protection of its loyal subjects or for the repelling of invasion, and they plainly announced that it was the intention of the administration to take military occupation of the whole state, and to reduce it, as avowed by General Lyon, to the exact condition of Maryland. We have already stated that the revolutionary measures which the United States government had undertaken to enforce involved the subjection of every state, either by voluntary submission or subjugation. However much a state might desire peace and neutrality, its own will could not elect. The scheme demanded the absolute sovereignty of the government of the United States, or in other words, the extinguishment of the independence and sovereignty of the state. Human actions are not only the fruit of the ruling motive, but they are also the evidence of the existence of that motive. Thus, when we see the governor of the state of Missouri offering such generous terms to the government of the United States in order to preserve peace and neutrality, and the latter rejecting them, avow its intention to do its will with the authorities, the property and the citizens of the state, and proceed with military force to do it, its actions are both the evidence and the fruit of its theory. These measures were revolutionary in the extreme. They involved the entire subversion of those principles on which the American Union was founded, and of the compact or constitution of that Union. The government of the United States, in the hands of those who wielded its authority, was made the bloody instrument to establish these usurpations on the ruins of the crushed hopes of mankind for permanent freedom under constitutional government. For the justness and truthfulness of these allegations, I appeal to the impartial and sober judgment of posterity. The volunteers who were assembled under this proclamation of Governor Jackson of June 13th had few arms except their squirrel rifles and shotguns, and could scarcely be said to have any military equipments. The brigadier generals who were appointed were assigned to geographical divisions, and with such men as they could collect, reported in obedience to their borders at Boonville and Lexington. On the 20th of June, 1861, General Lyon and Colonel F. P. Blair, with an estimated force of 7,000 well-armed troops, having 8 pieces of artillery, ascended the Missouri River and debarked about 5 miles below Boonville. To oppose them, the Missourians had there about 800 men, poorly armed, without a piece of artillery, and but little ammunition. With courage which must be commended at the expense of their discretion, they resolved to engage the enemy, and after a combat of an hour and a half or more, retired, having inflicted heavy loss upon the enemy, and suffering but little themselves. This first skirmish between the Federal troops and the Missouri militia inspired confidence in their fellow citizens, and checked the contemptuous terms in which the militia had been spoken of by the enemy. Governor Jackson, with some 250 to 300 of the militia engaged in the action at Boonville, started toward the southwestern portion of the state. He marched in the direction of a place called Cole Camp, and when within 12 or 15 miles of it, learned that a force of 700 to 1,000 of the enemy had been sent to that point by General Lyon and Colonel Blair, with the view of intercepting his retreat. The design, however, was frustrated by an expedition consisting of about 350 men, commanded by Colonel O'Kane, who had assembled them in a very few hours in the neighborhood south of the enemy's camp. There were no pickets out except in the neighborhood of Jackson's forces, and Colonel O'Kane surprised the enemy where they were asleep in 2 large barns. The attack was made at daybreak. The enemy routed after suffering the heavy loss of 206 killed and more wounded, and more than 100 prisoners. 362 muskets with bayonets were captured. The Missourians lost 4 killed and 15 or 20 wounded. General Price, with a view to draw his army from the base line of the enemy, the Missouri River, ordered his troops to the southwestern portion of the state. The column from Lexington marched without transportation, without tents or blankets, and relied for subsistence on the country through which it passed, being in the meantime closely pursued by the enemy. The movement was successfully made, and a junction effected in Cedar County with the forces present with Governor Jackson. The total, when assembled, was about 3,600 men. This, then, was the patriot army of Missouri. It was a heterogeneous mass representing every condition of Western life. There were the old and young, the rich and poor, the grave and gray, the planter and laborer, the farmer and clerk, the hunter and boatman, the merchant and woodsman. At least 500 of these men were entirely unarmed. Many had only the common rifle and shotgun. None were provided with cartridges or canteens. They had 8 pieces of cannon, but no shells, and very few solid shot, or rounds of grape and canister. Rude and almost incredible devices were made to supply these wants. Trace irons, iron rods, hard pebbles, and smooth stones were substituted for shot, and evidence of the effect of such rough missiles was to be given in the next encounter with the enemy. Governor Jackson continued his march toward southwestern Missouri. He had received reliable intelligence that he was pursued by General Lyon from the northeast, and by Lane and Sturgis from the northwest, their supposed object being to form a junction in his rear, and he subsequently learned that a column numbering 3,000 had been sent out from St. Louis to intercept his retreat, and had arrived at the town of Carthage immediately in his front. These undisciplined, poorly armed Missourians were, therefore, in a position which would have appalled less heroic men, a large hostile force in their rear, and another nearly equal in numbers to their own disputing their passage in front. They, however, cheerfully moved forward, attacked the enemy in position, and after a severe engagement routed him, pursued him to a second position, from which he was again driven, falling back to Carthage, where he made his last stand, and upon being driven from which, as was subsequently ascertained, continued his retreat all night. The killed and wounded of the enemy, left along the route of this retreat over a space of 10 miles, were estimated at from 150 to 200 killed, and from 300 to 400 wounded. Several hundred muskets were captured, and the Missourians were better prepared for future conflicts. Our loss was between 40 and 50 killed, and from 125 to 150 wounded. If any shall ask why I have entered into such details of engagements where the forces were comparatively so small, and the results so little affected the final issue of the war, the reply is that such heroism and self-sacrifice as these undisciplined, partially armed, unequipped men displayed against superior numbers, possessed of all the appliances of war, claim special notice as bearing evidence not only of the virtue of the men, but the sanctity of the cause which could so inspire them. Unsupported, save by the consciousness of a just cause, without other sympathy than that which the Confederate States fully gave, despising the plea of helplessness, and defying the threats of a powerful government to crush her, Missouri, without arms or other military preparation, took up the gauntlet thrown at her feet, and dared to make war in defense of the laws and liberties of her people. My motive for promptly removing the seat of government, after authority was given by the Provisional Congress, has been heretofore stated, but proximity to the main army of the enemy, and the flanking attacks by which the new capital was threatened, did not diminish the anxiety which had been felt before removal from Montgomery in regard to affairs in Missouri, the far west of the Confederacy. The state which 40 years before had been admitted to the Union against sectional resistance to the right guaranteed by the Constitution, and specifically denominated in the treaty for the acquisition of Louisiana, now, because her governor refused to furnish troops for the unconstitutional purpose of coercing states, became the subject of special hostility and the object of extraordinary efforts for her subjugation. The little which it would have been possible for the Confederacy to do to promote her military efficiency was diminished by the anomalous condition in which the state troops remained until some time in the second year of the war. A strange misapprehension led to unreasonable complaints under the supposition that Missouri was generally neglected, and her favorite officer, General Price, was not accorded a commission corresponding to his merit and the wishes of the people. It is due to that gallant soldier and true patriot that it should here be stated that he was not a party to any such complaints, knew they were unfounded, and realized that his wishes for the defenses of Missouri were fully reciprocated by the executive of the Confederacy, all of which was manifested in the correspondence between us before Missouri had tendered any troops to the Confederate States. It was his statement of the difficulties and embarrassments which surrounded him that caused me to write to the governor of Missouri on the 21st of December, 1861, stating to him my anxiety to have the troops of Missouri tendered and organized into brigades and divisions, so that they might be rendered more effective, and we be better able to provide for them by the appointment of general officers and otherwise. For a full understanding of the nature and degree of the complaints and embarrassments referred to, I here insert my reply to letters sent to me by the Hon. John B. Clark, M.C., of Missouri. Richmond, Virginia, January 8, 1862. Hon. John B. Clark, Richmond, Virginia. Sir, I have received the 2 letters from Governor Jackson sent by you this day. The governor speaks of delay by the authorities of Richmond and neglect of the interests of Missouri, and expresses the hope that he has said enough to be well understood by me. When I remember that he wrote in reply to my call upon him to hasten the tender of Missouri troops, so that they should be put upon the footing of those of other states, and with a knowledge that as militia of the state I had no power to organize or appoint commanders for them, and that it was his duty to attend to their wants, but that I had sent an agent of the Confederate Government as far as practicable to furnish the necessary supplies to the militia of Missouri actually in service, I can only say, I hope he is not understood by me. It is but a short time since, in a conversation of ours, I fully explained to you the ease so far as I am connected with it, and there is nothing for me to add to what you then seemed to consider conclusive. Very respectfully yours, Jefferson Davis. As is usually the case when citizens are called from their ordinary pursuits for the purposes of war, the people of Missouri did not then realize the value of preparation in camp, and were reluctant to enroll themselves for long periods. The state, even less than the Confederate Government, could not supply them with the arms, munitions, and equipage necessary for campaigns and battles and sieges. Under all these disadvantages, it is a matter of well-grounded surprise that they were able to achieve so much. The Missourians who fought at Vicksburg, and who, after that long, trying, and disastrous siege, asked, when in the camp of paroled prisoners, not if they could get a furlough, not if they might go home when released, but how soon they might hope to be exchanged and resume their places in the line of battle, show of what metal the Missouri troops were made, and of what they were capable when tempered in the fiery furnace of war. I can recall few scenes during the war which impressed me more deeply than the spirit of those worn prisoners waiting for the exchange that would again permit them to take the hazards of battle for the cause of their country. This memory leads me to recur with regret to my inability, in the beginning of the war, to convince the governor of Missouri of the necessity for thorough organization, and the enrollment of men for long terms instead of loose combinations of militia for periods always short and sometimes uncertain. General Price possessed an extraordinary power to secure the personal attachment of his troops, and to inspire them with a confidence which served in no small degree as a substitute for more thorough training. His own enthusiasm and entire devotion to the cause he served were infused throughout his followers, and made them all their country's own. To Lord Wellington has been attributed the remark that he did not want zeal in a soldier, and to Napoleon the apothegm that Providence is on the side of the heavy battalions. Zeal was oftentimes our main dependence, and on many a hard-fought field served to drive our small battalions like a wedge through the serried ranks of the enemy. The Confederate States, yet in their infancy, and themselves engaged in an unequal struggle for existence, by act of their Congress declared that, if Missouri was engaged in repelling a lawless invasion of her territory by armed forces, it was their right and duty to aid the people and government of said State in resisting such invasion, and in securing the means and the opportunity of expressing their will upon all questions affecting their rights and liberties. With small means, compared to their wants, the Confederate Congress, on the 6th of August, appropriated $1,000,000 to aid the people of the State of Missouri in the effort to maintain, within their own limits, the constitutional liberty which it is the purpose of the Confederate States in the existing war to vindicate, etc. In the next battle after that of Carthage, which has been noticed, Missourians were no longer to be alone. General McCulloch, commanding a brigade of Confederate troops, marched from Arkansas to make a junction with General Price, then threatened with an attack by a large force of the enemy under General Lyon, which was concentrated near Springfield, Missouri. The battle was fiercely contested, but finally won by our troops. In this action General Lyon was killed while gallantly endeavoring to rally his discomfited troops and lead them to the charge. While we cannot forget the cruel wrongs he had inflicted and sought still further to impose upon an unoffending people, we must accord to him the redeeming virtue of courage, and recognize his ability as a soldier. On this occasion General Price exhibited in two instances the magnanimity, self-denial, and humanity which ever characterized him. General McCulloch claimed the right to command as an officer of the Confederate States Army. General Price, though he ranked him by a grade, replied that he was not fighting for distinction, but for the defense of the liberties of his countrymen, and that it mattered but little what position he occupied. He said he was ready to surrender not only the command but his life as a sacrifice to the cause. He surrendered the command and took a subordinate position, though he felt assured of victory. The second instance was an act of humanity to his bitterest enemy. General Lyon's surgeon came in for his body under a flag of truce after the close of the battle, and General Price sent it in his own wagon. But the enemy, in his flight, left the body unshrouded in Springfield. The next morning, August 11th, Lieutenant Colonel Gustavus Elgin and Colonel R. H. Musser, two members of Brigadier General Clark's staff, caused the body to be properly prepared for burial. After the Battle of Springfield, General McCulloch returned with his brigade to his former position in Arkansas. John C. Fremont had been appointed a general, and assigned to the command made vacant by the death of General Lyon. He signalized his entrance upon the duty by a proclamation confiscating the estates and slave property of rebels. On the 10th of September, when General Price was about to go into camp, he learned that a detachment of Federal troops was marching from Lexington to Warrensburg to seize the funds of the bank in that place and to arrest and plunder the citizens of Johnson County, in accordance with General Fremont's proclamation and instructions. General Price resumed his march, and pressing rapidly forward with his mounted men, arrived about daybreak at Warrensburg, where he learned that the enemy had hastily fled about midnight. He then decided to move with his whole force against Lexington. He found the enemy in strong intrenchments and well supplied with artillery. The place was stubbornly defended. The siege proper commenced on the 18th of September, 1861, and with varying fortunes. Fierce combats continued through that day and the next. On the morning of the 20th, General Price ordered a number of bales of hemp to be transported to the point from which the advance of his troops had been repeatedly repulsed. They were ranged in a line for a breastwork, and, when rolled before the men as they advanced, formed a moving rampart which was proof against shot, and only to be overcome by a sortie in force, which the enemy did not dare to make. On came the hempen breastworks, while Price's artillery continued an effective fire. In the afternoon of the 20th, the enemy hung out a white flag, upon which General Price ordered a cessation of firing, and sent to ascertain the object of the signal. The Federal forces surrendered as prisoners of war, to the number of 3,500. Also 7 pieces of artillery, over 3,000 stand of muskets, a considerable number of sabres, a valuable supply of ammunition, a number of horses, a large amount of commissary stores, and other property. Here were also recovered the Great Seal of the State and the public records, and about $900,000, of which the Bank of Lexington had been robbed. General Price caused the money to be at once returned to the bank. After the first day of the siege of Lexington, General Price learned that Lane and Montgomery, from Kansas, with about 400 men, and General Sturgis, with 1,500 cavalry, were on the north side of the Missouri River, advancing to reinforce the garrison at Lexington. At the same time, and from the same direction, Colonel Saunders, with about 2,500 Missourians, was coming to the aid of General Price. General D.R. Atchison, who had long been a United States Senator from Missouri, and at the time of his resignation was President pro tem of the Senate, was sent by General Price to meet the command of Colonel Saunders and hasten them forward. He joined them at the north bank of the river, and after all but about 500 had been ferried over, General Atchison still remaining with these, they were unexpectedly attacked by the force from Kansas. The ground was densely wooded and partially covered with water. The Missourians, led and cheered by one they had so long and deservedly honored, met the assault with such determination, and fighting with the skill of woodsmen and hunters, that they put the enemy to rout, pursuing him for a distance of 10 miles, and inflicting heavy loss upon him, while that of the Missourians was but 5 killed and 20 wounded. The expedient of the bales of hemp was a brilliant conception, not unlike that which made Tarik, the Saracen warrior, immortal, and gave his name to the northern Pillar of Hercules. The victories in Missouri which have been noticed, and which so far exceeded what might have been expected from the small forces by which they were achieved, had caused an augmentation of the enemy's troops to an estimated number of 70,000. Against these the army of General Price could not hope successfully to contend. He therefore retired toward the southwestern part of the state. The want of supplies and transportation compelled him to disband a portion of his troops. With the rest he continued his retreat to Neosho. By proclamation of Governor Jackson, the legislature had assembled at this place, and had passed the ordinance of secession. If other evidence were wanting, the fact that without governmental aid, without a military chest, without munitions of war, the campaign which has been described had so far been carried on by the voluntary service of the citizens and the free will offerings of the people, must be conclusive that the ordinance of secession was the expression of the popular will of Missouri. The forces of Missouri again formed a junction with the Confederate troops under General McCulloch, and together they moved to Pineville in McDonald County. End of chapter 9. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. Section 25 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 10. Brigadier General Henry A. Wise takes command in Western Virginia. His movements. Advance of General John B. Floyd. Defeats the enemy. Attacked by Rosecrans. Controversy between Wise and Floyd. General R. E. Lee takes the command in West Virginia. Movement on Cheat Mountain. Its failure. Further operations. Winter quarters. Lee sent to South Carolina. In June 1861, Brigadier General Henry A. Wise, who was well and favorably known to the people of the Kanawha Valley, in his enthusiasm for their defense and confidence in his ability to rally them to resist the threatened invasion of that region, offered his services for that purpose. With a small command, which was to serve as a nucleus to the force he hoped to raise, he was sent thither. His success was as great as could have been reasonably expected, and after the small but brilliant affair at Scary Creek, he prepared to give battle to the enemy then advancing up the Kanawha Valley under General Cox. But the defeat of our forces at Laurel Hill, which has been already noticed, uncovered his right flank and endangered his rear, which was open to approach by several roads. He therefore fell back to Louisburg. Brigadier General John B. Floyd had in the meantime raised a brigade in southwestern Virginia, and advanced to the support of General Wise. Unfortunately, there was a want of concert between these two officers, which prevented their entire cooperation. General Floyd engaged the enemy in several brilliant skirmishes. When he found that his right was threatened by a force which was approaching on that flank, with the apparent purpose of crossing the Gauley Valley at the Carnifex Ferry, so as to strike his line of communication with Louisburg, he crossed the river with his brigade and a part of Wise's cavalry, leaving that general to check any advance which Cox might make. General Floyd's movement was as successful as it was daring. He met the enemy's forces, defeated and dispersed them, but the want of cooperation between Generals Wise and Floyd prevented a movement against General Cox. Floyd entrenched himself on the Gauley in a position of great natural strength, but the small force under his command, and the fact that he was separated from that of General Wise, probably induced General Rosecrans, commanding the enemy's forces in the Cheat Mountain, to advance and assail the position. Though his numbers were vastly superior, the attack was a failure. After a heavy loss on the part of the enemy, he fell back after nightfall. During the night, Floyd crossed the river and withdrew to the camp of General Wise to form a junction of the two forces, and together they fell back toward Sewell's Mountain. The unfortunate controversy between these officers, which had prevented cooperation in the past, grew more bitter, and each complained of the other in terms that left little hope of future harmony, and this want of cooperation led to confusion and threatened further reverses. General Loring had succeeded General Garnett and was in command of the remnant of the force defeated at Laurel Hill. His headquarters were at Valley Mountain. General R. E. Lee, on duty at Richmond, aiding the President in the general direction of military affairs, was now ordered to proceed to Western Virginia. It was hoped that, by his military skill and deserved influence over men, he would be able to retrieve the disaster we had suffered at Laurel Hill, and, by combining all our forces in Western Virginia on one plan of operations, give protection to that portion of our country. Such reinforcement as could be furnished had been sent to Valley Mountain, the headquarters of General Loring. Thither General Lee promptly proceeded. The duty to which he was assigned was certainly not attractive by the glory to be gained or the ease to be enjoyed, but Lee made no question as to personal preference, and, whatever were his wishes, they were subordinate to what was believed to be the public interest. The season had been one of extraordinary rains, rendering the mountain roads ordinarily difficult, almost impassable. With unfaltering purpose and energy, he crossed the Alleghany Mountains, and learning that the main encampment of the enemy was in the valley of Tygart River and Elk Run, Randolph County, he directed his march toward that position. The troops under the immediate command of Brigadier General H. R. Jackson, together with those under Brigadier General Loring, were about 3,500 men. The force of the enemy, as far as it could be ascertained, was very much greater. In the detached work at Cheat Mountain Pass, we learned by a provision return, found upon the person of a captured staff officer, that there were 3,000 men, being but a fraction less than our whole force. After a careful reconnaissance and a full conference with General Loring, Lee decided to attack the main encampment of the enemy by a movement of his troops converging upon the valley from 3 directions. The colonel of one of his regiments, who had reconnoitered the position of the works at Cheat Mountain Pass, reported that it was feasible to turn it and carry it by assault, and he was assigned to that duty. General Lee ordered other portions of his force to take position on the spurs overlooking the enemy's main encampment, while he led 3 regiments to the height below and nearest to the position of the enemy. The instructions were that the officer sent to turn the position at Cheat Mountain Pass should approach it at early dawn and immediately open fire, which was to be the signal for the concerted attack by the rest of the force. It rained heavily during the day, and after a toilsome night march, the force led by General Lee, wet, weary, hungry, and cold, gained their position close to and overlooking the enemy's encampment. In their march, they had surprised and captured the picket, without a gun being fired, so that no notice had been given of their approach. The officer who had been sent to attack the work at Cheat Mountain Pass found on closer examination that he had been mistaken as to the practicability of taking it by assault, and that the heavy abatis which covered it was advanced beyond the range of his rifles. Not having understood that his firing was to be the signal for the general attack, and should therefore be opened, whether it would be effective or not, he withdrew without firing a musket. The height occupied by General Lee was shrouded in fog, and as morning had dawned without the expected signal, he concluded that some mishap had befallen the force which was to make it. By a tortuous path he went down the side of the mountain low enough to have a distinct view of the camp. He saw the men, unconscious of the near presence of an enemy, engaged in cleaning their arms, cooking, and other morning occupations. Then, returning to his command, he explained to his senior officers what he had seen, and expressed his belief that, though the plan of attack had failed, the troops there with him could surprise and capture the camp. The officers withdrew, conferred with their men, and reported to the general that the troops were not in condition for the enterprise. As the fog was then lifting, and they would soon be revealed to the enemy below, whose numbers were vastly superior to his own, he withdrew his command by the route they had come, and without observation returned to his camp. Beyond some skirmishes with outposts and reconnoitering parties, our troops had not been engaged, and in these affairs our reported loss was comparatively small. Colonel John A. Washington, aide-de-camp of General Lee, was killed while making a reconnaissance by a party in ambuscade. The loss of this valuable and accomplished officer was much regretted by his general and all others who knew him. The report that Rosecrans and Cox had united their commands and were advancing upon Wise and Floyd caused General Lee to move at once to their support. He found General Floyd at Meadow Bluff and General Wise at Sewell Mountain. The latter position being very favorable for defense, the troops were concentrated there to await the threatened attack by Rosecrans, who advanced and took position in sight of General Lee's entrenched camp, and having remained there for more than a week, withdrew in the night without attempting the expected attack. The weak condition of his artillery horses and the bad state of the roads, made worse by the retiring army, prevented General Lee from attempting to pursue, and the approach of winter, always rigorous in that mountain region, closed the campaign with a small but brilliant action, in which General H. R. Jackson repelled an attack of a greatly superior force, inflicting severe loss on the assailants, and losing but 6 of his own command. With the close of active operations, General Lee returned to Richmond, and, though subjected to depreciatory criticism by the carpet knights who make campaigns on assumed hypotheses, he, with characteristic self-abnegation, made no defense of himself, not even presenting an official report of his night march in the Cheat Mountain, but orally he stated to me the facts which have formed the basis of this sketch. My estimate of General Lee, my confidence in his ability, zeal, and fidelity, rested on a foundation not to be shaken by such criticism as I have noticed. I had no more doubt then, than after his fame had been securely established, that whenever he had the opportunity to prove his worth, he would secure public appreciation. Therefore, as affairs on the coast of South Carolina and Georgia were in an unsatisfactory condition, he was directed to go there and take such measures for the defense, particularly of Savannah and Charleston, as he should find needful. Lest the newspaper attack should have created unjust and unfavorable impressions in regard to him, I thought it desirable to write to Governor Pickens and tell him what manner of man he was who had been sent to South Carolina. After the withdrawal of the Confederate army from Fairfax Court House, and the positions which had been occupied in front of that place, a movement was made by the enemy to cross the Potomac near Leesburg, where we had, under the command of Brigadier General N. S. Evans of South Carolina, 4 regiments of infantry, i.e., the 13th, 17th, and 18th Mississippi, and the 8th Virginia, commanded respectively by Colonels Barksdale, Featherston, Burt, and Hunton, a small detachment of cavalry under Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer, and some pieces of artillery. On the 21st of October, the enemy commenced crossing the river at Edwards Ferry. A brigade was thrown over and met by the 13th Mississippi, which held them in check at the point of crossing. In the meantime, another brigade was thrown over at Ball's Bluff, and as troops continued to cross at that point, where the 8th Virginia had engaged them, General Evans ordered up the 17th and 18th Mississippi, and the three regiments made such an impetuous attack as to drive back the enemy to the bluff, and their leader, Colonel Baker, having fallen, a panic seemed to seize the command, so that they rushed headlong down the bluff and crowded into the flatboats, which were their means of transportation, in such numbers that they were sunk, and many of the foe were drowned in their attempt to swim the river. The loss of the enemy, prisoners included, exceeded the number of our troops in the action. The Confederate loss was reported to be 36 killed, 117 wounded, and 2 captured. Total 155. Among the killed was the gallant Colonel Burt, a much respected citizen of Mississippi, where he had held high civil station, and where his death was long deplored. End of chapter 10. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 26 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elliot, Gage. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 11A. The issue. The American idea of government. Who was responsible for the war? Situation of Virginia. Concentration of the enemy against Richmond. Our difficulty. Unjust criticisms. The facts set forth. Organization of the Army. Conference at Fairfax Courthouse. Inaction of the Army. It has been shown that the Southern states, by their representatives in the two houses of Congress, consistently endeavored, even to the last day, when they were by their constituents permitted to remain in the halls of federal legislation, to maintain the Constitution and preserve the Union, which the states had by their independent action ordained and established. On the other hand, proof has been adduced to show that the Northern states, by a majority of their representatives in the Congress, had persisted in agitation injurious to the welfare and tranquility of the Southern states, and at the last moment had refused to make any concessions or to offer any guarantees to check the current towards secession of the complaining states, whose love for the Union rendered them willing to accept less than justice should have readily accorded. The issue was then presented between submission to Empire of the North or the severance of those ties consecrated by many memories and strengthened by those habits which render every people reluctant to sever long-existing associations. The authorities heretofore cited have, I must believe, conclusively shown that the question of changing their government was one that the states had the power to decide by virtue of the unalienable right announced in the Declaration of Independence, and which had been proudly denominated the American idea of government. The hope and the wish of the people of the South were that the disagreeable necessity of separation would be peacefully met, and be followed by such commercial regulations as would least disturb the prosperity and future intercourse of the separated states. Every step taken by the Confederate government was directed toward that end. The separation of the states having been decided on, it was sought to effect it in such a manner as would be just to the parties concerned, and preserve as far as possible, under separate governments, the fraternal and mutually beneficial relations which had existed between the states when united, and which it was the object of their compact of union to secure. To all the proofs heretofore offered, I confidently refer for the establishment of the fact that whatever of bloodshed, of devastation, or shock to Republican government has resulted from the war is to be charged to the Northern states. The invasions of the Southern states, for purposes of coercion, were in violation of the written Constitution, and the attempt to subjugate sovereign states, under the pretext of preserving the Union, was alike offensive to law, to good morals, and the proper use of language. The Union was the voluntary junction of free and independent states. To subjugate any of them was to destroy constituent parts, and necessarily, therefore, must be the destruction of the Union itself. That the Southern states were satisfied with a federal government, such as their fathers had formed, was shown by their adoption of a constitution so little differing from the instrument of 1787. It was against the violations of that instrument, and usurpations offensive to their pride and injurious to their interests, that they remonstrated, argued, and finally appealed to the inherent undelegated power of the states to judge of their wrongs and of the mode and measure of redress. After many years of fruitless effort to secure from their Northern associates a faithful observance of the Compact of Union, after its conditions had been deliberately and persistently broken, and the signs of the times indicated further and more ruthless violations of their rights as equals in the Union, the Southern states, preferring a peaceful separation to continuance in a hostile union, decided to exercise their sovereign right to withdraw from an association which had failed to answer the ends for which it was formed. It has been shown how they endeavored to effect the change with strict regard to the principles controlling a dissolution of partnership, and how earnestly they desired to remain in friendly relations to the Northern states, and how all their overtures were rejected. When they pleaded for peace, the United States government deceptively delayed to answer while making ready for war. To the calm judgment of mankind is submitted the question, who was responsible for the war between the states? Virginia, whose history from the beginning of the Revolution of 1776 had been a long course of sacrifices for the benefit of her sister states, and for the preservation of the Union she had mainly contributed to establish, clung to it with the devotion of a mother. It has been shown how her efforts to check the dissolution were persisted in when the aggrieved were hopeless and the aggressors reckless, and how her mediations were rejected in the Peace Congress, which on her motion had been assembled. Sorrowing over the failure of this, her blessed though unsuccessful attempt to preserve the union of the Constitution, she was not permitted to mourn as a neutral, but was required by the United States government to choose between furnishing troops to subjugate her Southern sisters or the reclamation of the grants she had made to the federal government when she became a member of the Union. The first was a violation of the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. The second was a reserved right. The voice of Henry called to her from the ground. The spirits of Washington and Jefferson moved among her people. There was but one course consistent with her stainless reputation and often declared tenets as to the liberties of her people, which she could have adopted. As in 1776, reluctantly she bowed to the necessity of separation from the Crown. So in 1861, the ordinance of secession was adopted. Having exhausted all other means, she took the last resort, and, if for this she was selected as the first object of assault, methinks the punishment exceedeth the offense. The large resources and full preparation of the United States government enabled it to girt Virginia as with a wall of fire. It has been shown that she was threatened from the east, from the north, and from the west. The capital of the state and of the Confederacy, Richmond, was the objective point, and on this the march of 3 columns concentrated. On the east, the advance of the enemy was on several occasions feasible when we consider the number of his forces at and about Fortress Monroe, in comparison with the small means retained for the defense of the capital. On the north, the most formidable army of the enemy was assembled. To oppose it, we had the comparatively small army of the Potomac. This being regarded as the line on which the greatest danger was apprehended, our efforts were mostly directed toward giving it the requisite strength. Troops, as rapidly as they could be raised and armed, were sent forward for that purpose. From the beginning to the close of the war, we mainly relied for the defense of the capital on its aged citizens, boys too young for service, and the civil employees of the executive departments.
On several occasions, these were called out to resist an attack. They answered with alacrity, and always bore themselves gallantly, more than once repelling the enemy in the open field. Had it been practicable to do so, it surely would have been proper to keep a large force in reserve for the defense of the capital, so often and vauntingly proclaimed to be the object of the enemy's campaign. Perhaps the propriety of such a provision gave currency and credence to rumors that we had a large force at Richmond. This even led to the application for a detachment from it to reinforce our Army of the Potomac, which caused me to write to General J.E. Johnston at Manassas, Virginia, on September 5, 1861, as follows. You have again been deceived as to the forces here. We never have had anything near to 20,000 men, and have now but little over 1/4 of that number. Since the date of your glorious victory, the enemy have grown weaker in numbers, and far weaker in the character of their troops, so that I had felt it remained with us to decide whether another battle should soon be fought or not. Your remark indicates a different opinion. I wish I could send additional force to occupy Loudon, but my means are short of the wants of each division I am laboring to protect. 1 shipload of small arms would enable me to answer all demands, but vainly I have hoped and waited. Then, there, and everywhere, our difficulty was the want of arms and munitions of war. Lamentable cries came to us from the West for the supplies which would enable patriotic citizens to defend their homes. The resource upon which the people had so confidently relied, the private arms in the hands of citizens, proved a sad delusion, and elsewhere it has been shown how deficient we were in ammunition or the means of providing it. The simple fact was the country had gone to war without counting the cost. Undue elation over our victory at Manassas was followed by dissatisfaction at what was termed the failure to reap the fruits of victory, and rumors for which there could be no better excuse than partisan zeal were circulated that the heroes of the hour were prevented from reaping the fruits of the victory by the interference of the President. Naturally, there followed another rumor that the inaction of the victorious army, to which reinforcements continued to be sent, was due to the policy of the President, and he also was held responsible, and with more apparent justice, for the failure to organize the troops of the several States as the law contemplated into brigades and divisions composed of the soldiers of each. Though these unjust criticisms weakened the power of the government to meet its present and provide for its future necessities, I bore them in silence, lest to vindicate myself should injure the public service by turning the public censure to the generals on whom the hopes of the country rested. That motive no longer exists, and to justify the faith of those who, without a defense, continue to uphold my hands, I propose to set forth the facts by correspondence and otherwise. So far as, in doing this, blame shall be transferred from me to others, it will be the incident, not the design, as it would be most gratifying to me only to notice for praise each and all who wore the gray. The fiction of my having prevented the pursuit of the enemy after the victory of Manassas was exploded after it had acquired an authoritative and semi-official form in the manner and for the reasons heretofore set forth. It only remains, therefore, to notice the other points indicated above. First, the organization of the army. Disease and discontent are known to be the attendants of armies lying unemployed in camps, especially, as in our case, when the troops were composed of citizens called from their homes under the idea of a pressing necessity, and with the hope of soon returning to them. Our citizen soldiers were a powerful political element, and their correspondence, finding its way to the people through the press and to the halls of Congress by direct communication with the members, was felt by its influence both upon public opinion and general legislation. Members of Congress, and notably the Vice President, contended that men should be allowed to go home and attend to their private affairs while there were no active operations, and that there was no doubt but that they would return whenever there was to be a battle. The experience of war soon taught our people the absurdity of such ideas, and before its close probably none would have uttered them. There were very many men out of the army who were anxious to enter it, but for whom we had not arms. This gave rise to the remark, more humorous than profound, that we stood around the camps with clubs to keep one set in and another set out. Had this been true, it was certainly justifiable to refuse to exchange a trained man for a recruit. All who have seen service know that one old soldier is, in campaign, equal to several who have everything of military life to learn. A marked characteristic of the Southern people was individuality, and time was needful to teach them that the terrible machine, a disciplined army, must be made of men who had surrendered their freedom of will. The most distinguished of our citizens were not the slowest to learn the lesson, and perhaps no army ever more thoroughly knew it than did that which Lee led into Pennsylvania, and none ever had a leader who in his own conduct better illustrated the lesson. Our largest army in 1861 was that of the Potomac. It had been formed by the junction of the forces under General J.E. Johnston with those under General P.G.T. Beauregard, with such additions as could be hurriedly sent forward to meet the enemy on the field at Manassas. They were combined into brigades and divisions as pressing exigencies required. By the act of February 28, 1861, the President was authorized to receive companies, battalions, and regiments to form a part of the Provisional Army of the Confederate States, and with the advice and consent of Congress, to appoint general officers for them. And by the act of March 6, the President was to apportion the staff and general officers among the respective states from which the volunteers were received. It will thus be seen that the states generously surrendered their right to preserve for those volunteers the character of state troops, and to appoint general officers when furnishing a sufficient number of regiments to require such grade for their command. But in giving their volunteers to form the Provisional Army of the Confederacy, it was distinctly suggested that the general officers should be so appointed as to make a just apportionment among the states furnishing the troops. During the repose which followed the Battle of Manassas, it was deemed proper that the regiments of the different states should be assembled in brigades together, and, as far as consistent with the public service, that the spirit of the law should be complied with by the assignment of brigadier generals of the same state from which the troops were drawn. Instructions to that end were therefore given, and again and again repeated, but were for a long time only partially complied with, until the delay formed the basis of the argument that those who had by association become thoroughly acquainted would more advantageously be left united. In the meantime, frequent complaints came to me from the army of unjust discrimination, the law being executed in regard to the troops of some states, but not of others, and of serious discontent arising therefrom. The duty to obey the law was imperative, and neither the executive nor the officers of the army had any right to question its propriety. I, however, considered the policy of that law wise, and was not surprised when it was stated to me that the persistent obstruction to its execution was repressing the spirit to volunteer in places to which complaints of such supposed favoritism had been transmitted. About the 1st of October, at the request of General Johnston, I went to his headquarters at Fairfax Courthouse for the purpose of conference. At the time of this visit to the army, the attention of the general officers, who then met me in conference, was called to the obligation created by law to organize the troops, when the numbers tendered by any state permitted it, into brigades and divisions composed of regiments, battalions, or companies of such state, and to assign general and staff officers in the ratio of the troops thus received. After my return to the capital, the importance of the subject weighed so heavily upon me as to lead to correspondence with the generals, which will be best understood by the following extracts from my letters to them, which are here appended. Major General G. W. Smith, Army of the Potomac. How have you progressed in the solution of the problem I left? The organization of the troops with reference to the states and term of service. If the volunteers continue their complaints that they are commanded by strangers and do not get justice, and that they are kept in camp to die when reported for hospital by the surgeon, we shall soon feel a reaction in the matter of volunteering. Already I have been much pressed on both subjects, and have answered by promising that the generals would give due attention and, I hoped, make satisfactory changes. The authority to organize regiments into brigades and the latter into divisions is by law conferred only on the President, and I must be able to assume responsibility of the action taken by whomsoever acts for me in that regard. By reference to the law, you will see that, in surrendering the sole power to appoint general officers, it was nevertheless designed, as far as should be found consistent, to keep up the state relation of troops and generals. Kentucky has a brigadier, but not a brigade. She has, however, a regiment. That regiment and brigadier might be associated together. Louisiana had regiments enough to form a brigade, but no brigadier in either corps. All of the regiments were sent to that corps commanded by a Louisiana general. Georgia has regiments now organized into 2 brigades. She has on duty with that army 2 brigadiers, but one of them serves with other troops. Mississippi troops were scattered as if the state were unknown. Brigadier General Clark was sent to remove a growing dissatisfaction, but, though the state had 9 regiments there, he, Clark, was put in command of a post and depot of supplies. These 9 regiments should form 2 brigades. Brigadiers Clark and, as a native of Mississippi, Whiting, should be placed in command of them, and the regiments for the war put in the Army Man's Brigade. Both brigades should be put in the division commanded by General Van Dorn of Mississippi. Thus would the spirit and intent of the law be complied with, disagreeable complaint be spared me, and more of content be assured under the trials to which you look forward. It is needless to specify further. I have been able in writing to you to speak freely, and you have no past associations to disturb the judgment to be passed upon the views presented. I have made and am making inquiries as to the practicability of getting a corps of Negroes for laborers to aid in the construction of an entrenched line in rear of your present position. Your remarks on the want of efficient staff officers are realized in all their force, and I hope among the elements which constitute a staff officer for volunteers, you have duly estimated the qualities of forbearance and urbanity. Many of the privates are men of high social position, of scholarship and fortune. Their pride furnishes the motive for good conduct, and, if wounded, is turned from an instrument of good to one of great power for evil. Richmond, Virginia, October 16, 1861. General Beauregard, Manassas, Virginia. I have thought often upon the questions of reorganization which were submitted to you, and it has seemed to me that, whether in view of disease or the disappointment and suffering of a winter cantonment on a line of defense, or of a battle to be fought in and near your position, it was desirable to combine the troops by a new distribution with as little delay as practicable. They will be stimulated to extraordinary effort when so organized, in that the fame of their state will be in their keeping, and that each will feel that his immediate commander will desire to exalt rather than diminish his services. You pointed me to the fact that you had observed that rule in the case of the Louisiana and Carolina troops, and you will not fail to perceive that others find in the fact a reason for the like disposal of them. In the hour of sickness and the tedium of waiting for spring, men from the same region will best console and relieve each other. The maintenance of our cause rests on the sentiments of the people. Letters from the camp complaining of inequality and harshness in the treatment of the men have already dulled the enthusiasm which filled our ranks with men who, by birth, fortune, education, and social position, were the equals of any officer in the land. The spirit of our military law is manifested in the fact that the state organization was limited to the regiment. The volunteers came in sufficient numbers to have brigadiers, but have only colonels. It was not then intended, is the necessary conclusion, that those troops should be under the immediate command of officers above the grade of colonel. The spirit of the law, then, indicates that brigades should be larger than customary, the general being charged with the care, the direction, the preservation of the men rather than the internal police. Richmond, Virginia, October 20, 1861. General Beauregard, Manassas, Virginia. My dear General, 2 rules have been applied in the projected reorganization of the Army of the Potomac. 1, as far as practicable, to keep regiments from the same state together. 2, to assign generals to command the troops of their own state. I have not overlooked the objections to each, but the advantages are believed to outweigh the disadvantages of that arrangement. In distributing the regiments of the several states, it would, I think, be better to place the regiments for the war in the same brigade of the state, and assign to those brigades the brigadiers whose services could least easily be dispensed with. For this, among other reasons, I will mention but one. The commission of a brigadier expires upon the breaking up of his brigade. See the law for their appointment. Of course, I would not, for slight cause, change the relations of troops and commanders, especially when it has long been continued and endeared by the trials of battle. But it is to be noted that the regiment was fixed as the unit of organization and made the connecting link between the soldier and his home. Above that, all was subject to the discretion of the Confederate authorities, save the pregnant intimation in relation to the distribution of generals among the several states. It was generous and confiding to surrender entirely to the Confederacy the appointment of generals, and it is the more incumbent on me to carry out, as well as may be, the spirit of the volunteer system. Richmond, May 10, 1862. General J. E. Johnston. Your attention has been heretofore called to the law in relation to the organization of brigades and divisions. Orders were long since given to bring the practice and the law into conformity. Recently, reports have been asked for from the commanders of separate armies as to the composition of their respective brigades and divisions. I have been much harassed, and the public interest has certainly suffered by the delay to place the regiments of some of the states in brigades together, it being deemed that unjust discrimination was made against them, and also by the popular error which has existed as to the number of brigadiers to which appointments could be specially urged on the grounds of residence. While some have expressed surprise at my patience when orders to you were not observed, I have at least hoped that you would recognize the desire to aid and sustain you, and that it would produce the corresponding action on your part. The reasons formerly offered have one after another disappeared, and I hope you will, as you can, proceed to organize your troops as heretofore instructed, and that the returns will relieve us of the uncertainty now felt as to the number and relations of the troops, and the commands of the officers having brigades and divisions. I will not dwell on the lost opportunity afforded along the line of Northern Virginia, but must call your attention to the present condition of affairs and probable action of the enemy, if not driven from his purpose to advance on the Fredericksburg route. Very truly yours, Jefferson Davis. On the 26th of May, General Johnston's attention was again called to the organization of the 10 Mississippi regiments into 2 brigades, and was reminded that the proposition had been made to him in the previous autumn, with an expression of my confidence that the regiments would be more effective in battle if thus associated. I will now proceed to notice the allegation that I was responsible for inaction by the Army of the Potomac in the latter part of 1861 and in the early part of 1862. After the explosion of the fallacy that I had prevented the pursuit of the enemy from Manassas in July 1861, my assailants have sought to cover their exposure by a change of time and place, locating their story at Fairfax Courthouse and dating it in the autumn of 1861. When, at that time and place, I met General Johnston for conference, he called in the 2 generals next in rank to himself, Beauregard and G.W. Smith. The question for consideration was, what course should be adopted for the future action of the army, and the preliminary inquiry by me was as to the number of the troops there assembled. To my surprise and disappointment, the effective strength was stated to be but little greater than when it fought the battle of the 21st of the preceding July. The frequent reinforcements which had been sent to that army in no wise prepared me for such an announcement. To my inquiry as to what force would be required for the contemplated advance into Maryland, the lowest estimate made by any of them was about twice the number there present for duty. How little I was prepared for such a condition of things will be realized from the fact that previous suggestions by the generals in regard to a purpose to advance into Maryland had induced me, when I went to that conference, to take with me some drawings made by the veteran soldier and engineer, Colonel Crozet, of the Falls of the Potomac, to show the feasibility of crossing the river at that point. Very little knowledge of the condition and military resources of the country must have sufficed to show that I had no power to make such an addition to that army without a total disregard of the safety of other threatened positions. It only remained for me to answer that I had not power to furnish such a number of troops, and, unless the militia bearing their private arms should be relied on, we could not possibly fulfill such a requisition until after the receipt of the small arms which we had early and constantly striven to procure from abroad, and had for some time expected. After I had written the foregoing, and all the succeeding chapters on kindred subjects, a friend, in October 1880, furnished me with a copy of a paper relating to the conference at Fairfax Courthouse, which seems to require notice at my hands. Therefore, I break the chain of events to insert here some remarks in regard to it. The paper appears to have been written by General G. W. Smith, and to have received the approval of Generals Beauregard and J. E. Johnston, and to bear date the 31st of January, 1862. It does not agree in some respects with my memory of what occurred, and is not consistent with itself. It was not necessary that I should learn in that interview the evil of inactivity. My correspondence of anterior date might have shown that I was fully aware of it, and my suggestions in the interview certainly did not look as if it was necessary to impress me with the advantage of action. In one part of the paper it is stated that the reinforcements asked for were to be seasoned soldiers, such as were there present, and who were said to be in the finest fighting condition. This, if such a proposition had been made, would have exposed its absurdity as well as the loophole it offered for escape, by subsequently asserting that the troops furnished were not up to the proposed standard. In another part of the paper it is stated that there were hope and expectation that, before the end of the winter, arms would be introduced into the country, and that then we could successfully invade that of the enemy. But this supply of arms, however abundant, could not furnish seasoned soldiers, and the two propositions are therefore inconsistent. In one place it is written that it was felt it might be better to run the risk of almost certain destruction fighting upon the other side of the Potomac, rather than see the gradual dying out and deterioration of this army during its winter, etc. But when it was proposed to cross into eastern Maryland on a steamer in our possession for a partial campaign, difficulties arose like the lion in the path of the sluggard, so that the proposition was postponed and never executed. In like manner, the other expedition in the Valley of Virginia was achieved by an officer not of this consul, General T.J. Jackson. In one place it is written that the President stated at that time no reinforcements could be furnished to the army of the character asked for. In another place he is made to say he could not take any troops from the points named, and without arms from abroad could not reinforce that army. Here again it is clear from the answer that the proposition had been for such reinforcement as additional arms would enable him to give. Those arms he expected to receive, barring the dangers of the sea and of the enemy, which obstacles alone prevented the positive assurance that they would be received at all. It was, as stated, with deep regret and bitter disappointment that I found, notwithstanding our diligent efforts to reinforce this army before and after the Battle of Manassas, that its strength had but little increased, and that the arms of absentees and discharged men were represented by only 2,500 on hand. I cannot suppose that General Johnston could have noticed the statement that his request for conference had set forth the object of it to be to discuss the question of reinforcement. He would have known that in Richmond, where all the returns were to be found, any consideration of reinforcement by the withdrawal of troops from existing garrisons could best be decided. Very little experience, or a fair amount of modesty without any experience, would serve to prevent one from announcing his conclusion that troops could be withdrawn from a place or places without knowing how many were there and what was the necessity for their presence. I was at the conference by request. The confidence felt in those officers is shown by the fact that I met with them alone and did not require any minutes to be made of the meeting. About 4 months afterward, a paper was prepared to make a record of the conversation. The fact was concealed from me, whereas both for accuracy and frankness it should have been submitted to me, even if there had been nothing due to our official relations. 20 years after the event, I learned of this secret report by one party without notice, having been given to the other of a conversation said to have lasted 2 hours. I have noticed the improbabilities and inconsistencies of the paper, and, without remark, I submit to honorable men the concealment from me in which it was prepared, whereby they may judge of the chances for such co-intelligence as needs must exist between the executive and the commanders of armies to ensure attainable success. The position at Fairfax Courthouse, though it would answer very well as a point from which to advance, was quite unfavorable for defense, and when I so remarked, the opinion seemed to be that to which the generals had previously arrived. It therefore only remained to consider what the change of position should be in the event of the enemy threatening soon to advance. But, in the meantime, I hoped that something could be done by detachments from the army to effect objects less difficult than an advance against his main force, and particularly indicated the lower part of Maryland, where a small force was said to be ravaging the country and oppressing our friends. This, I thought, might be feasible by the establishment of a battery near Aquia Creek, where the channel of the Potomac was said to be so narrow that our guns could prevent the use of the river by the enemy's boats, and by employing a steamboat lying there, troops enough could be sent over some night to defeat that force and return before any large body could be concentrated against them. The effect of the battery and of the expedition, it was hoped, would be important in relieving our friends and securing recruits from those who wished to join us. Previously, General Johnston's attention had been called to possibilities in the valley of the Shenandoah, and that these and other like things were not done was surely due to other causes than the policy of the administration, as will appear by the letters hereto annexed. Richmond, Virginia, August 1, 1861. General J. E. Johnston. General Lee has gone to Western Virginia, and I hope may be able to strike a decisive blow in that quarter, or, failing in that, will be able to organize and post our troops so as to check the enemy, after which he will return to this place. The movement of Banks will require your attention. It may be a ruse, but if a real movement, when your army has the requisite strength and mobility, you will find an opportunity by a rapid movement through the passes to strike him in rear or flank, and thus add another to your many claims to your country's gratitude. We must be prompt to avail ourselves of the weaknesses resulting from the exchange of the new and less reliable forces of the enemy for those heretofore in service, as well as of the moral effect produced by their late defeat. I am, as ever, your friend, Jefferson Davis. From the correspondence which occurred after the conference at Fairfax Courthouse, I select a reply made to General Smith, who had written to me in advocacy of the views he had then expressed about large reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac for an advance into Maryland. Nothing is more common than that a general, realizing the wants of the army with which he is serving, and the ends that might be achieved if those wants were supplied, should overlook the necessities of others, and accept rumors of large forces which do not exist, and assume the absence of danger elsewhere than in his own front. Richmond, Virginia, October 10, 1861. Major General G. W. Smith, Army of the Potomac. Your remarks about the moral effect of repressing the hope of the volunteers for an advance are in accordance with the painful impression made on me when, in our council, it was revealed to me that the Army of the Potomac had been reduced to about one-half the legalized strength, and that the arms to restore the numbers were not in depot. As I there suggested, though you may not be able to advance into Maryland and expel the enemy, it may be impossible to keep up the spirits of your troops by expeditions, such as that particularly spoken of against Sickles's brigade on the lower Potomac or Banks's above, by destroying the canal and making other rapid movements wherever opportunity presents, to beat detachments or to destroy lines of communications. Very truly, your friend, Jefferson Davis. Richmond, Virginia, November 18, 1861. General J. E. Johnston. If a large force should be landed on the Potomac below General Holmes, with the view to turn or to attack him, the value of the position between Dumfries and Fredericksburg will be so great that I wish you to give to that line your personal inspection. With a sufficient force, the enemy may be prevented from leaving his boats, should he be able to cross the river. To make our force available at either of the points which he may select, it will be necessary to improve the roads connecting the advance posts with the armies of the Potomac and of the Aquia, as well as with each other, and to have the requisite teams to move heavy guns with celerity. Very respectfully yours, Jefferson Davis. End of Chapter 11A. Recording by Elliot Gage.
Section 27 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 11B. Capture of Romney. Troops ordered to retire to the Valley. Discipline. General Johnston regards his position as unsafe. The first policy. Retreat of General Johnston. The plans of the enemy. Our strength magnified by the enemy. Stores destroyed. The Trent affair. In November 1861, reports became current that the enemy were concentrating troops west of the valley of the Shenandoah, with a view to a descent upon it. That vigilant, enterprising, and patriotic soldier, General T.J. Jackson, whose steadiness under fire at the first battle of Manassas had procured for him the sobriquet of Stonewall, was then on duty as district commander of the Shenandoah Valley. He was a West Virginian, and though he had not acquired the fame which subsequently shed such luster upon his name, he possessed a well-deserved confidence among the people of that region. Ever watchful and daring in the discharge of any duty, he was intensely anxious to guard his beloved mountains of Virginia. This, stimulating his devotion to the general welfare of the Confederacy, induced him to desire to march against the enemy, who had captured Romney. On the 20th of November, 1861, he wrote to the War Department proposing an expedition to Romney in western Virginia. It was decided to adopt his proposition, endorsed by the commander of the department, and further to ensure success, though not recommended in the endorsement, his old brigade, then in the Army of the Potomac, was selected as a part of the command with which he was to make the campaign. General Johnston remonstrated against this transfer, and the correspondence is subjoined for a fuller understanding of the matter. Quote, Headquarters, Valley District, November 20th, 1861. Honorable J.P. Benjamin, Secretary of War. Sir, I hope you will pardon me for requesting that, at once, all the troops under General Loring be ordered to this point. Deeply impressed with the importance of absolute secrecy respecting military operations, I have made it a point to say but little respecting my proposed movements in the event of sufficient reinforcements arriving. But since conversing with Lieutenant Colonel J.L.T. Preston upon his return from General Loring, and ascertaining the disposition of the general's forces, I venture to respectfully urge that, after concentrating all his troops here, an attempt should be made to capture the Federal forces at Romney. The attack on Romney would probably induce McClellan to believe that the Army of the Potomac had been so weakened as to justify him in making an advance on Centreville. But should this not induce him to advance, I do not believe anything will during the present winter. Should the Army of the Potomac be attacked, I would be at once prepared to reinforce it with my present volunteer force, increased by General Loring's. After repulsing the enemy at Manassas, let the troops that marched on Romney return to the valley and move rapidly westward to the waters of the Monongahela and Little Kanawha. Should General Kelly be defeated, and especially should he be captured, I believe that by a judicious disposition of the militia, a few cavalry, and a small number of field pieces, no additional forces would be required for some time in this district. I deem it of very great importance that northwestern Virginia be occupied by Confederate troops this winter. At present, it is to be presumed that the enemy are not expecting an attack there, and the resources of that region necessary for the subsistence of our troops are in greater abundance than in almost any other season of the year. Postpone the occupation of that section until spring, and we may expect to find the enemy prepared for us, and the resources to which I have referred greatly exhausted. I know that what I have proposed will be an arduous undertaking, and cannot be accomplished without the sacrifice of much personal comfort. But I feel that the troops will be prepared to make this sacrifice when animated by the prospects of important results to our cause and distinction to themselves. It may be urged against this plan that the enemy will advance on Stanton or Huntersville. I am well satisfied that such a step would but make their destruction more certain. Again, it may be said that General Floyd will be cut off. To avoid this, if necessary, the general has only to fall back toward the Virginia and Tennessee Railroad. When northwestern Virginia is occupied in force, the Kanawha Valley, unless it be the lower part of it, must be evacuated by the Federal forces, or otherwise their safety will be endangered by forcing a column across from the Little Kanawha between them and the Ohio River. Admitting that the season is too far advanced, or that from other causes all cannot be accomplished that has been named, yet, through the blessing of God, who has thus far so wonderfully prospered our cause, much more may be expected from General Loring's troops, according to this program, than can be expected from them where they are. If you decide to order them here, I trust that, for the purpose of saving time, all the infantry, cavalry, and artillery will be directed to move immediately upon the reception of the order. The enemy, about 5,000 strong, have been for some time slightly fortifying at Romney, and have completed their telegraph from that place to Green Spring Depot. Their forces at and near Williamsport are estimated as high as 5,000, but as yet I have no reliable information of their strength beyond the Potomac. Your most obedient servant, T.J. Jackson, Major General, P.A.C.S. Headquarters, Centreville, November 21st, 1861. Respectfully forwarded. I submit that the troops under General Loring might render valuable services by taking the field with General Jackson, instead of going into winter quarters as now proposed. J.E. Johnston, General. Headquarters, Centerville, November 22, 1861. General Cooper, Adjutant and Inspector General. Sir, I have received Major General Jackson's plan of operations in his district, for which he asks for reinforcements. It seems to me that he proposes more than can well be accomplished in that high, mountainous country at this season. If the means of driving the enemy from Romney, preventing the reconstruction of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and incursions by marauders into the counties of Jefferson, Berkeley, and Morgan, can be supplied to General Jackson, and with them those objects accomplished, we shall have reason to be satisfied, so far as the Valley District is concerned. The wants of other portions of the frontier, Aquia District, for instance, make it inexpedient, in my opinion, to transfer to the Valley District so large a force as that asked for by Major General Jackson. It seems to me to be now of especial importance to strengthen Major General Holmes near Aquia Creek. The force there is very small compared with the importance of the position. Your obedient servant, J.E. Johnston, General. Endorsement, respectfully submitted to the Secretary of War, S. Cooper, Adjutant and Inspector General, November 25, 1861. Richmond, Virginia, November 10, 1861. General J.E. Johnston, Manassas, Virginia. Sir, the Secretary of War has this morning laid before me yours of the 8th instant. I fully sympathize with your anxiety for the Army of the Potomac. If indeed mine be less than yours, it can only be so because the South, the West, and the East, presenting like cause for solicitude, have in the same manner demanded my care. Our correspondence must have assured you that I fully concur in your view of the necessity for unity in command, and I hope by a statement of the case to convince you that there has been no purpose to divide your authority by transferring the troops specified in Order Number 206 from the center to the left of your department. The active campaign in the Greenbrier region was considered as closed for the season. There is reason to believe that the enemy is moving a portion of his forces from that mountain region toward the Valley of Virginia, and that he has sent troops and munitions from the east by the way of the Potomac Canal toward the same point. The failure to destroy his communications by the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad and by the Potomac Canal has left him in possession of great advantages for that operation. General Jackson, for reasons known to you, was selected to command the division of the Valley. But we had only the militia and one mounted regiment within the district assigned to him. The recent activity of the enemy, the capture of Romney, etc., required that he should have for prompt service a body of Confederate troops to cooperate with the militia of that district. You suggest that such force should be drawn from the army at the Greenbrier. This was originally considered, and abandoned because they could not reach him in time to anticipate the enemy's concentration, and also because General Jackson was a stranger to them, and time was wanting for the growth of that confidence between the commander and his troops, the value of which need not be urged upon you. We could have sent to him from this place an equal number of regiments, being about double the numerical strength of those specified in the order referred to, but they were parts of a brigade now in the Army of the Potomac, or were Southern troops, and were ignorant of the country in which they were to serve, and all of them unknown to General Jackson. The troops sent were his old brigade, had served in the Valley, and had acquired a reputation which would give confidence to the people of that region, upon whom the general had to rely for his future success. Though the troops sent to you are, as you say, raw, they have many able officers, and will, I doubt not, be found reliable in the hour of danger. Their greater numbers will, to you, I hope, more than compensate for the experience of those transferred, while in the Valley, the latter, by the moral effect their presence will produce, will more than compensate for the inferiority of their numbers. I have labored to increase the Army of the Potomac, and, so far from proposing a reduction of it, did not intend to rest content with an exchange of equivalents. In addition to the troops recently sent to you, I expected soon to send further reinforcements by withdrawing a part of the army from the Greenbrier Mountains. I have looked hopefully forward to the time when our army could assume the offensive and select the time and place where battles were to be fought, so that ours should be alternations of activity and repose, theirs the heavy task of constant watching. When I last visited your headquarters, my surprise was expressed at the little increase of your effective force above that of the 21st of July last, notwithstanding the heavy reinforcements which, in the meantime, had been sent to you. Since that visit, I have frequently heard of the improved health of the troops, of the return of many who had been absent sick, and some increase has been made by reinforcements. You can, then, imagine my disappointment at the information you give that, on the day before the date of your letter, the army at your position was yet no stronger than on the 21st of July. I can only repeat what has been said to you in our conference at Fairfax Courthouse, that we are restricted in our capacity to reinforce by the want of arms. Troops to bear the few arms you have in store have been ordered forward. Your view of the magnitude of the calamity of defeat of the Army of the Potomac is entirely concurred in, and every advantage which is attainable should be seized to increase the power of your present force. I will do what I can to augment its numbers, but you must remember that our wants greatly exceed our resources. Banks's brigade, we learn, has left the position occupied when I last saw you. Sickles is said to be yet in the lower Potomac, and when your means will enable you to reach him, I still hope he may be crushed. I will show this reply to the Secretary of War, and hope there will be no misunderstanding between you in future. The success of the Army requires harmonious cooperation. Very respectfully, etc., Jefferson Davis. End quote. After General Jackson commenced his march, the cold became unexpectedly severe, and as he ascended into the mountainous region, the slopes were covered with ice, which impeded his progress, the more because his horses were smooth-shod. But his tenacity of purpose, fidelity, and daring, too well known to need commendation, triumphed over every obstacle, and he attained his object, drove the enemy from Romney and its surroundings, took possession of the place, and prevented the threatened concentration. Having accomplished this purpose, and being assured that the enemy had abandoned that section of country, he returned with his old brigade to the valley of the Shenandoah, leaving the balance of his command at Romney. General Loring, the senior officer there present, and many others of the command so left, appealed to the War Department to be withdrawn. Their arguments were, as well as I remember, these: that the troops being from the South were unaccustomed to and unprepared for the rigors of a mountain winter, that they were strangers to the people of that section, that the position had no military strength, and, at the approach of spring, would be accessible to the enemy by roads leading from various quarters. After some preliminary action, an order was issued from the War Office directing the troops to retire to the valley. As that order has been the subject of no little complaint, both by civil and military functionaries, my letter to the general commanding the department, in explanation of the act of the Secretary of War, is hereto annexed. Quote, Richmond, Virginia, February 14, 1862. General J.E. Johnston, commanding Department of Northern Virginia, Centreville, Virginia. General, I have received your letter of the 5th instant. While I admit the propriety in all cases of transmitting orders through you to those under your command, it is not surprising that the Secretary of War should, in a case requiring prompt action, have departed from this, the usual method, in view of the fact that he had failed more than once in having his instructions carried out when forwarded to you in the proper manner. You will remember that you were directed, on account of the painful reports received at the War Department in relation to the command at Romney, to repair to that place, and, after the needful examination, to give the orders proper in the case. You sent your adjutant, inspector, general, and I am informed that he went no farther than Winchester, to which point the commander of the expedition had withdrawn, leaving the troops, for whom anxiety had been excited, at Romney. Had you given your personal attention to the case, you must be assured that the confidence reposed in you would have prevented the Secretary from taking any action before your report had been received. In the absence of such security, he was further moved by what was deemed reliable information that a large force of the enemy was concentrating to capture the troops at Romney, and by official report that place had no natural strength and little strategic importance. To ensure concert of action in the defense of our Potomac frontier, it was thought best to place all the forces for this object under one command. The reasons which originally induced the adding of the Valley District to your department exist in full force at present, and I cannot, therefore, agree to its separation from your command. I will visit the Army of the Potomac as soon as other engagements will permit, although I cannot realize your complimentary assurance that great good to the Army will result from it, nor can I anticipate the precise time when it will be practicable to leave my duties here. Very respectfully and truly yours, Jefferson Davis." To complaints by General Johnston that the discipline of his army was interfered with by irregular action of the Secretary of War, and its numerical strength diminished by furloughs granted directly by the War Department, I replied, after making inquiry at the War Office, by a letter, a copy of which is hereto annexed. "Richmond, Virginia, March 4, 1862. General J.E. Johnston, Centerville, Virginia. Dear Sir: Yours of the 1st instant received prompt attention, and I am led to the conclusion that some imposition has been practiced upon you. The Secretary of War informs me that he has not granted leaves of absence or furloughs to soldiers of your command for a month past, and then only to divert the current, which threatened by legislation to destroy your army by a wholesale system of furloughs. Those which you inform me are daily received must be spurious. The authority to re-enlist and change from infantry to artillery, the Secretary informs me, has been given but in 4 cases, 3 on the recommendation of General Beauregard, and specially explained to you some time since. The remaining case was that of a company from Wheeling, which was regarded as an exceptional one. I wish, therefore, that you would send to the Adjutant General the cases of recent date in which the discipline of your troops has been interfered with in the 2 methods stated, so that an inquiry may be made into the origin of the papers presented. The law in relation to re-enlistment provides for reorganization, and was under the policy of electing the officers. The concession to Army opinions was limited to the promotion by seniority after the organization of the companies and regiments had been completed. The reorganization was not to occur before the expiration of the present term. A subsequent law provides for filling up the 12 months' companies by recruits for the war, but the organization ceases with the term of the 12 months' men. Be assured of readiness to protect your proper authority, and I do but justice to the Secretary of War in saying that he cannot desire to interfere with the discipline and organization of your troops. He has complained that his orders are not executed, and I regret that he was able to present to me so many instances to justify that complaint, which were in no wise the invasion of your prerogative as a commander in the field. You can command my attention at all times to any matter connected with your duties, and I hope that full co-intelligence will secure full satisfaction. Very truly yours, Jefferson Davis." A fortnight after this letter, I received from General Johnston notice that his position was considered unsafe. Many of his letters to me have been lost, and I have thus far not been able to find the one giving the notice referred to. But the reply which is annexed clearly indicates the substance of the letter which was answered. "Richmond, Virginia, February 28, 1862. General J.E. Johnston, your opinion that your position may be turned whenever the enemy chooses to advance, and that he will be ready to take the field before yourself, clearly indicates prompt effort to disencumber yourself of everything which would interfere with your rapid movement when necessary, and such thorough examination of the country in your rear as would give you exact knowledge of its roads and general topography, and enable you to select a line of greater natural advantages than that now occupied by your forces. The heavy guns at Manassas and Evansport, needed elsewhere, and reported to be useless in their present position, would necessarily be abandoned in any hasty retreat. I regret that you find it impossible to move them. The subsistence stores should, when removed, be placed in positions to answer your future wants. Those cannot be determined until you have furnished definite information as to your plans, especially the line to which you would remove in the contingency of retiring. The Commissary General had previously stopped further shipments to your army, and given satisfactory reasons for the establishment at Thoroughfare. Footnote: Thoroughfare Gap was the point at which the Commissary General had placed a meat-packing establishment. End footnote. I need not urge on your consideration the value to our country of arms and munitions of war. You know the difficulty with which we have obtained our small supply, that to furnish heavy artillery to the advanced posts, we have exhausted the supplies here, which were designed for the armament of the city defenses. Whatever can be, should be done to avoid the loss of these guns. As has been my custom, I have only sought to present general purposes and views. I rely upon your special knowledge and high ability to effect whatever is practicable in this our hour of need. Recent disasters have depressed the weak, and are depriving us of the aid of the wavering. Traitors show the tendencies heretofore concealed, and the selfish grow clamorous for local and personal interests. At such an hour, the wisdom of the trained and the steadiness of the brave possess a double value. The military paradox that impossibilities must be rendered possible had never better occasion for its application. The engineers for whom you asked have been ordered to report to you, and further additions will be made to your list of brigadier generals. Let me hear from you often and fully. Very truly and respectfully yours, Jefferson Davis. Richmond, Virginia, March 6, 1862. General J.E. Johnston. Notwithstanding the threatening position of the enemy, I infer from your account of the roads and streams that his active operations must be for some time delayed, and thus I am permitted to hope that you will be able to mobilize your army by the removal of your heavy ordnance, and such stores as are not required for active operations, so that, whenever you are required to move, it may be without public loss and without impediment to celerity. I was fully impressed with the difficulties which you presented when discussing the subject of a change of position. To preserve the efficiency of your army, you will, of course, avoid all needless exposure. And when your army has been relieved of all useless encumbrance, you can have no occasion to move it while the roads and the weather are such as would involve serious suffering, because the same reasons must restrain the operations of the enemy. Very respectfully yours, Jefferson Davis. At the conference at Fairfax Courthouse, heretofore referred to, I was sadly disappointed to find that the strength of that army had been little increased, notwithstanding the reinforcements sent to it since the 21st of July, and that to make an advance the generals required an additional force, which it was utterly impracticable for me to supply. Soon thereafter the army withdrew to Centreville, a better position for defense, but not for attack, and thereby suggestive of the abandonment of an intention to advance. The subsequent correspondence with General Johnston during the winter expressed an expectation that the enemy would resume the offensive, and that the position then held was geographically unfavorable. There was a general apprehension at Richmond that the northern frontier of Virginia would be abandoned, and a corresponding earnestness was exhibited to raise the requisite force to enable our army to take the offensive. On the 10th of March, I telegraphed to General Johnston, "Further assurance given to me this day that you shall be promptly and adequately reinforced, so as to enable you to maintain your position and resume first policy when the roads will permit." The first policy was to carry the war beyond our own border. 5 days thereafter, I received notice that our army was in retreat, and replied as follows: Richmond, Virginia, March 15, 1862. General J.E. Johnston, Headquarters, Army of the Potomac. General, I have received your letter of the 13th instant, giving the first official account I have received of the retrograde movement of your army. Your letter would lead me to infer that others had been sent to apprise me of your plans and movements. If so, they have not reached me, and, before the receipt of yours of the 13th, I was as much in the dark as to your purposes, condition, and necessities as at the time of our conversation on the subject about a month since. It is true I have had many and alarming reports of great destruction of ammunition, camp equipage, and provisions, indicating precipitate retreat. But having heard of no cause for such a sudden movement, I was at a loss to believe it. I have not the requisite topographical knowledge for the selection of your new position. I had intended that you should determine that question, and for this purpose a corps of engineers was furnished to make a careful examination of the country to aid you in your decision. The question of throwing troops into Richmond is contingent upon reverses in the west and southeast. The immediate necessity for such a movement is not anticipated. Very respectfully yours, Jefferson Davis." End quote. On the same day I sent the following telegram, quote, "Richmond, Virginia, March 15, 1862. General J.E. Johnston, Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia. Your letter of the 13th received this day, being the first information of your retrograde movement. I have no report of your reconnaissance, and can suggest nothing as to the position you should take, except it should be as far in advance as consistent with your safety. Jefferson Davis." End quote. To further inquiry from General Johnston as to where he should take position, I replied that I would go to his headquarters in the field, and found him on the south bank of the river, to which he had retired, in a position possessing great natural advantages. An elevated bank commanded the north side of the river, overlooking the bridge, and an open field beyond it, across which the enemy must pass to reach the bridge, which, if left standing, was an invitation to seek that crossing. Upon inquiring whether the south bank of the river continued to command the other side down to Fredericksburg, General Johnston answered that he did not know, that he had not been at Fredericksburg since he passed there in a stage on his way to West Point, when he was first appointed a cadet. I then proposed that we should go to Fredericksburg to inform ourselves upon that point. On arriving at Fredericksburg, a reconnaissance soon manifested that the hills on the opposite side commanded the town and adjacent river bank, and therefore Fredericksburg could only be defended by an army occupying the opposite hills, for which our force was inadequate. In returning to the house of Mr. Barton, where I was a guest, I found a number of ladies had assembled there to welcome me, and who, with anxiety, inquired as to the result of our reconnaissance. Upon learning that the town was not considered defensible against an enemy occupying the heights on the other side, and that our force was not sufficient to hold those heights against such an attack as might be anticipated, the general answer was, with a self-sacrificing patriotism too much admired to be forgotten, quote, "If the good of our cause requires the defense of the town to be abandoned, let it be done." End quote. The purposes of the enemy were then unknown to us. If General Johnston's expectation of a hostile advance in great force should be realized, our course must depend partly upon receiving the reinforcement we had reason to expect from promises previously given and renewed, as was announced to General Johnston in my telegram of the 10th of March, 1862, in these words, quote, "Further assurance given to me this day that you shall be promptly and adequately reinforced, so as to enable you to maintain your position and resume first policy when the roads will permit." End quote. No immediate decision could therefore be made, and I returned to Richmond to wait the further development of the enemy's plans, and to prepare as best we might to counteract them. The feeling heretofore noticed as arousing in Virginia a determination to resist the abandonment of her northern frontier, and which caused the assurance of reinforcements, bore fruit in the addition of about 30,000 men by a draft made by the governor of the State. These, it is true, were not the disciplined, seasoned troops which were asked for by the generals in the conference at Fairfax Courthouse, but they were of such men as often during the war won battles for the Confederacy. The development of the enemy's plans, for which we had to wait, proved that, instead of advancing in force against our position at Centreville, he had, before the retreat of our army commenced, decided to move down the Potomac for a campaign against Richmond, from the peninsula as a base. The conflagration at Centreville gave notice of its evacuation, and an advance was made as far as Manassas, but, as appears by General McClellan's report, with no more important design than to attack our rear guard, if it should be encountered. In the report on the conduct of the war by a committee of the United States Congress, evidence is found of much vacillation before the conclusion was finally reached of abandoning the idea of a direct advance upon Richmond for that of concentrating their army at the mouth of the Chesapeake. Whatever doubt or apprehension continued to exist about uncovering the city of Washington by removing their main army from before it was of course dispelled by the retreat of our army and the burning of bridges behind it. In this last-mentioned fact, General McClellan says he found the strongest reason to believe that there was no immediate danger of our army returning. There was an apparent advantage to the enemy in the new base for his operations, which was sufficiently illustrated by the events of the last year of the war. Had we possessed an army as large as the enemy supposed, it would have been possible for us at the same time to check his advance from the east, and to march against his capital, with fair prospect of capturing it, before the army he had sent against Yorktown could have been brought back for the defense of Washington. On this, as on other occasions, he greatly magnified the force we possessed, and on this, as on other occasions, it required the concentration of our troops successfully to resist a detachment of his. Accepting as a necessity the withdrawal of the main portion of our army from northern Virginia to meet the invasion from the seaboard, it was regretted that earlier and more effective means were not employed for the mobilization of the army, a desirable measure in either contingency of advance or retreat, or at the least that the withdrawal was not so deliberate as to secure the removal of our ordnance, subsistence, and quartermaster's stores, which had been collected on the line occupied in 1861 and the early part of 1862. A distinguished officer of our army, who has since the war made valuable contributions to the history of its operations, especially valuable as well for their accuracy as for their freedom from personal or partisan bias, writes thus of the retreat from Centreville, quote, "A very large amount of stores and provisions had been abandoned for want of transportation, and among the stores was a very large quantity of clothing, blankets, etc., which had been provided by the States south of Virginia for their own troops. The pile of trunks along the railroad was appalling to behold. All these stores, clothing, trunks, etc., were consigned to the flames by a portion of our cavalry left to carry out the work of their destruction. The loss of stores at this point and at White Plains on the Manassas Gap Railroad, where a large amount of meat had been salted and stored, was a very serious one to us, and embarrassed us for the remainder of the war, as it put us at once on a running stock." End quote. The same officer, and the value of his opinion will be recognized by all who know him, wherefore I give his name, General J. E. Early, in a communication subsequent to that from which I have just quoted, writes, in regard to the loss of supplies, quote, "I believe that all might have been carried off from Manassas if the railroads had been energetically operated. The rolling stock of the Orange and Alexandria, Manassas Gap, and Virginia Central railroads ought to have been sufficient for the purpose of removing everything in the 2 weeks allowed, if properly used." End quote. The enemy's plans, the development of which, as has been already stated, was necessary for the determination of our own movements, were soon thereafter found to be the invasion of Virginia from the seaboard, and the principal portion of our army was consequently ordered to the peninsula, between the York River and the James. Thus the northern frontier of Virginia, which in the first year of the war had been the main field of skirmishes, combats, and battles, of advance and retreat, and the occupation and evacuation of fortified positions, ceased, for a time, to tremble beneath the tread of contending armies. To the foregoing narration of events immediately connected with the efforts of the Confederate Government to maintain its existence at home, may here be properly added an incident bearing on its foreign relations in the first year of the war. Our efforts for the recognition of the Confederate States by the European powers in 1861 served to make us better known abroad, to awaken a kindly feeling in our favor, and cause a respectful regard for the effort we were making to maintain the independence of the States which Great Britain had recognized, and her people knew to be our birthright. On the 8th of November, 1861, an outrage was perpetrated by an armed vessel of the United States in the forcible detention, on the high seas, of a British mail steamer, making one of her regular trips from one British port to another, and the seizure, on that unarmed vessel, of our commissioners, Mason and Slidell, who, with their secretaries, were bound for Europe on diplomatic service. The seizure was made by an armed force against the protest of the captain of the vessel and of Commander Williams, R.N., the latter speaking as the representative of Her Majesty's government. The commissioners only yielded when force, which they could not resist, was used to remove them from the mail steamer and convey them to the United States vessel of war. This outrage was the more marked because the United States had been foremost in resisting the right of visit and search, and had made it the cause of the War of 1812 with Great Britain. When intelligence of the event was received in England, it excited the greatest indignation among the people, and Her Majesty's government, by naval and other preparations, unmistakably exhibited the purpose to redress the wrong. The commissioners and their secretaries had been transported to the harbor of Boston and imprisoned in its main fortress. Diplomatic correspondence resulted from this event. The British government demanded the immediate and unconditional release of the commissioners, quote, in order that they may again be placed under British protection, and a suitable apology for the aggression which has been committed. End quote. In the meantime, Captain Wilkes, commander of the vessel which had made the visit and search of the Trent, returned to the United States and was received with general plaudit, both by the people and the government. The House of Representatives passed a vote of thanks, an honor not heretofore bestowed except for some deed deserving well of the country. In the midst of all this exultation at the seizure of our commissioners on board of a British merchant ship, came the indignant and stern demand for the restoration of those commissioners to the British protection from which they had been taken, and an apology for the aggression. It was little to be expected, after such explicit commendation of the act, that the United States government would accede to the demand, and therefore the War and Navy departments of the British government made active and extensive provision to enforce it. The haughty temper displayed toward 4 gentlemen arrested on an unarmed ship subsided in view of a demand to be enforced by the Army and Navy of Great Britain, and the United States Secretary of State, after a wordy and ingenious reply to the Minister of Great Britain at Washington City, wrote, quote, the 4 persons in question are now held in military custody at Fort Warren, in the state of Massachusetts. They will be cheerfully liberated. Your lordship will please indicate a time and place for receiving them. End quote. There was a time when the government and the people of the United States would not have sanctioned such aggression on the right of friendly ships to pass unquestioned on the highway of nations, and the right of a neutral flag to protect everything not contraband of war. But that was a time when arrogance and duplicity had not led them into false positions, and when the roar of the British line could not make Americans retract what they had deliberately avowed. End of Part 4, Chapter 11b.
Section 28 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1b. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1b, Part 4, Chapter 12. Supply of arms at the beginning of the war, of powder, of batteries, of other articles. Contents of arsenals, other stores, mills, etc. First efforts to obtain powder, niter, and sulfur. Construction of mills commenced. Efforts to supply arms, machinery, field artillery, ammunition, equipment, and saltpeter. Results in 1862. Government powder mills, how organized. Success. Efforts to obtain lead. Smelting works. Troops, how armed. Winter of 1862. Supplies. Niter and Mining Bureau. Equipment of First Armies. Receipts by blockade runners. Arsenal at Richmond. Armories at Richmond and Fayetteville. A central laboratory built at Macon. Statement of General Gorgas. Northern charge against General Floyd, answered. Charge of slowness against the President, answered. Quantities of arms purchased that could not be shipped in 1861. Letter of Mr. Hughes. At the beginning of the war, the arms within the limits of the Confederacy were distributed as follows. At Richmond, State, about 4,000 rifles, no muskets. Fayetteville, North Carolina, about 2,000 rifles, 25,000 muskets. Charleston, South Carolina, about 2,000 rifles, 20,000 muskets. Augusta, Georgia, about 3,000 rifles, 28,000 muskets. Mount Vernon, Alabama, about 2,000 rifles, 20,000 muskets. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, about 2,000 rifles, 27,000 muskets. In total, 15,000 rifles, 120,000 muskets. There were at Richmond about 60,000 old flint muskets, and at Baton Rouge about 10,000 old Hall's rifles and carbines. At Little Rock, Arkansas, there were a few thousand stands, and a few at the Texas Arsenal, increasing the aggregate of serviceable arms to about 143,000. Add to these the arms owned by the several states and by military organizations, and it would make a total of 150,000 for the use of the armies of the Confederacy. The rifles were of the caliber .54, known as Mississippi rifles, except those at Richmond taken from Harper's Ferry, which were of the new model caliber .58. The muskets were the old flintlock caliber .69, altered to percussion. There were a few boxes of sabers at each arsenal, and some short artillery swords. A few hundred holster pistols were scattered about. There were no revolvers. There was, before the war, little powder or ammunition of any kind stored in the Southern States, and this was a relic of the war with Mexico. It is doubtful if there were 1,000,000 of rounds of small arms cartridges. The chief store of powder was that captured at Norfolk. There was, besides, a small quantity at each of the Southern arsenals, in all 60,000 pounds, chiefly old cannon powder. The percussion caps did not exceed 250,000, and there was no lead on hand. There were no batteries of serviceable field artillery at the arsenals, but a few old iron guns mounted on Greboval carriages, fabricated about 1812. The states and the volunteer companies did, however, possess some serviceable batteries, but there were neither harness, saddles, bridles, blankets, nor other artillery or cavalry equipments. To furnish 150,000 men on both sides of the Mississippi in May 1861, there were no infantry accoutrements, no cavalry arms or equipments, no artillery, and above all, no ammunition, nothing save arms, and these almost wholly the old pattern smooth-bore muskets, altered to percussion from flintlocks. Within the limits of the Confederate States, the arsenals had been used only as depots, and no one of them, except that at Fayetteville, North Carolina, had a single machine above the grade of a foot-lathe. Except at Harper's Ferry Armory, all the work of preparation of material had been carried on at the North. Not an arm, not a gun, not a gun carriage, and, except during the Mexican War, scarcely a round of ammunition, had for 50 years been prepared in the Confederate States. There were consequently no workmen, or very few, skilled in these arts. Powder, save perhaps for blasting, had not been made at the South. No saltpeter was in store at any Southern port. It was stored wholly at the North. There were no worked mines of lead except in Virginia, and the situation of those made them a precarious dependence. The only cannon foundry existing was at Richmond. Copper, so necessary for field artillery and for percussion caps, was just being obtained in East Tennessee. There was no rolling mill for bar iron south of Richmond, and but few blast furnaces, and these, with trifling exceptions, were in the border states of Virginia and Tennessee. The first efforts made to obtain powder were by orders sent to the North, which had been early done both by the Confederate Government and by some of the states. These were being rapidly filled when the attack was made on Fort Sumter. The shipments then ceased. Niter was contemporaneously sought for in North Alabama and Tennessee. Between 400 and 500 tons of sulfur were obtained in New Orleans, at which place it had been imported for use in the manufacture of sugar. Preparations for the construction of a large powder mill were promptly commenced by the government, and 2 small private mills in East Tennessee were supervised and improved. On June 1st, 1861, there was probably 250,000 pounds only, chiefly of cannon powder, and about as much niter, which had been imported by Georgia. There were the 2 powder mills above mentioned, but we had no experience in making powder, or in extracting niter from natural deposits, or in obtaining it by artificial beds. For the supply of arms, an agent was sent to Europe, who made contracts to the extent of nearly $500,000. Some small arms had been obtained from the North, and also important machinery. The machinery at Harper's Ferry Armory had been saved from the flames by the heroic conduct of the operatives, headed by Mr. Armistead M. Ball, the master armorer. Of the machinery so saved, that for making rifle muskets was transported to Richmond, and that for rifles with sword bayonets to Fayetteville, North Carolina. In addition to the injuries suffered by the machinery, the lack of skilled workmen caused much embarrassment. In the meantime, the manufacture of small arms was undertaken at New Orleans and prosecuted with energy, though with limited success. In field artillery, the manufacture was confined almost entirely to the Tredegar Works in Richmond. Some castings were made in New Orleans, and attention was turned to the manufacture of field and siege artillery at Nashville. A small foundry at Rome, Georgia, was induced to undertake the casting of the 3-inch iron rifle. But the progress was very slow. The state of Virginia possessed a number of old 4-pounder iron guns, which were reamed out to get a good bore, and rifled with 3 grooves after the manner of Parrott. The army at Harper's Ferry and that at Manassas were supplied with old batteries of 6-pounder guns and 12-pounder howitzers. A few Parrott guns purchased by the state of Virginia were with General Magruder at Big Bethel. For the ammunition and equipment required for the infantry and artillery, a good laboratory and workshop had been established at Richmond. The arsenals were making preparations for furnishing ammunition and knapsacks, but generally what little was done in this regard was for local purposes. Such was the general condition of ordnance and ordnance stores in May, 1861. The progress of development, however, was steady. A refinery of saltpeter was established near Nashville during the summer, which received the niter from its vicinity and from the caves in East and Middle Tennessee. Some inferior powder was made at 2 small mills in South Carolina. North Carolina established a mill near Raleigh, and a stamping mill was put up near New Orleans, and powder made there before the fall of the city. Small quantities were also received through the blockade. It was estimated that on January 1st, 1862, there were 1,500 seacoast guns of various caliber in position from Evansport on the Potomac to Fort Brown on the Rio Grande. If their caliber was averaged at 32-pounder and the charge at 5 pounds, it would, at 40 rounds per gun, require 600,000 pounds of powder for them. The field artillery, say 300 guns, with 200 rounds to the piece, would require 125,000 pounds, and the small arm cartridges, say 10,000,000, would consume 125,000 pounds more, making in all 850,000 pounds. Deducting 250,000 pounds, supposed to be on hand in various shapes, and the increment is 600,000 pounds for the year 1861. Of this, perhaps 200,000 pounds had been made at the Tennessee and other mills, leaving 400,000 pounds to be supplied through the blockade or before the beginning of hostilities. The liability of powder to deteriorate in damp atmospheres results from the impurity of the niter used in its manufacture, and this it is not possible to detect by any of the usual tests. Security, therefore, in the purchase depends on the reliability of the maker. To us, who had to rely on foreign products and the open market, this was equivalent to no security at all. It was, therefore, as well for this reason as because of the precariousness of thus obtaining the requisite supply, necessary that we should establish a government powder mill. It was our good fortune to have a valuable man whose military education and scientific knowledge had been supplemented by practical experience in a large manufactory of machinery. He, General G. W. Rains, was at the time resident in the state of New York, but when his native state, North Carolina, seceded from the Union and joined the Confederacy, true to the highest instincts of patriotism, he returned to the land of his birth and only asked where he could be most useful. The expectations which his reputation justified caused him to be assigned to the task of making a great powder mill, which should alike furnish an adequate supply and give assurance of its possessing all the requisite qualities. This problem, which under the existing circumstances seemed barely possible, was fully solved. Not only was powder made of every variety of grain in exact uniformity in each, but the niter was so absolutely purified that there was no danger of its deterioration in service. Had Admiral Semmes been supplied with such powder, it is demonstrated by the facts which have since been established that the engagement between the Alabama and the Kearsarge would have resulted in a victory for the former. These government powder mills were located at Augusta, Georgia, and satisfactory progress was made in the construction during the year. All the machinery, including the very heavy rollers, was made in the Confederate States. Contracts were made abroad for the delivery of niter through the blockade, and for obtaining it immediately we resorted to caves, tobacco houses, cellars, etc. The amount delivered from Tennessee was the largest item in the year's supply, but the whole was quite inadequate to existing and prospective needs. The consumption of lead was mainly met by the Virginia lead mines at Wytheville, the yield from which was from 60 to 80,000 pounds per month. Lead was also collected by agents in considerable quantities throughout the country, and the battlefield of Manassas was closely gleaned, from which much lead was collected. A laboratory for the smelting of other ores was constructed at Petersburg, Virginia, and was in operation before midsummer of 1862. By the close of 1861, 8 arsenals and 4 depots had been supplied with materials and machinery, so as to be efficient in producing the various munitions and equipments, the want of which had caused early embarrassment. Thus a good deal had been done to produce the needed material of war, and to refute the croakers who found in our poverty application for the maxim ex nihilo nihil fit. The troops were, however, still very poorly armed and equipped. The old smooth-bore musket was the principal weapon of the infantry. The artillery had mostly the 6-pounder gun and the 12-pounder howitzer, and the cavalry were armed with such various weapons as they could get: sabers, horse pistols, revolvers, Sharp's carbines, musketoons, short Enfield rifles, Holt's carbines, muskets cut off, etc. Equipments were in many cases made of stout cotton domestic, stitched in triple folds and covered with paint or rubber varnish. But poor as were the arms, enough of them, such as they were, could not be obtained to arm the troops pressing forward to defend their homes and their political rights. In December 1861, arms purchased abroad began to come in, and a good many Enfield rifles were in the hands of the troops at the Battle of Shiloh. The winter of 1862 was the period when our ordnance deficiencies were most keenly felt. Powder was called for on every hand, and the equipments most needed were those we were least able to supply. The abandonment of the line of the Potomac and the upper Mississippi from Columbus to Memphis did somewhat. However, the pressure for heavy artillery, and after the fall of 1862, when the powder mills at Augusta had got into full production, there was no further inability to meet all requisitions for ammunition. To provide the iron needed for cannon and projectiles, it had been necessary to stimulate by contracts the mining and smelting of its ores. But it was obviously beyond the power of even the great administrative capacity of the Chief of Ordnance, General J. Gorgas, to whose monograph I am indebted for these details, to add to his already burdensome labors the numerous and increasing cares of obtaining the material from which ammunition, arms, and equipments were to be manufactured. On his recommendation, a niter and mining bureau was organized, and Colonel St. John, who had been hitherto assigned to duty in connection with procuring supplies of niter and iron, was appointed to be chief of this bureau. A large, difficult, and most important field of operation was thus assigned to him, and well did he fulfill its requirements. To his recent experience was added scientific knowledge, and to both, untiring systematic industry, and his heart's thorough devotion to the cause he served. The tree is known by its fruit, and he may confidently point to results as the evidence on which he is willing to stand for judgment. Briefly, they will be noticed. Niter was to be obtained from caves and other like sources, and by the formation of niter beds, some of which had previously been begun at Richmond. These beds were located at Columbia, South Carolina, Charleston, Savannah, Augusta, Mobile, Selma, and various other points. At the close of 1864, there were 2,800,000 feet of earth collected, and in various stages of nitrification, of which a large proportion was assumed to yield 1½ pound of niter per foot of earth. The whole country was laid off into districts, each of which was under the charge of an officer who obtained details of workmen from the army and made his monthly reports. Thus the niter production, in the course of a year, was brought up to something like half of the total consumption. The district from which the most constant yield could be relied on had its chief source at Greensboro, North Carolina, a region which had no niter caves in it. The niter was obtained from lixiviation of nitrous earth found under old houses, barns, etc. The supervision of the production of iron, lead, copper, and all the minerals which needed development, as well as the manufacture of sulfuric and nitric acids, the later required for the supply of the fulminate of mercury for percussion caps, without which the firearms of our day would have been useless, was added to the niter bureau. Such was the progress that, in a short time, the bureau was aiding or managing some 20 to 30 furnaces with an annual yield of 50,000 tons or more of pig iron. The lead and copper smelting works erected were sufficient for all wants, and the smelting of zinc of good quality had been achieved. The chemical works were placed at Charlotte, North Carolina, to serve as a reserve when the supply from abroad might be cut off. In equipping the armies first sent into the field, the supply of accessories was embarrassingly scant. There were arms, such as there were, for over 100,000 men, but no accoutrements nor equipments, and a meager supply of ammunition. In time, the knapsacks were supplanted by haversacks, which the women could make. But soldiers' shoes and cartridge boxes must be had. Leather was also needed for artillery harness and for cavalry saddles, and as the amount of leather which the country could furnish was quite insufficient for all these purposes, it was perforce apportioned among them. Soldiers' shoes were the prime necessity. Therefore a scale was established by which first shoes and then cartridge boxes had the preference, After these, artillery harness, and then saddles and bridles. To economize leather, the waist and cartridge box belts were made of prepared cotton cloths, stitched in 3 or 4 thicknesses. Bridle reins were likewise so made, and then cartridge boxes were thus covered, except the flap. Saddle skirts, too, were made of heavy cotton cloth, strongly stitched. To get leather, each department procured its quota of hides, made contracts with the tanners, obtained hands for them by exemptions from the army, got transportation over the railroads for the hides and for supplies. To the varied functions of this bureau was finally added that of assisting the tanners to procure the necessary supplies for the tanneries. A fishery even was established on Cape Fear River to get oil for mechanical purposes, and at the same time food for the workmen. In cavalry equipments, the main thing was to get a good saddle, which would not hurt the back of the horse. For this purpose, various patterns were tried, and reasonable success was obtained. One of the most difficult wants to supply in this branch of the service was the horseshoe for cavalry and artillery. The want of iron and of skilled labor was strongly felt. Every wayside blacksmith shop accessible, especially those in and near the theater of operations, was employed. These again had to be supplied with material, and the employees exempted from service. It early became manifest that great reliance must be placed on the introduction of articles of prime necessity through the blockaded ports. A vessel capable of stowing 650 bales of cotton was purchased by the agent in England and kept running between Bermuda and Wilmington. Some 15 to 18 successive trips were made before she was captured. Another was added, which was equally successful. These vessels were long, low, rather narrow, and built for speed. They were mostly of pale sky color, and with their lights out and with fuel that made little smoke, they ran to and from Wilmington with considerable regularity. Several others were added, and devoted to bringing in ordnance, and finally general supplies. Depots of stores were likewise made at Nassau and Havana. Another organization was also necessary, that the vessels coming in through the blockade might have their return cargoes promptly on their arrival. These resources were also supplemented by contracts for supplies brought through Texas from Mexico. The arsenal in Richmond soon grew into very large dimensions, and produced all the ordnance stores that the army required, except cannon and small arms, in quantity sufficient to supply the forces in the field. The arsenal at Augusta was very serviceable to the armies serving in the South and West, and turned out a good deal of field artillery complete. The government powder mills were entirely successful. The arsenal and workshops at Charleston were enlarged, steam introduced, and good work done in various departments. The arsenal at Mount Vernon, Alabama, was moved to Selma in that state, where it grew into a large and well-ordered establishment of the first class. Mount Vernon Arsenal was dismantled and served to furnish lumber and timber for use elsewhere. At Montgomery, shops were kept up for the repair of small arms and the manufacture of articles of leather. There were many other small establishments and depots. The chief armories were at Richmond and Fayetteville, North Carolina. The former turned out about 1,500 stands per month, and the latter only 400 per month, for want of operatives. To meet the want of cavalry arms, a contract was made for the construction in Richmond of a factory for Sharp's carbines. This being built, it was then converted into a manufactory of rifle carbines, caliber .58. Smaller establishments grew up at Asheville, North Carolina, and at Tallahassee, Alabama. A great part of the work of the armories consisted in the repair of arms. In this manner the gleanings of the battlefields were utilized. Nearly 10,000 stands were saved from the field of Manassas, and from those about Richmond in 1862, about 25,000 excellent arms. All the stock of inferior arms disappeared from the armories during the first 2 years of the war, and were replaced by a better class of arms, rifled and percussioned. Placing the good arms lost previous to July 1863 at 100,000, there must have been received from various sources 400,000 stands of infantry arms in the first 2 years of the war. Among the obvious requirements of a well-regulated service was one central laboratory of sufficient capacity to prepare all ammunition, and thus to secure the vital advantage of absolute uniformity. Authority was therefore granted to concentrate this species of work at Macon, Georgia. Plans of the buildings and of the machinery required were submitted and approved, and the work was begun with energy. The pile of buildings had a facade of 600 feet, was designed with taste, and comprehended every possible appliance for good and well-organized work. The buildings were nearly ready for occupation at the close of the war, and some of the machinery had arrived at Bermuda. This project preceded that of a general armory for the Confederacy, and was much nearer completion. These, with the admirable powder mills at Augusta, would have been completed, and with them the government would have been in a condition to supply arms and ammunition to 300,000 men. To these would have been added a foundry for heavy guns at Selma or Briarfield, Alabama, where the strongest cast iron in the country had been made. Thus has been briefly sketched the development of the resources from which our large armies were supplied with arms and ammunition, while our country was invaded on land and water by armies much larger than our own. It will be seen under what disadvantages our people successfully prosecuted the, to them, new pursuits of mining and manufacturing. The chief of ordnance was General J. Gorgas, a man remarkable for his scientific attainment, for the highest administrative capacity and moral purity, all crowned by zeal and fidelity to his trust, in which he achieved results greatly disproportioned to the means at his command. He closes his excellent monograph in the following words, quote, "We began in April 1861 without an arsenal, laboratory, or powder mill of any capacity, and with no foundry or rolling mill, except in Richmond, and before the close of 1863, or within a little over 2 years, we supplied them. During the harassments of war, while holding our own in the field defiantly and successfully against a powerful enemy, crippled by a depreciated currency, throttled with a blockade that deprived us of nearly all the means of getting material or workmen, obliged to send almost every able-bodied man to the field, unable to use the slave labor with which we were abundantly supplied, except in the most unskilled departments of production, hampered by want of transportation, even of the commonest supplies of food, with no stock on hand even of articles such as steel, copper, leather, iron, which we must have to build up our establishments. Against all these obstacles, in spite of all these deficiencies, we persevered at home as determinedly as did our troops in the field against a more tangible opposition, and in that short period created, almost literally out of the ground, foundries and rolling mills at Selma, Richmond, Atlanta, and Macon, smelting works at Petersburg, chemical works at Charlotte, North Carolina, a powder mill far superior to any in the United States, and unsurpassed by any across the ocean, and a chain of arsenals, armories, and laboratories equal in their capacity and their improved appointments to the best of those in the United States, stretching link by link from Virginia to Alabama." The same officer writes, quote, "It was a charge often repeated at the North against General Floyd, that as Secretary of War he had with traitorous intent abused his office by sending arms to the South just before the secession of the States. The transactions which gave rise to this accusation were in the ordinary course of an economical administration of the War Department. After it had been determined to change the old flintlock muskets which the United States possessed to percussion, it was deemed cheaper to bring all the flintlock arms in store at Southern arsenals to the Northern arsenals and armories for alteration, rather than to send the necessary machinery and workmen to the South. Consequently, the Southern arsenals were stripped of their deposits, which were sent to Springfield, Watervliet, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and other points. After the conversion had been effected, the denuded Southern arsenals were again supplied with about the same number, perhaps slightly augmented, that had formerly been stored there. The quota deposited at the Charleston arsenal, where I was stationed in 1860, arrived there full a year before the opening of the war." The charge was made early in the war that I was slow in procuring arms and munitions of war from Europe. We were not only in advance of the government of the United States in the markets of Europe, but the facts presented in the following extracts from a letter of our agent, Caleb Hughes, dated December 30th, 1861, and addressed to Major C.C. Anderson, will serve to place the matter in its proper light. London, December 30th, 1861. Dear Major, we are all waiting with almost breathless anxiety for the arrival of the answer from the United States to the unqualified demand of England for the captured commissioners. Will Mr. Lincoln disregard the international writ of habeas corpus served by Great Britain? We shall soon know. If the prisoners are given up, the affair will result in great inconvenience to us in the way of shipping goods. I have now more than enough to load 3 Bermudas, and cannot ship a package, though I have a steamer off the wharf, all ready to receive her cargo. We are literally fighting 2 governments here. Government watchmen guard the wharf where our goods are stowed, and others in the neighborhood night and day, and the wharfinger has orders not to ship or deliver by land or water any goods marked W.D. without first acquainting the Honorable Board of Customs. I have applied myself to ship to Bermuda, offering to give bonds to double the amount of value of the goods, that they should be held in Bermuda, subject to the direction of Her Majesty's representative in Bermuda. I have applied for permission to ship to Cardenas, agreeing to hold the goods subject to the order of the Spanish authorities. But all without avail, and our army must suffer for the want of blankets, overcoats, shoes, socks, field forges, arms, and ammunition, which have been collected to an amount more than double that I have yet received. It is miserable to have to look at the immense pile of packages in the warehouse at St. Andrew's Wharf, and not be able to send anything. Only read the following: 25,000 rifles, 2,000 barrels of powder, 500,000 caps, 10,000 friction tubes, 500,000 cartridges, 13,000 accoutrements, 13,000 knapsacks, 13,000 gun slings, 44,338 pairs of socks, 16,484 blankets, 226 saddles, saddler's tools, artillery harness, leather, etc. Very truly yours, Caleb Hughes. End of chapter 12. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Section 29 of the Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B. Part 4, Chapter 13A. Chapter 13 extracts from my inaugural our financial system, receipts and expenditures of the first year, resources, loans and taxes, loans authorized, notes and bonds, funding notes, treasury notes guaranteed by the states, measure to reduce the currency, operation of the general system, currency fundable, taxation, popular aversion, compulsory reduction of the currency, tax law, successful result, financial condition of the government at its close, sources whence revenue was derived, total public debt, system of direct taxes and revenue, the tariff, war tax of 50 cents on $100, property subject to it, every resource of the country to be reached, tax paid by the states mostly, obstacle to the taking of the census, the foreign debt, terms of the contract, premium, false charge against me of repudiation, facts stated. In my inaugural address in 1862, I said, quote, "The first year of our history has been the most eventful in the annals of this continent. A new government has been established, and its machinery put in operation over an area exceeding 700,000 square miles. The great principles upon which we have been willing to hazard everything that is dear to man have made conquest for us which could never have been achieved by the sword. Our Confederacy has grown from 6 to 13 states, and Maryland, already united to us by hallowed memories and material interests, will, I believe, when enabled to speak with unstifled voice, connect her destiny with the South. Our people have rallied with unexampled unanimity to the support of the great principles of constitutional government, with firm resolve to perpetuate by arms the rights which they could not peacefully secure. 1 million of men, it is estimated, are now standing in hostile array and waging war along a frontier of thousands of miles. Battles have been fought, sieges have been conducted, and although the contest is not ended and the tide for the moment is against us, the final result in our favor is not doubtful. Fellow citizens, after the struggles of ages had consecrated the right of the Englishman to constitutional representative government, our colonial ancestors were forced to vindicate that birthright by an appeal to arms. Success crowned their efforts, and they provided for their posterity a peaceful remedy against future aggression. The tyranny of an unbridled majority, the most odious and the least responsible form of despotism, has denied us both the right and the remedy. Therefore, we are in arms to renew such sacrifices as our forefathers made to the holy cause of constitutional liberty." Unquote. The financial system, which had been adopted from necessity, proved adequate at this early period to supply all the wants of the government and of the people. An unexpected and very large increase of expenditures had resulted from the great enlargement of the necessary means of defense. Yet the government entered on its second year without a floating debt and with its credit unimpaired. The total expenditures of the first year, ending February 1st, 1862, amounted to $170 million. A statement of the Secretary of the Treasury, comprising the period from the organization of the government to August 1st, 1862, presents the following results. Expenditures for the War Department, $298,376,549.41. Expenditures for the Navy Department, $14,605,777.86. Expenditures for civil and miscellaneous, $15,766,503.43. Total, $328,748,830.70. Outstanding requisitions, $18,524,128.15. Total expenditures, $347,272,958.85. Total receipts, $302,482,096.60. Deficient Treasury notes authorized, $16,755,165. Deficient Treasury notes to be provided, $28,035,697.25. Total, $44,790,862.25. The receipts were derived as follows. Customs, $1,437,399.96. War tax, $10,539,910.70. Miscellaneous, $1,974,769.33. Subtotal, $13,952,079.99. Loans, bonds, February 1861, $15 million. Bonds, August 1861, $22,613,346.61. Call certificates, April 1861, $37,515,200. Treasury notes, April 1861, $22,799,900. Demand notes, August 1861, $187,130,670. $1 and $2 notes, $846,900. Due banks, $2,645,000. Subtotal, $288,551,016.61. Total receipts, $302,503,096.60. Such was the result presented by the Treasury of a government that had been in existence only 18 months. It commenced that existence without a treasury, and without the sinews and the munitions of war, was in less than 2 months invaded on every side by an implacable foe. Its ways and means consisted in loans and taxes, and to these it resorted. On February 28th, I was authorized by Congress to borrow, at any time within 12 months, $15 million or less, as might be needed. It was to be applied to the payment of appropriations for the support of the government and for the public defense. Certificates of stocks or bonds, payable in 10 years at 8% interest, were issued. For the payment of the interest and principal of this loan, a tax or duty of 1/8 of 1% per pound was laid on all cotton exported. On March 9th, an issue of $1 million in Treasury notes of $50 and upward was authorized, payable in 1 year from date at 3.65% interest, and receivable for all public debts except the export duty on cotton. A reissue was authorized for a year. On May 16th, a loan of $50 million in bonds, payable after 20 years at 8% interest, was authorized. The bonds were, quote, to be sold for specie, military stores, or for the proceeds of sales of raw produce or manufactured articles, to be paid in the form of specie or with foreign bills of exchange, unquote. The bonds could not be issued in fractional parts of $100 or be exchanged for treasury notes or the notes of any bank, corporation, or individual. In lieu of any amount of these bonds, not exceeding $20 million, an equal amount of treasury notes without interest in denominations of $5 and upward was authorized to be issued. These notes were payable in 2 years in specie and were receivable for all debts or taxes except the export duty on cotton. They were also convertible into bonds payable in 10 years at 8% interest. On August 19th, another issue of Treasury notes, amounting with those then issued to $100 million, was authorized. They were of the denominations of $5 and upward. They were receivable for the war tax and all other public dues except the export duty on cotton. These notes were convertible into 20-year bonds bearing 8% interest, of which the issue was limited to $100 million. $30 million were to be a substitute for the same amount authorized by the Act of May 16, 1861. These bonds could be exchanged for specie, military and naval stores, or for the proceeds of raw produce and manufactured articles. On December 19th, $10 million in Treasury notes were issued to pay the advance of the banks. On December 24th, an additional issue of $50 million of Treasury notes like those of the Act of August 19th was authorized. An additional issue of $30 million of bonds was also authorized. On April 12, 1862, an issue of Treasury notes, certificates of stocks and bonds, as the public necessities might require, to the amount of $215 million was authorized. Of these, $50 million in Treasury notes were issued without reserve, $10 million in Treasury notes retained as a reserve fund to pay any sudden or unexpected call for deposits, and 165 million certificates of stocks or bonds. Bonds to the amount of $50 million payable in 10 years at 6% interest were authorized and made exchangeable for any of the above Treasury notes. All these notes and bonds were subject to the same conditions as those of the Acts of August 19 and December 24, 1861. On April 17th, 5 million of Treasury notes were authorized to be issued in denominations of $1 and $2, which were receivable for all public dues except the cotton duty. An amount of Treasury notes bearing interest at 2 cents per day on each $100 as a substitute for as much of the 165 million of bonds authorized was also authorized to be issued. On September 19, 1862, $3,500,000 in bonds was authorized to be issued to meet a contract for 6 ironclad vessels of war. On September 23, 1862, the amount of Treasury notes under the denomination of $5 was increased from $5 million to $10 million, and a further issue of bonds or certificates of stock to the amount of $50 million was authorized. On March 23, 1863, an effort was made to remove from circulation some of the issues of Treasury notes by funding them. For this purpose, it was provided that all Treasury notes, not bearing interest, issued prior to December 1862, should be fundable in 8% bonds or stock during the ensuing 30 days, and during the succeeding 3 months in 7% bonds or stock, after which they ceased to be fundable. All Treasury notes not bearing interest and issued after December 1st, 1862, until 10 days after the passage of the Act, were made fundable in 7% bonds or stock during the ensuing 4 months, and afterward only in 4% 30-year bonds. Call certificates were made fundable in 30-year bonds at 8%, and all outstanding on the ensuing July 1st were deemed bonds at 6% payable in 30 years. A monthly issue of Treasury notes without interest to the amount of $50 million was also authorized. These were made fundable during the first year of their issue in 6% 30-year bonds, and after the expiration of the year in 4% 30-year bonds. The further issue of call certificates was suspended, but Treasury notes fundable in the 6% bonds might be converted, at the pleasure of the holder, into such certificates at 5% interest, which were reconvertible into like notes within 6 months, or afterward exchanged for 30-year 6% bonds. Treasury notes fundable in 4% bonds were convertible in like manner at 4%. All disposable means in the Treasury were to be applied to the purchase of Treasury notes, bearing no interest, until the amount in circulation did not exceed 175 millions. The issue of $5 million in notes of $2, $1.50 was also authorized. It was further provided in this act that 6% bonds, as mentioned above, might be sold to any of the states for Treasury notes, and, being guaranteed by any of the states, they might be used to purchase Treasury notes. The whole amount of such bonds could not exceed $200 million. Treasury notes so purchased were not to be reissued. The issue of 6% coupon bonds to the amount of $100 million, which were to be applied only to the absorption of Treasury notes, was also authorized. The coupons were payable either in the currency in which interest on other bonds was paid, or in cotton certificates pledging the government to pay the same in cotton of New Orleans middling quality, delivered at the rate of 8 pence sterling per pound. An important measure was adopted on February 17, 1864, the object of which was to reduce the currency and to authorize a new issue of notes and bonds. All Treasury notes above the denomination of $5 and not bearing interest were, if offered within a short period, made fundable in registered 20-year bonds at 4%. At the same time, a new issue of Treasury notes was authorized and made receivable for all public dues, except custom duties, at the rate of $2 for 3 of the old. The issue of other Treasury notes after the 1st of the ensuing April was prohibited. To pay the expenses of the government, an issue of $500 million in 6% bonds was authorized. For the payment of interest, the receipts of the export and import duties payable in specie were pledged. A review of this statement of the legislation of Congress will clearly present the financial system of the government. The first action of the Provisional Congress was confined to the adoption of a tariff law and an act for a loan of $15 million with a pledge of a small export duty on cotton to provide for the redemption of the debt. At the next session after the commencement of the war, provision was made for the issue of $20 million in Treasury notes and for borrowing $30 million in bonds. At the same time, the tariff was revised and preparatory measures taken for the levy of internal taxes. After the purpose of subjugation became manifest by the action of the Congress of the United States early in July 1861, and the certainty of a long war was demonstrated, there arose the necessity that a financial system should be devised on a basis sufficiently large for the vast proportions of the approaching contest. The plan then adopted was founded on the theory of issuing Treasury notes, convertible at the pleasure of the holder into 8% bonds with the interest payable in coin. It was assumed that any tendency to depreciation, which might arise from the overissue of the currency, would be checked by the constant exercise of the holder's right to fund the notes at a liberal interest payable in specie. The success of this system depended on the ability of the government constantly to pay the interest in specie. The measures, therefore, adopted to secure that payment consisted in the levy of an internal tax, termed a war tax, and the appropriation of the revenue from imports. The first operation of this plan was quite successful. The interest was paid from the reserve of coin existing in the country, and experience sustained the expectation of those who devised the system. Wheat in the beginning of the year 1862 was selling at $1.30 per bushel, thus but little exceeding its average price in time of peace. The other agricultural products of the country were at similarly moderate rates, thus indicating that there was no excess of circulation. At the same time, the premium on coin had reached about 20%, but it had become apparent that the commerce of our country was threatened with permanent suspension by reason of the conduct of neutral nations, who virtually gave aid to the United States government by sanctioning its declaration of a blockade. These neutral nations treated our invasion by our former limited and special agent as though it were the attempt of a sovereign to suppress a rebellion against lawful authority. This exceptional cause heightened the premium on specie because it indicated the exhaustion of our reserve without the possibility of renewing the supply. At the inauguration of the permanent government in February 1862, a popular aversion to internal taxation had been so strongly manifested as to indicate its partial failure. This will be further explained presently in our statement of the system of taxation. Under all these circumstances, the effort was made to avoid the increase in the volume of notes in circulation by offering inducements to voluntary funding. The measures adopted for that purpose were but partially successful. Meanwhile, the intervening exigencies from the fortunes of war permitted no delay. The issues of Treasury notes were increased until, in December 1863, the currency in circulation amounted to more than $600 million, or more than threefold the amount required by the business of the country. The evil effects of this financial condition were but too apparent. In addition to the difficulty presented to the necessary operations of the government and the efficient conduct of the war, the most deplorable of all of its results was, undoubtedly, its corrupting influence on the morals of the people. The possession of large amounts of Treasury notes led to a desire for investment, and, with a constantly increasing volume of currency, there was an equally constant increase of price in all objects of investment. This effect stimulated purchase by the apparent certainty of profit, and a spirit of speculation was thus fostered, which had so debasing an influence and such ruinous consequences that it became our highest duty to remove the cause by prompt and stringent measures. I therefore recommended to Congress in December 1863 the compulsory reduction of the currency to the amount required by the business of the country, accompanied by a pledge that, under no stress of circumstances, would the amount be increased. I stated that if the currency was not greatly and promptly reduced, the existing scale of inflated prices would not only continue, but, by the very fact of the large amounts thus made requisite in the conduct of the war, these prices would reach rates still more extravagant, and the whole system would fall under its own weight, rendering the redemption of the debt impossible and destroying its value in the hands of the holder. If, on the contrary, a funded debt, with interest secured by adequate taxation, could be substituted for the outstanding currency, its entire amount would be made available to the holder, and the government would be in a condition, beyond the reach of any probable contingency, to prosecute the war to a successful issue. This recommendation was followed by the passage of the Act of February 17, 1864, above mentioned. One of its features is the tax levied on the circulation. Regarding the government when contracting a debt as the agent of the people, its debt is their debt. As the currency was held exclusively by ourselves, it was obvious that if each person held treasury notes in exact proportion to the valuation of his whole estate, each would in fact owe himself the amount of the notes held by him. And, were it possible to distribute the currency among the people in this exact proportion, a tax levied on the currency alone, to an amount sufficient to reduce it to its proper limits, would afford the best of all remedies. Under such circumstances, the notes remaining in the hands of each holder after the payment of his tax would be worth quite as much as the whole sum previously held, for it would have an equal purchasing capacity. After this law had been in operation for 1 year, it was manifest that it had the desired effect of withdrawing from circulation the large excess of treasury notes which had been issued. On July 1, 1864, the outstanding amount was estimated at $230 million. The estimate of the amount funded under this act about this time was $300 million, while new notes were authorized to be issued to the extent of 2/3 of the sum received under its provisions. The chief difficulty apprehended in connection with our finances, up to the close of the war, resulted from the depreciation of our treasury notes, which was to be attributed to the increasing redundancy in amount and the diminishing confidence in their ultimate redemption.
The financial condition of the government
near its close is very correctly represented in the report of the Treasury Department. The total receipts of the Treasury for the 2 quarters ending on September 30th, 1864, amounted to $415,191,550, which sum, added to the balance, $308,282,722, that remained in the Treasury on April 1st, 1864, formed a total of $723,474,272. Of this total, not far from half, that is to say, $342,560,327 were applied to the extinction of the public debt, while the total expenditures were $272,378,505, leaving a balance in the Treasury on October 1st, 1864 of $108,434,440. The sources from which this revenue was derived were as follows.
4% registered bonds, Act of February 17, 1864, $13,363,500. 6% bonds, $500 million loan, Act of February 17, 1864, $14,481,050. 4% call certificates, Act of February 17, 1864, $20,978,100. Tax on old issue of certificates redeemed, $14,440,566. Repayments by disbursing officers, $20,115,830. Treasury notes, Act of February 17, 1864, $277,576,950. War tax, $42,294,314. Sequestrations, $1,338,732. Customs, $50,004. export duty, $4,320. Coin seized by the Secretary of War, $1,653,200. Premium on loans, $4,822,249. Soldiers' tax, $908,622. The total amount of the public debt on October 1st, 1864, on the books of the Register of the Treasury was $1,147,970,208, of which $530,304,090 were funded debt bearing interest, and $283,880,150 were Treasury notes of the new issue, and the remainder consisted of the former issue of Treasury notes, which were converted into other forms of debt and ceased to exist on December 31st. In consequence, however, of the absence of certain returns from distant officers, the true amount of the debt was less by $21,500,000 than appeared on the books of the Register, so that the total public debt on October 1st might have been fairly considered to have been $1,126,381,095. Of this amount, $541,340,090 consisted of funded debt, and the balance unfunded debt or Treasury notes. The foreign debt is omitted in these statements. It amounted to £2,200,000 and was provided for by about 250,000 bales of cotton collected by the government. Footnote: these bales were the security for the foreign cotton bonds and were seized by the United States government. Was it not liable to the bondholders? End footnote. The aggregate appropriations called for by the different departments of the government for the 6 months ending on June 30th, 1865, amounted to $438,416,504. It was estimated that the remains of former appropriations would, on January 1st, 1865, amount to a balance of $467,416,504. No additional appropriations were therefore required for the ensuing 6 months. A system of measures by which to obtain a revenue from direct taxes and duties was commenced at the first session of Congress under the Provisional Government. The officers who, at the time of the adoption of the Provisional Constitution, held any office connected with the collection of the customs, duties, and imposts in the several states of the Confederacy, or as assistant treasurers, instructed with the keeping of moneys arising therefrom, were continued in office with the same powers and subject to the same duties. The tariff laws of the United States were continued in force until they might be altered. The free list was enlarged so as to embrace many articles of necessity. Additional ports and places of entry were established. Restrictive laws were repealed, and foreign vessels were admitted to the coasting trade. A lighthouse bureau was organized. A lower rate of duties was imposed on a number of enumerated articles, and an export duty of 1/8 of 1% per pound was imposed on all cotton exported in the raw state. At the second session in May, a complete tariff law was enacted with a lower scale of duties than had previously existed. On August 19, 1861, a war tax of 50 cents on each $100 of certain classes of property was levied for the special purpose of paying the principal and interest of the public debt and of supporting the government. The different classes of property on which the tax was levied were as follows: real estate of all kinds, slaves, merchandise, bank stocks, railroad and other corporation stocks, money at interest or invested by individuals in the purchase of bills, notes, and other securities for money except the bonds of the Confederate States and cash on hand or on deposit, cattle, horses, and mules, gold watches, gold and silver plate, pianos, and pleasure carriages. There were some exceptions, such as the property of educational, charitable, and religious institutions, and of a head of a family having property worth less than $500. An act was passed for the sequestration of the property of alien enemies as a retaliatory measure to offset the Confiscation Act of the United States. On April 24, 1863, a new act was passed relative to internal or direct taxes. It was designed to reach, as far as practicable, every resource of the country except the capital invested in real estate and slaves, and, by means of an income tax and a tax in kind on the produce of the soil, as well as by licenses on business occupations and professions, to command resources sufficient for the wants of the country. On February 17, 1864, an amendment to this last mentioned act was passed. It levied additional taxes on all business of individuals, of copartnerships and corporations, also on trades, sales, liquor dealers, hotel keepers, distillers, and tax in kind on agriculturalists. On June 10, 1864, an act was passed which levied a tax equal to 1/5 of the amount of the existing tax upon all subjects of taxation for the year. Within 6 months after the passage of the war tax, on August 19, 1861, the popular aversion to internal taxation by the general government had so influenced the legislation of the several states that only in South Carolina, Mississippi, and Texas were the taxes actually collected from the people. The quotas of the remaining states had been raised by the issue of bonds and state treasury notes. The public debt of the country was thus actually increased instead of being diminished by the taxation imposed by Congress. End of chapter 13a.
Section 30 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Part 4, Chapter 13b. Tax Law. Successful Result. Financial condition of the government at its close. Sources whence revenue was derived. Total public debt. System of direct taxes and revenue. The tariff. War tax of 50 cents on $100. Property subject to it. Every resource of the country to be reached. Tax paid by the states mostly. Obstacle to the taking of the census. The foreign debt. Terms of the contract. Premium. False charge against me of repudiation. Facts stated. At the first and second sessions of Congress in 1862, no means were provided by taxation for maintaining the government. The legislation was confined to authorizing further sales of bonds and issues of treasury notes. An obstacle had arisen against successful taxation. About 2/3 of the entire taxable property of the Confederate States consisted in land and slaves. Under the Provisional Constitution, which ceased to be in force on February 22, 1862, the power of Congress to levy taxes was not restricted by any other condition than that, quote, all duties, imposts, and excises should be uniform throughout the states of the Confederacy, end quote. But in the permanent Constitution, which took effect on the same day, February 22, it was specially provided that, quote, representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all slaves, end quote. According to the received construction of the Constitution of the United States, which had been acquiesced in for 60 years, taxes on lands and slaves were direct taxes. In repeating without modification in our Constitution this language of the United States Constitution, our convention necessarily seems to have intended to attach to it the meaning which had been sanctioned by long and uninterrupted acquiescence, thus deciding that taxes on lands and slaves were direct taxes. Our Constitution further ordered that a census should be made within 3 years after the first meeting of Congress, and that, quote, no capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration hereinbefore directed to be taken, end quote. So long as there seemed to be a probability of being able to carry out these provisions of the Constitution fully, and in conformity with the intentions of its authors, there was an obvious difficulty in framing any system of taxation. A law which should exempt from the burden 2/3 of the property of the country would be as unfair to the owners of the remaining third as it would be inadequate to meet the requirements of the public service. The urgency of the need, however, was such that, after great embarrassment, the law of April 24, 1863, above mentioned, was framed. Still, a very large proportion of these resources was unavailable for some time, and, the intervening exigencies permitting of no delay, a resort to further issues of Treasury notes became unavoidable. The foreign debt of the Confederate States at the close of the war was £2,200,000. The earliest proposals on which this debt was contracted were issued in London and Paris in March 1863. The bonds bore interest at 7% per annum in sterling, payable half-yearly. They were exchangeable for cotton on application, at the option of the holder, or redeemable at par in sterling in 20 years by half-yearly drawings, commencing March 1, 1864. The special security of these bonds was the engagement of the government to deliver cotton to the holders. Each bond, at the option of the holder, was convertible, at its nominal amount, into cotton at the rate of 6 sterling for each pound of cotton, say 4,000 pounds of cotton for each bond of 100 pounds, or 2,500 francs. And this could be done at any time not later than 6 months after the ratification of a treaty of peace between the belligerents. 60 days after the notice, the cotton was to be delivered, if in a state of peace, at the ports of Charleston, Savannah, Mobile, or New Orleans. If at war, at points in the interior of the country, within 10 miles of a railroad or a stream navigable to the ocean. The delivery was to be made free of all charges except the export duty of 1/8 of 1 cent per pound. The quality of the cotton was to be the standard of New Orleans middling. An annual sinking fund of 5% was provided for, whereby 2.5% of the bonds unredeemed by cotton should be drawn by lot half-yearly, so as finally to extinguish the loan in 20 years from the first drawing. The bonds were issued at 90%, payable in installments. The loan soon stood in the London market at 5% premium. The amount asked for was £3 million. The amount of applications in London and Paris exceeded £15 million. Great efforts had previously been made by agents of the United States government to reflect upon the credit of the Confederate States by resuscitating an almost forgotten accusation of repudiation against the state of Mississippi, and especially by an emissary sent to Great Britain, than whom no one knew better how false were the attempts to implicate my name in that charge. The slanderous tongues of Northern hatred even went so far as to style me the father of repudiation. How unjust all such assertions were will be manifest by a simple statement of the case. Footnote. The facts with regard to the Mississippi Union Bank bonds may be briefly stated as follows. The Constitution of Mississippi required that no law should ever be passed, quote, to raise a loan of money on the credit of the state, or to pledge the faith of the state for the payment or redemption of any loan or debt, end quote, unless such law should be proposed and adopted by the legislature, then published for 3 months previous to the next regular election, and finally reenacted by the succeeding legislature. The object was to enable the people of the state to consider the question intelligently, and to indicate and exercise their will upon it by the election of representatives to the ensuing legislature, whose views upon the subject would be known, and with such instructions, express or implied, as they might think proper to give. In 1837, a law was passed by the legislature for incorporating the Union Bank of Mississippi with a capital of $15,500,000, quote, to be raised by means of a loan to be obtained by the directors of the institution, end quote. In order to secure this loan, the stockholders were required to give mortgages on productive and unencumbered property, to be in all cases of value greater by a fixed ratio than the amount of their stock. When the stock had been thus secured, as a further guarantee for the redemption of the loan, the governor was directed to issue bonds, in the name and behalf of the state, equal in amount to the stock secured by mortgage on private property. No bonds, as thus directed, were ever issued. This act was duly promulgated to the people and duly reenacted by the succeeding legislature on the 5th of February, 1838, in strict accordance with the Constitution. 10 days afterward, however, viz., on the 15th of February, the legislature passed an act supplemental to the act chartering the Union Bank, which materially changed or abolished the essential conditions for the pledge of the credit of the state. By this supplemental act, the governor was instructed, as soon as the books of subscription should be opened, to, quote, subscribe for, in behalf of the state, 50,000 shares of the stock of the original capital of said bank, to be paid for out of the proceeds of the state bonds, to be executed to the said bank, as already provided for in the said charter, end quote. This act was passed in the ordinary mode of legislation, and was not referred, published, nor reenacted as prescribed by the Constitution. As soon as the directory was organized, and the books of subscription were opened, and before the mortgages required by the charter were executed, the governor, in behalf of the state, subscribed for 50,000 shares of the stock, and issued the bonds of the state for $5 million, payable to the order of the bank. These bonds were sold to Nicholas Biddle, president of the United States Bank of Pennsylvania, and by him sent to Great Britain as collateral security for a loan previously made. None of the money received for them went into the treasury of the state of Mississippi, nor was any of it used for a public improvement. All the consideration ever received by the state was its stock in the Union Bank. The bank soon failed, and the stock became utterly worthless. Before the bonds became due, the governor of the state had declared them to be null and void, among other causes, in consequence of the failure to sell them at par, as required by the supplemental act under which they were issued. It is not necessary here to discuss the question of the validity or nullity of the bonds. The object is merely to state the principal facts. While these events were occurring, and until a period several years subsequent to their consummation, I, who had just resigned my commission in the army, was a private citizen, had never held any civil office, and took no part in political affairs. Indeed, I have never at any time before, during, or since those events held any civil office under the state government, and neither had nor could have had any part in shaping the policy of the state. When brought out as a candidate for office, my nomination was opposed by that section of my party which advocated repudiation on account of my opinions in favor of the payment of the bonds. As a private citizen, it may be stated that I held that the question of the validity of the bonds should be decided by the courts. The Constitution of Mississippi authorized suit to be brought against the state in such cases in her own courts, and this I regarded as the proper course to be pursued by the bondholders, holding that the state would be bound by the judicial decision, if it should sustain the validity of the claim. This course, however, was not adopted until long afterward, when the question had become complicated with political issues, which rendered the effort to obtain a settlement entirely nugatory. When I was a member of the Senate of the United States, my official influence was exerted to promote the objects of a citizen of Mississippi, who, with quasi-credentials from the United States Secretary of State, Mr. Buchanan, went to London to propose to the bondholders an arrangement by which the claim, or the greater portion of it, might be paid by private subscription, on consideration of the cancellation of the bonds. This effort failed from a mistaken estimate on the part of some of the principal bondholders, to whom the proposition was made, of the extent to which state pride would induce our citizens to contribute, and to the belief in a power to coerce payment. The gentleman who bore the proposal, indignant at the offensive manner of its rejection, and conscious of the disinterestedness of his motives, abandoned the negotiation in disgust, and the opportunity was lost. End footnote. we should not omit to refer once more to the most prolific source of sectional strife and alienation, which is believed to have been the question of the tariff or duties upon imports. Its influence extended to and affected subjects with which it was not visibly connected, and finally assumed a form surely not contemplated in the original formation of the Union. In the Articles of Confederation, the first Constitution of the United States, the theory was that of direct taxation, and the manner was to impose upon the States an amount which each was to furnish to the common treasury, to defray expenses for the common defense and general welfare. During the period of our colonial existence, the policy of the British government had been to suppress the growth of manufacturing industry. It was forcibly expressed by Lord North in the declaration that, quote, "not a hobnail should be made in the American colonies." End quote. The consequence was that in the War of the Revolution our armies and people suffered so much from the want of the most necessary supplies that General Washington, after we had achieved our independence, expressed the opinion that the government should by bounties encourage the manufacture of such materials as were necessary in time of war. In the convention which framed the Constitution for a more perfect union, one of the greatest difficulties in agreeing upon its terms was found in the different interests of the States. But, among the compromises which were made, there prominently appears the purpose of a strict equality in the burdens to be borne, as well as the blessings to be enjoyed by the people of the several States. For a long time after the formation of the more perfect Union, but little capital was invested in manufacturing establishments, and though in the early part of the present century the amount had considerably increased, the products were yet quite insufficient for the necessary supplies of our armies in the War of 1812. Government contracts, high prices, and to some extent, no doubt, patriotic impulses led to the investment of capital in the articles required for the prosecution of the war. With the restoration of peace and the renewal of commerce, prices naturally declined, and it was represented that the investments made in manufacturing establishments were so unprofitable as to involve the ruin of those who had made them. The Congress of the United States in 1816, from motives at least to be commended for their generosity, enacted a law to protect from the threatened ruin those of their countrymen who had employed their capital for purposes demanded by the general welfare and common defense. These good intentions, if it be conceded that the danger was real which it was designed to avert, were most unfortunate as the beginning of a policy, the end of which was fraught with the greatest evils that have ever befallen the Union. By the Constitution of 1789, power was conferred upon Congress, quote, "to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States." End quote. In the exercise of this delegated trust, tariff laws were enacted, and had been in operation to the satisfaction of all parts of the Union, from the organization of the government down to 1816. But throughout that period all of those laws were based upon the principle of duties for revenue. It was true, and of course it was known, that such duties would give incidental protection to any industry producing an article on which the duty was levied. But while the money was collected for the purposes enumerated, and the rate kept down to the lowest revenue standard, the consumer had no cause to complain of the indirect benefit received by the manufacturer, and the history of the time shows that it produced no discontent. Not so with the tariff law of 1816. Though sustained by men from all sections of the Union, and notably by so strict a constructionist as Mr. Calhoun, there were not wanting those who saw in it a departure from the limitation of the Constitution, and sternly opposed it as the usurpation of a power to legislate for the benefit of a class. The law derived much of its support from the assurance that it was only a temporary measure, and intended to shield those whose patriotism had exposed them to danger, thus presenting the not uncommon occurrence of a good case making a bad precedent. For the first time, a tariff law had protection for its object, and for the first time it produced discontent. In the law there was nothing which necessarily gave to it, or, in its terms, violated the obligation that duty should be uniform throughout the United States. The fact that it affected the sections differently was due to physical causes, that is, geographical differences. The streams of the southern Atlantic states ran over wide plains into the sea. Their last falls were remote from ocean navigation, and their people, almost exclusively agricultural, resided principally on this plain, and as near to the seaboard as circumstances would permit. In the northern Atlantic states, the highlands approached more nearly to the sea, and the rivers made their last leap near to harbors of commerce. Water power being relied on before the steam engine had been made, and ships the medium of commerce before railroads and locomotives were introduced, it followed that the staples of the southern plains were economically sent to the water power of the North to be manufactured. This remark, of course, applies to such articles as were not exported to foreign countries, and is intended to explain how the North became the seat of manufactures, and the South remained agricultural. From this it followed that legislation for the benefit of manufacturers became a Northern policy. It was not, as has been erroneously stated, because of the agricultural character of the Southern people, that they were opposed to the policy inaugurated by the Tariff Act of 1816. This is shown by the fact that, anterior to that time, they had been the friends of manufacturing industry, without reference to its location. As long as duties were imposed for revenue, so that the object was to supply the common treasury, it had been cheerfully borne, and the agriculture of one section and the manufacturing of another were properly regarded as handmaids, and not unfrequently referred to as the means of strengthening and perpetuating the bonds by which the states were united. When duties were imposed, not for revenue, but as a bounty to a particular industry, it was regarded both as unjust and without warrant expressed or implied in the Constitution. Then arose a controversy, quadrennially renewed and with increasing provocation, in 1820, in 1824, and in 1828, each stage intensifying the discontent, arising more from the injustice than the weight of the burden borne. It was not the 20-shilling ship money tax, but the violation of the Magna Carta, which Hampden and his associates resisted. It was not the stamp duty nor the tea tax, but the principle involved in taxation without representation, against which our colonial fathers took up arms. So the Tariff Act in 1828, known at the time as the Bill of Abominations, was resisted by Southern representatives, because it was the invasion of private rights in violation of the compact by which the states were united. In the last stage of the proceeding, after the friends of the bill had advocated it as a measure for protecting capital invested in manufactures, Mr. Drayton of South Carolina moved to amend the title so that it should read, quote, "An act to increase the duties upon certain imports for the purpose of increasing the profits of certain manufactures," end quote, and stated his purpose for desiring to amend the title to be that, upon some case which would arise under the execution of the law, an appeal might be made to the Supreme Court of the United States to test its constitutionality. Those who had passed the bill refused to allow the opportunity to test the validity of a tax imposed for the protection of a particular industry. Though the debates showed clearly enough the purpose to be to impose duties for protection, the phraseology of the law presented it as enacted to raise revenue, and therefore the victims of the discrimination were deprived of an appeal to the tribunal instituted to hear and decide on the constitutionality of a law. South Carolina, oppressed by onerous duties and stung by the injustice of a refusal to allow her the ordinary remedy against unconstitutional legislation, asserted the right, as a sovereign state, to nullify the law. This conflict between the authority of the United States and one of the states threatened for a time such disastrous consequences as to excite intense feeling in all who loved the Union as a fraternal federation of equal states. Before an actual collision of arms occurred, Congress wisely adopted the Compromise Act of 1833. By that, the fact of protection remained, but the principle of duties for revenue was recognized by a sliding scale of reduction, and it was hoped the question had been placed upon a basis that promised a permanent peace. The party of protective duties, however, came into power about the close of the period when the compromise measure had reached the result it proposed, and the contest was renewed with little faith on the part of the then dominant party, and with more than all of its former bitterness. The cause of the departure from a sound principle of a tariff for revenue, which had prevailed during the first quarter of a century, and the adoption in 1816 of the rule imposing duties for protection, was stated by Mr. McDuffie to be that politicians and capitalists had seized upon the subject and used it for their own purposes, the former for political advancement, the latter for their own pecuniary profit, and that the question had become one of partisan politics and sectional enrichment. Contemporaneously with this theory of protective duties arose a policy of making appropriations from the common treasury for local improvements. As the Southern representatives were mainly those who denied the constitutional power to make such expenditures, it naturally resulted that the mass of those appropriations were made for Northern works. Now that direct taxes had in practice been so wholly abandoned as to be almost an obsolete idea, and now that the Treasury was supplied by the collection of duties upon imports, two golden streams flowed steadily to enrich the Northern and manufacturing region by the impoverishment of the Southern and agricultural section. In the train of wealth and demand for labor followed immigration and the more rapid increase of population in the Northern than in the Southern states. I do not deny the existence of other causes, such as the fertile region of the Northwest, the better harbors, the greater amount of shipping of the Northeastern states, and the prejudice of Europeans against contact with the Negro race, but the causes I have first stated were, I think, the chief, and those only which are referable to the action of the general government. It was not found that the possession of power mitigated the injustice of its use by the North, and discontent therefore was steadily accumulating, and, as stated in the beginning of this chapter, I think was due to class legislation in the form of protective duties and its consequences, more than to any or all other causes combined. Turning from the consideration of this question in its sectional aspect, I now invite attention to its general effect upon the character of our institutions. If the common treasury of the states had, as under the Confederation, been supplied by direct taxation, who can doubt that a rigid economy would have been the rule of the government, that representatives would have returned to their tax-paying constituents to justify appropriations for which they had voted by showing that they were required for the general welfare and were authorized by the Constitution under which they were acting. When the money was obtained by indirect taxation, so that but few could see the source from which it was derived, it readily followed that a constituency would ask, not why the representative had voted for the expenditure of money, but how much he had got for his own district, and perhaps he might have to explain why he did not get more. Is it doubtful that this would lead to extravagance, if not to corruption? Nothing could be more fatal to the independence of the people and the liberties of the states than dependence for support upon the public treasury, whether it be in the form of subsidies, of bounties, or restrictions on trade for the benefit of special interests. In the decline of the Roman Empire, the epoch in which the hopelessness of renovation was made manifest was that in which the people accepted corn from the public granaries. It preceded but a little the time when the post of emperor became a matter of purchase. How far would it differ from this if constituencies should choose their representatives not for their integrity, not for their capacity, not for their past services, but because of their ability to get money from the public treasury for the benefit of their local interests? And how far would it differ from a purchase of the office if a president were chosen because of the favor he would show to certain moneyed interests? Now that fanaticism can no longer inflame the prejudices of the uninformed, it may be hoped that our statesmen will review the past and give to our country a future in accordance with its early history and promotive of true liberty. End of Part 4, Chapter 13b. Section 31 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1b. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1b, Part 4, Chapter 14. Military Laws and Measures. Agricultural products diminished. Manufactures flourishing. The call for volunteers. The term of 3 years. Improved discipline. The law assailed. Important constitutional question raised. Its discussion at length. Power of the government over its own armies and the militia. Object of confederations. The war powers granted. Two modes of raising armies in the Confederate States. Is the law necessary and proper? Congress is the judge under the grant of specific power. What is meant by militia? Whole military strength divided into two classes. powers of Congress, objections answered, good effects of the law, the limitations enlarged, results of the operations of these laws, act for the employment of slaves, message to Congress, died of a theory, act to use slaves as soldiers passed, not time to put it in operation. The agricultural products were diminished every year during the war. Its demands diminished the number of cultivators, and their labors were more extensively devoted to grain crops. The amount of the cotton crop was greatly reduced, and numbers of bales were destroyed when in danger of falling into the hands of the enemy. The manufacturing industry became more extensive than ever before, and in many branches more highly developed. The results in the Ordnance Department of the government, stated elsewhere in these pages, serve as an illustration of the achievements in many branches of industry. During the first year of the war, the authority granted to the President to call for volunteers in the Army for a short period was sufficient to secure all the military force which we could fit out and use advantageously. As it became evident that the contest would be long and severe, better measures of preparation were enacted. I was authorized to call out and place in the military service for 3 years, unless the war should sooner end, all white men residents of the Confederate States between the ages of 18 and 35 years, and to continue those already in the field until 3 years from the date of their enlistment. But those under 18 years and over 35 were required to remain 90 days. The existing organization of companies, regiments, etc., was preserved, but the former were filled up to the number of 125 men. This was the first step toward placing the Army in a permanent and efficient condition. The term of service being lengthened, the changes by discharges and by receiving recruits were diminished, so that, while additions were made to the forces already in the field, the discipline was greatly improved. At the same time, on March 13, 1862, General Robert E. Lee was, quote, charged with the conduct of the military operations of the armies of the Confederacy, end quote, under my direction. Nevertheless, the law upon which our success so greatly depended was assailed with unexpected criticism in various quarters. A constitutional question of high importance was raised, which tended to involve the harmony of cooperation, so essential in this crisis, between the general and the state governments. It was advanced principally by the governor of Georgia, Honorable Joseph E. Brown, and the following extracts are taken from my reply to him, dated Executive Department, Richmond, May 29, 1862. Quote, I propose, from my high respect for yourself and for other eminent citizens who entertain opinions similar to yours, to set forth somewhat at length my own views on the power of the Confederate Government over its own armies and the militia, and will endeavor not to leave without answer any of the positions maintained in your letters. The main, if not the only purpose for which independent states form unions or confederations, is to combine the power of the several members in such manner as to form one united force in all relations with foreign powers, whether in peace or in war. Each state, amply competent to administer and control its own domestic government, yet too feeble successfully to resist powerful nations, seeks safety by uniting with other states in like condition, and by delegating to some common agent the use of the combined strength of all, in order to secure advantageous commercial relations in peace, and to carry on hostilities with effect in war. Now, the powers delegated by the several states to the Confederate Government, which is their common agent, are enumerated in the 8th section of the Constitution, each power being distinct, specific, and enumerated in paragraphs separately numbered. The only exception is the 18th paragraph, which by its own terms is made dependent on those previously enumerated, as follows: 18. To make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, etc. Now, the war powers granted to the Congress are conferred in the following paragraphs. Number 1 gives authority to raise revenue necessary to pay the debts, provide for the common defense, and carry on the government, etc. Number 11, to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. Number 12, to raise and support armies, but no appropriations of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. Number 13, to provide and maintain a navy. Number 14. To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. It is impossible to imagine a more broad, ample, and unqualified delegation of the whole war power of each state than is here contained, with the solitary limitation of the appropriations to 2 years. The states not only gave power to raise money for the common defense, to declare war, to raise and support armies in the plural, to provide and maintain a navy, to govern and regulate both land and naval forces, but they went further, and covenanted, by the 3rd paragraph of the 10th section, not to engage in war unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. I know of but 2 modes of raising armies within the Confederate States, viz., voluntary enlistment and draft or conscription. I perceive in the delegation of power to raise armies no restriction as to the mode of procuring troops. I see nothing which confines Congress to one class of men, nor any greater power to receive volunteers than conscripts into its service. I see no limitation by which enlistments are to be received of individuals only, but not of companies, or battalions, or squadrons, or regiments. I find no limitation of time of service, but only of duration of appropriation. I discovered nothing to confine Congress to waging war within the limits of the Confederacy, nor to prohibit offensive war. In a word, when Congress desires to raise an army, and passes a law for that purpose, the solitary question is under the 18th paragraph, viz., is the law one that is necessary and proper to execute the power to raise armies? On this point you say, but did the necessity exist in this case? The Conscription Act cannot aid the government in increasing its supply of arms or provisions, but can only enable it to call a larger number of men into the field. The difficulty has never been to get men. The states have already furnished the government more than it can arm, etc. I would have very little difficulty in establishing to your entire satisfaction that the passage of the law was not only necessary, but that it was absolutely indispensable. That numerous regiments of 12 months' men were on the eve of being disbanded, whose places could not be supplied by raw levies in the face of superior numbers of the foe, without entailing the most disastrous results. That the position of our armies was so critical as to fill the bosom of every patriot with the liveliest apprehension, and that the provisions of this law were effective in warding off a pressing danger. But I prefer to answer your objection on other and broader grounds. I hold that, when a specific power is granted by the Constitution, like that now in question, to raise armies, Congress is the judge whether the law passed for the purpose of executing that power is necessary and proper. It is not enough to say that armies might be raised in other ways, and that, therefore, this particular way is not necessary. The same argument might be used against every mode of raising armies. To each successive mode suggested, the objection would be that other modes were practicable, and that, therefore, the particular mode used was not necessary. The true and only test is to inquire whether the law is intended and calculated to carry out the object, whether it devises and creates an instrumentality for executing the specific power granted, and, if the answer be in the affirmative, the law is constitutional. None can doubt that the conscription law is calculated and intended to raise armies. It is, therefore, necessary and proper for the execution of that power, and is constitutional, unless it comes in conflict with some other provision of our Confederate compact. You express the opinion that this conflict exists, and support your argument by the citation of those clauses which refer to the militia. There are certain provisions not cited by you, which are not without influence on my judgment, and to which I call your attention. They will aid in defining what is meant by militia, and in determining the respective powers of the states and the Confederacy over them. The several states agree not to keep troops or ships of war in time of peace. They further stipulate that, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, that no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces, or in the militia when in actual service in times of war or public danger. What, then, are militia? They can only be created by law. The arms-bearing inhabitants of a state are liable to become its militia, if the law so order. But in the absence of a law to that effect, the men of a state capable of bearing arms are no more militia than they are seamen. The Constitution also tells us that militia are not troops, nor are they any part of the land or naval forces. For militia exist in time of peace, and the Constitution forbids the states to keep troops in time of peace, and they are expressly distinguished and placed in a separate category from land or naval forces in the 16th paragraph above quoted. And the words land and naval forces are shown by paragraphs 12, 13, and 14 to mean the Army and Navy of the Confederate States. Now, if militia are not the citizens taken singly, but a body created by law, if they are not troops, if they are no part of the Army and Navy of the Confederacy, we are led directly to the definition, quoted by the Attorney General, that militia are a body of soldiers in a state enrolled for discipline. In other words, the term militia is a collective term meaning a body of men organized, and cannot be applied to the separate individuals who compose the organization. The Constitution divides the whole military strength of the states into only two classes of organized bodies: one, the armies of the Confederacy; the other, the militia of the states. In the delegation of power to the Confederacy, after exhausting the subject of declaring war, raising and supporting armies, and providing a navy, in relation to all which the grant of authority to Congress is exclusive, the Constitution proceeds to deal with the other organized body, the militia, and instead of delegating power to Congress alone, or reserving it to the states alone, the power is divided as follows, viz., Congress is to have power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Confederate States, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions; to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the Confederate States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia, according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. Congress, then, has the power to provide for organizing the arms-bearing people of the state into militia. Each state has the power to officer and train them when organized. Congress may call forth the militia to execute Confederate laws. The state has not surrendered the power to call them forth to execute state laws. Congress may call them forth to repel invasion. So may the state, for the power is impliedly reserved of governing all the militia, except the part in actual service of the Confederacy. I confess myself at a loss to perceive in what manner these careful and well-defined provisions of the Constitution, regulating the organization and government of the militia, can be understood as applying in the remotest degree to the armies of the Confederacy. Nor can I conceive how the grant of exclusive power to declare and carry on war by armies raised and supported by the Confederacy is to be restricted or diminished by the clauses which grant a divided power over the militia. On the contrary, the delegation of authority over the militia, so far as granted, appears to me to be plainly an additional enumerated power intended to strengthen the hands of the Confederate Government in the discharge of its paramount duty, the common defense of the states. You state, after quoting the 12th, 15th, and 16th grants of power to Congress, that these grants of power all relate to the same subject matter, and are all contained in the same section of the Constitution, and, by a well-known rule of construction, must be taken as a whole and construed together. This argument appears to me unsound. All the powers of Congress are enumerated in one section, and the three paragraphs quoted can no more control each other by reason of their location in the same section than they can control any of the other paragraphs preceding, intervening, or succeeding. So far as the subject matter is concerned, I have already endeavored to show that the armies mentioned in the 12th paragraph are a subject matter as distinct from the militia mentioned in the 15th and 16th as they are from the navy mentioned in the 13th. Nothing can so mislead as to construe together and as a whole the carefully separated clauses which define the different powers to be exercised over distinct subjects by the Congress. But you add that, by the grant of power to Congress to raise and support armies without qualification, the framers of the Constitution intended the regular armies of a confederacy, and not armies composed of the whole militia of all the states. I must confess myself somewhat at a loss to understand this position. If I am right that the militia is a body of enrolled state soldiers, it is not possible in the nature of things that armies raised by the Confederacy can be composed of the whole militia of all the states. The militia may be called forth in whole or in part into the Confederate service, but do not thereby become part of the armies raised by Congress. They remain militia, and go home when the emergency which provoked their call has ceased. Armies raised by Congress are of course raised out of the same population as the militia organized by the states, and to deny to Congress the power to draft a citizen into the army or to receive his voluntary offer of services because he is a member of the state militia is to deny the power to raise an army at all, for practically all men fit for service in the army may be embraced in the militia organization of the several states. You seem, however, to suggest, rather than directly to assert, that the conscript law may be unconstitutional because it comprehends all arms-bearing men between 18 and 35 years. At least this is an inference which I draw from your expression, armies composed of the whole militia of all the states. But it is obvious that if Congress have power to draft into the armies raised by it any citizens at all, without regard to the fact whether they are or not members of militia organizations, the power must be coextensive with the exigencies of the occasion, or it becomes illusory, and the extent of the exigency must be determined by Congress. For the Constitution has left the power without any other check or restriction than the executive veto. Under ordinary circumstances, the power thus delegated to Congress is scarcely felt by the states. At the present moment, when our very existence is threatened by armies vastly superior in numbers to ours, the necessity for defense has induced a call not for the whole militia of all the states, not for any militia, but for men to compose armies for the Confederate States. Surely there is no mystery in this subject. During our whole past history, as well as during our recent 1 year's experience as a new Confederacy, the militia have been called forth to repel invasion in numerous instances, and they never came otherwise than as bodies organized by the states with their company, field, and general officers, and when the emergency had passed, they went home again. I cannot perceive how anyone can interpret the conscription law as taking away from the states the power to appoint officers to their militia. You observe on this point in your letter that, unless your construction is adopted, the very object of the states in reserving the power of appointing the officers is defeated, and that portion of the Constitution is not only a nullity, but the whole military power of the states, and the entire control of the militia, with the appointment of the officers, is vested in the Confederate Government, whenever it chooses to call its own action raising an army, and not calling forth the militia. I can only say in reply to this that the power of Congress depends on the real nature of the act it proposes to perform, not on the name given to it, and I have endeavored to show that its action is really that of raising an army, and bears no semblance to calling forth the militia. I think I may safely venture the assertion that there is not one man out of 1,000 of those who will do service under the Conscription Act that will describe himself while in the Confederate service as being a militiaman. And if I am right in this assumption, the popular understanding concurs entirely with my own deductions from the Constitution as to the meaning of the word militia. My answer has grown to such a length that I must confine myself to one more quotation from your letter. You proceed, "Congress shall have power to raise armies. How shall it be done? The answer is clear. In conformity to the provisions of the Constitution, which expressly provides that, when the militia of the states are called forth to repel invasion, and employed in the service of the Confederate States, which is now the case, the state shall appoint the officers." I beg you to observe that the answer which you say is clear is not an answer to the question put. The question is, how are armies to be raised? The answer given is that, when militia are called upon to repel invasion, the state shall appoint the officers. There seems to me to be a conclusive test on this whole subject. By our Constitution, Congress may declare war offensive as well as defensive. It may acquire territory. Now suppose that, for good cause and to right unprovoked injuries, Congress should declare war against Mexico and invade Sonora. The militia could not be called forth in such a case, the right to call it being limited to repel invasions. Is it not plain that the law now under discussion, if passed under such circumstances, could by no possibility be aught else than a law to raise an army? Can one and the same law be construed into a calling forth the militia, if the war be defensive, and a raising of armies, if the war be offensive? At some future day, after our independence shall have been established, it is no improbable supposition that our present enemy may be tempted to abuse his naval power by depredations on our commerce, and that we may be compelled to assert our rights by offensive war. How is it to be carried on? Of what is the army to be composed? If this government cannot call on its arms-bearing population otherwise than as militia, and if the militia can only be called forth to repel invasion, we should be utterly helpless to vindicate our honor or protect our rights. War has been well styled the terrible litigation of nations. Have we so formed our government that in this litigation we must never be plaintiffs? Surely this cannot have been the intention of the framers of our compact. In no respect in which I can view this law can I find just reason to distrust the propriety of my action in approving and signing it. And the question presented involves consequences both immediate and remote, too momentous to permit me to leave your objections unanswered. Jefferson Davis. End quote. The operation of this law was suspended in the states of Kentucky, Missouri, and Maryland because of their occupation by the armies of the Federal Government. The opposition to it, where its execution was continued, soon became limited, and before June 1st its good effects were seen in the increased strength and efficiency of our armies. At the same time, I was authorized to commission officers to form bands of partisan rangers, either of infantry or cavalry, which were subsequently confined to cavalry alone. On September 27, 1862, all white men between the ages of 35 and 45 were placed in the military service for 3 years. All persons subject to enrollment might be enrolled wherever found, and were made subject to the provisions of the law. Authority was also given for the reception of volunteers from the states in which the law was suspended. On February 11, 1864, it was enacted by Congress that all white men between the ages of 17 and 50 should be in the military service for the war. Also, that all then in the service between the ages of 18 and 45 should be retained during the war. An enrollment was also ordered of all persons between the ages of 17 and 18 and between 45 and 50 years, who should constitute a reserve for state defense and detail duty. On February 17th, all male free Negroes between the ages of 18 and 50 years were made liable to perform duties with the Army, or in connection with the military defenses of the country in the way of work upon the fortifications, or in government works for the production or preparation of materials of war, or in military hospitals. The Secretary of War was also authorized to employ for the same duties any number of Negro slaves, not exceeding 20,000. In the operation of the military laws, we found the exemption from military duty accorded by the law to all persons engaged in certain specified pursuits or professions to be unwise. Indeed, it seems to be indefensible in theory. The defense of home, family, and country is universally recognized as the paramount political duty of every member of society. And in a form of government where each citizen enjoys an equality of rights and privileges, nothing can be more invidious than an unequal distribution of duties or obligations. No pursuit nor position should relieve any one who is able to do active duty from enrollment in the Army, unless his functions or services are more useful to the defense of his country in another sphere. But the exemption from service of entire classes should be wholly abandoned. The Act of February 17, 1864, above mentioned, which authorized the employment of slaves, produced less results than had been anticipated. It, however, brought forward the question of the employment of the Negroes as soldiers in the Army, which was warmly advocated by some and as ardently opposed by others. My own views upon it were expressed freely and frequently in intercourse with members of Congress, and emphatically in my message of November 7, 1864, when, urging upon Congress the consideration of the propriety of a radical modification of the theory of the law, I said, quote, "Viewed merely as property, and therefore as the subject of impressment, the service or labor of the slave, has been frequently claimed for short periods in the construction of defensive works. The slave, however, bears another relation to the state, that of a person. The law of last February contemplates only the relation of the slave to the master, and limits the impressment to a certain term of service. But for the purposes enumerated in the Act, instruction in the manner of camping, marching, and packing trains is needful, so that even in this limited employment, length of service adds greatly to the value of the negro's labor. Hazard is also encountered in all the positions to which negroes can be assigned for service with the army, and the duties required of them demand loyalty and zeal. In this aspect, the relation of person predominates so far as to render it doubtful whether the private right of property can consistently and beneficially be continued, and it would seem proper to acquire for the public service the entire property in the labor of the slave, and to pay therefore due compensation, rather than to impress his labor for short terms. And this the more especially, as the effect of the present law would vest this entire property in all cases where the slave might be recaptured after compensation for his loss had been paid to the private owner. Whenever the entire property in the service of a slave is thus acquired by the government, the question is presented by what tenure he should be held. Should he be retained in servitude, or should his emancipation be held out to him as a reward for faithful service? Or should it be granted at once on the promise of such service? And if emancipated, what action should be taken to secure for the freed man the permission of the state from which he was drawn to reside within its limits after the close of his public service? The permission would doubtless be more readily accorded as a reward for past faithful service, and a double motive for zealous discharge of duty would thus be offered to those employed by the government: their freedom, and the gratification of the local attachment which is so marked a characteristic of the negro and forms so powerful an incentive to his action. The policy of engaging to liberate the negro on his discharge after service faithfully rendered seems to me preferable to that of granting immediate manumission, or that of retaining him in servitude. If this policy should commend itself to the judgment of Congress, it is suggested that, in addition to the duties heretofore performed by the slave, he might be advantageously employed as a pioneer and engineer laborer, and, in that event, that the number should be augmented to 40,000. Beyond this limit and these employments, it does not seem to me desirable, under existing circumstances, to go. A broad moral distinction exists between the use of slaves as soldiers in defense of their homes and the incitement of the same persons to insurrection against their masters. The one is justifiable, if necessary; the other is iniquitous and unworthy of civilized people. And such is the judgment of all writers on public law, as well as that expressed and insisted on by our enemies in all wars prior to that now waged against us. By none have the practices of which they are now guilty been denounced with greater severity than by themselves in the 2 wars with Great Britain, in the last and in the present century, and in the Declaration of Independence in 1776, when an enumeration was made of the wrongs which justified the revolt from Great Britain. The climax of atrocity was deemed to be reached only when the English monarch was denounced as having excited domestic insurrection among us. The subject is to be viewed by us, therefore, solely in the light of policy and our social economy. When so regarded, I must dissent from those who advise a general levy and arming of the slaves for the duty of soldiers. Until our white population shall prove insufficient for the armies we require and can afford to keep in the field, to employ as a soldier the negro who has merely been trained to labor, and as a laborer, the white man accustomed from his youth to the use of arms, would scarcely be deemed wise or advantageous by any. And this is the question now before us. But should the alternative ever be presented of subjugation, or of the employment of the slave as a soldier, there seems no reason to doubt what should then be our decision. Whether our view embraces what would, in so extreme a case, be the sum of misery entailed by the dominion of the enemy, or be restricted solely to the effect upon the welfare and happiness of the negro population themselves, the result would be the same. The appalling demoralization, suffering, disease, and death, which have been caused by partially substituting the invader's system of police for the kind relation previously subsisting between the master and slave, have been a sufficient demonstration that external interference with our institution of domestic slavery is productive of evil only. If the subject involve no other consideration than the mere right of property, the sacrifices heretofore made by our people have been such as to permit no doubt of their readiness to surrender every possession in order to secure independence. But the social and political question, which is exclusively under the control of the several States, has a far wider and more enduring importance than that of pecuniary interest. In its manifold phases, it embraces the stability of our republican institutions, resting on the actual political equality of all its citizens, and includes the fulfillment of the task which has been so happily begun, that of Christianizing and improving the condition of the Africans who have, by the will of Providence, been placed in our charge. Comparing the results of our own experience with those of the experiments of others who have borne similar relations to the African race, the people of the several States of the Confederacy have abundant reason to be satisfied with the past, and to use the greatest circumspection in determining their course. These considerations, however, are rather applicable to the improbable contingency of our need of resorting to this element of assistance than to our present condition. If the recommendations above made for the training of 40,000 negroes for the service indicated shall meet your approval, it is certain that even this limited number, by their preparatory training in intermediate duties, would form a more valuable reserve force in case of urgency than threefold their number, suddenly called from field labor, while a fresh levy could, to a certain extent, supply their places in the special service for which they are now employed." End quote. Subsequent events advanced my views from a perspective to a present need for the enrollment of negroes to take their place in the ranks. Strenuously I argued the question with members of Congress who called to confer with me. To a member of the Senate, the House in which we most needed a vote, I stated, as I had done to many others, the fact of having led negroes against a lawless body of armed white men, and the assurance which the experiment gave me that they might, under proper conditions, be relied on in battle, and finally used to him the expression which I believe I can repeat exactly, quote, "If the Confederacy falls, there should be written on its tombstone, 'Died of a theory.'" End quote. General Lee was brought before a committee to state his opinion as to the probable efficiency of negroes as soldiers, and disappointed the probable expectation by his unqualified advocacy of the proposed measure. After much discussion in Congress, a bill authorizing the President to ask for and accept from their owners such a number of able-bodied negro men as he might deem expedient subsequently passed the House, but was lost in the Senate by one vote. The Senators of Virginia opposed the measure so strongly that only legislative instruction could secure their support of it. Their legislature did so instruct them, and they voted for it. Finally, the bill passed, with an amendment providing that not more than 25% of the male slaves between the ages of 18 and 45 should be called out. But the passage of the act had been so long delayed that the opportunity was lost. There did not remain time enough to obtain any result from its provisions. End of Part 4, Chapter 14. Section 32 of The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, Volume 1B. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate Government, by Jefferson Davis, Volume 1B, Appendix G. Correspondence between the Commissioners of South Carolina and the President of the United States, Mr. Buchanan, relative to the forts in the harbor of Charleston. Letter of the Commissioners to the President. Washington, December 28, 1860. Sir, we have the honor to transmit to you a copy of the full powers from the Convention of the People of South Carolina, under which we are, quote, "authorized and empowered to treat with the government of the United States for the delivery of the forts, magazines, lighthouses, and other real estate, with their appurtenances, within the limits of South Carolina, and also for an appointment of the public debt, and for a division of all other property held by the government of the United States as agent of the Confederated States, of which South Carolina was recently a member, and generally to negotiate as to all other measures and arrangements proper to be made and adopted in the existing relation of the parties, and for the continuance of peace and amity between this Commonwealth and the government at Washington." In the execution of this trust, it is our duty to furnish you, as we now do, with an official copy of the ordinance of secession, by which the State of South Carolina has resumed the powers she delegated to the government of the United States, and has declared her perfect sovereignty and independence. It would also have been our duty to have informed you that we were ready to negotiate with you upon all such questions as are necessarily raised by the adoption of this ordinance, and that we were prepared to enter upon this negotiation with the earnest desire to avoid all unnecessary and hostile collision, and so to inaugurate our new relations as to secure mutual respect, general advantage, and a future of goodwill and harmony beneficial to all the parties concerned. But the events of the last 24 hours render such an assurance impossible. We came here the representatives of an authority which could, at any time within the past 60 days, have taken possession of the forts in Charleston Harbor, but which, upon pledges given in a manner that, we cannot doubt, determined to trust to your honor rather than to its own power. Since our arrival here, an officer of the United States, acting, as we are assured, not only without but against your orders, has dismantled one fort and occupied another, thus altering, to a most important extent, the condition of affairs under which we came. Until these circumstances are explained in a manner which relieves us of all doubt as to the spirit in which these negotiations shall be conducted, we are forced to suspend all discussion as to any arrangements by which our mutual interests might be amicably adjusted. And, in conclusion, we would urge upon you the immediate withdrawal of the troops from the harbor of Charleston. Under present circumstances, they are a standing menace which renders negotiation impossible, and, as our recent experience shows, threatens speedily to bring to a bloody issue questions which ought to be settled with temperance and judgment. We have the honor, sir, to be very respectfully your obedient servants, R.W. Barnwell, J.H. Adams, James L. Orr, Commissioners. To the President of the United States. Reply of the President to the Commissioners. Washington City, December 30th, 1860. Gentlemen, I have the honor to receive your communication of 28th inst., together with a copy of your "full powers from the Convention of the People of South Carolina," authorizing you to treat with the Government of the United States on various important subjects therein mentioned, and also a copy of the ordinance bearing date of the 20th inst., declaring that "the Union now subsisting between South Carolina and other States, under the name of the United States of America, is hereby dissolved." In answer to this communication, I have to say that my position as President of the United States was clearly defined in the message to Congress of the 3d instant. In that I stated that, "apart from the execution of the laws, so far as this may be practicable, the Executive has no authority to decide what shall be the relations between the Federal Government and South Carolina. He has been invested with no such discretion. He possesses no power to change the relations heretofore existing between them, much less to acknowledge the independence of that State. This would be to invest a mere executive officer with the power of recognizing the dissolution of the Confederacy among our 33 sovereign States. It bears no resemblance to the recognition of a foreign de facto government, involving no such responsibility. Any attempt to do this would, on his part, be a naked act of usurpation. It is, therefore, my duty to submit to Congress the whole question in all its bearings." Such is my opinion still. I could, therefore, meet you only as private gentlemen of the highest character, and was entirely willing to communicate to Congress any proposition you might have to make to that body upon the subject. Of this you were well aware. It was my earnest desire that such a disposition might be made of the whole subject by Congress, who alone possess the power as to prevent the inauguration of a civil war between the parties in regard to the possession of the Federal forts in the harbor of Charleston. And I therefore deeply regret that, in your opinion, "the events of the last 24 hours render this impossible." In conclusion, you urge upon me "the immediate withdrawal of the troops from the harbor of Charleston," stating that, under present circumstances they are a standing menace which renders negotiation impossible, and, as our present experience shows, threatens speedily to bring to a bloody issue questions which ought to be settled with temperance and judgment. The reason for this change in your position is that, since your arrival in Washington, an officer of the United States, acting as you, are assured, not only without my orders, has dismantled one fort and occupied another, thus altering, to a most important extent, the condition of affairs under which you, came. You also allege that you came here, the representatives of an authority which could at any time, within the past 60 days, have taken possession of the forts in Charleston Harbor, but which, upon pledges given in a manner that you, cannot doubt, determined to trust to my honor rather than to its own power. This brings me to a consideration of the nature of those alleged pledges, and in what manner they have been observed. In my message of the 3rd of December last, I stated, in regard to the property of the United States in South Carolina, that it, has been purchased for a fair equivalent by the consent of the legislature of the state for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, etc., and over these the authority to exercise exclusive legislation has been expressly granted by the Constitution to Congress. It is not believed that any attempt will be made to expel the United States from this property by force, but if in this I should prove to be mistaken, the officer in command of the forts has received orders to act strictly on the defensive. In such a contingency, the responsibility for consequences would rightfully rest upon the heads of the assailants." This being the condition of the parties on Saturday, 8th December, 4 of the representatives from South Carolina called upon me and requested an interview. We had an earnest conversation on the subject of these forts, and the best means of preventing a collision between the parties for the purpose of sparing the effusion of blood. I suggested, for prudential reasons, that it would be best to put in writing what they said to me verbally. They did so accordingly, and on Monday morning, the 10th instant, 3 of them presented to me a paper signed by all the representatives from South Carolina, with a single exception, of which the following is a copy. To His Excellency James Buchanan, President of the United States. In compliance with our statement to you yesterday, we now express to you our strong convictions that neither the constituted authorities nor any body of the people of the State of South Carolina will either attack or molest the United States forts in the harbor of Charleston, previously to the action of the Convention, and we hope and believe not until an offer has been made, through an accredited representative, to negotiate for an amicable arrangement of all matters between the State and the Federal Government, provided that no reinforcement shall be sent into those forts, and their relative military status shall remain as at present. John McQueen, William Porcher Miles, M. L. Bonham, W. W. Boyce, Lawrence M. Keat. Washington, December 9th, 1860. And here I must, in justice to myself, remark that, at the time the paper was presented to me, I objected to the word "provided," as it might be construed into an agreement on my part which I never would make. They said that nothing was further from their intention. They did not so understand it, and I should not so consider it. It is evident they could enter into no reciprocal agreement with me on the subject. They did not profess to have authority to do this, and were acting in their individual character. I considered it as nothing more, in effect, than the promise of highly honorable gentlemen to exert their influence for the purpose expressed. The event has proved that they have faithfully kept this promise, although I have never since received a line from any one of them or from any member of the Convention on the subject. It is well known that it was my determination, and this I freely expressed, not to reinforce the forts in the harbor, and thus produce a collision, until they had been actually attacked, or until I had certain evidence that they were about to be attacked. This paper I received most cordially, and considered it as a happy omen that peace might still be preserved, and that time might thus be gained for reflection. This is the whole foundation for the alleged pledge. But I acted in the same manner I would have done had I entered into a positive and formal agreement with parties capable of contracting, although such an agreement would have been, on my part, from the nature of my official duties, impossible. The world knows that I have never sent any reinforcements to the forts in Charleston Harbor, and I have certainly never authorized any change to be made, "in their relative military status." Bearing upon this subject, I refer you to an order issued by the Secretary of War on the 11th instant, to Major Anderson, but not brought to my notice until the 21st instant. It is as follows: Memorandum of verbal instructions to Major Anderson, 1st Artillery, commanding Fort Moultrie, South Carolina. You are aware of the great anxiety of the Secretary of War that a collision of the troops with the people of this State shall be avoided, and of his studied determination to pursue a course with reference to the military force and forts in this harbor which shall guard against such a collision. He has, therefore, carefully abstained from increasing the force at this point, or taking any measures which might add to the present excited state of the public mind, or which would throw any doubt on the confidence he feels that South Carolina will not attempt by violence to obtain possession of the public works, or to interfere with their occupancy. But as the counsel of rash and impulsive persons may possibly disappoint these expectations of the government, he deems it proper that you should be prepared with instructions to meet so unhappy a contingency. He has, therefore, directed me, verbally, to give you such instructions. You are carefully to avoid every act which would needlessly tend to provoke aggression, and, for that reason, you are not, without evident and imminent necessity, to take up any position which could be construed into the assumption of a hostile attitude. But you are to hold possession of the forts in this harbor, and, if attacked, you are to defend yourself to the last extremity. The smallness of your force will not permit you, perhaps, to occupy more than one of the 3 forts, but an attack on or attempt to take possession of either of them will be regarded as an act of hostility, and you may then put your command into either of them which you may deem most proper to increase its power of resistance. You are also authorized to take similar defensive steps whenever you have tangible evidence of a design to proceed to a hostile act. D.P. Butler, Assistant Adjutant General, Fort Moultrie, South Carolina, December 11, 1860. This is in conformity to my instructions to Major Buell, John B. Floyd, Secretary of War." These were the last instructions transmitted to Major Anderson before his removal to Fort Sumter, with a single exception in regard to a particular which does not, in any degree, affect the present question. Under these circumstances, it is clear that Major Anderson acted upon his own responsibility, and without authority, unless, indeed, he had "tangible evidence of a design to proceed to a hostile act," on the part of the authorities of South Carolina, which has not yet been alleged. Still, he is a brave and honorable officer, and justice requires that he should not be condemned without a fair hearing. Be this as it may, when I learned that Major Anderson had left Fort Moultrie and proceeded to Fort Sumter, my first promptings were to command him to return to his former position, and there to await the contingencies presented in his instructions. This could only have been done, with any degree of safety to the command, by the concurrence of the South Carolina authorities. But before any steps could possibly have been taken in this direction, we received information, dated on the 28th instant, that "the Palmetto flag floated out to the breeze at Castle Pinckney, and a large military force went over last night, the 27th, to Fort Moultrie." Thus the authorities of South Carolina, without waiting or asking for any explanation, and doubtless believing, as you have expressed it, that the officer had acted, not only without, but against my orders, on the very next day after the night when the removal was made, seized by a military force 2 of the 3 Federal forts in the harbor of Charleston, and have covered them under their own flag instead of that of the United States. At this gloomy period of our history, startling events succeed each other rapidly. On the very day, the 27th instant, that possession of these 2 forts was taken, the Palmetto flag was raised over the Federal Custom House and Post Office in Charleston, and on the same day every officer of the customs, collector, naval officers, surveyor, and appraisers resigned their offices. And this, although it was well known, from the language of my message, that as an executive officer I felt myself bound to collect the revenue at the port of Charleston under the existing laws. In the harbor of Charleston we now find 3 forts confronting each other, over all of which the Federal flag floated only 4 days ago. But now, over 2 of them, this flag has been supplanted, and the palmetto flag has been substituted in its stead. It is under all these circumstances that I am urged immediately to withdraw the troops from the harbor of Charleston, and am informed that, without this, negotiation is impossible. This I cannot do. This I will not do. Such an idea was never thought of by me in any possible contingency. No allusion to it had ever been made in any communication between myself and any human being. But the inference is that I am bound to withdraw the troops from the only fort remaining in the possession of the United States in the harbor of Charleston, because the officer then in command of all the forts thought proper, without instructions, to change his position from one of them to another. I cannot admit the justice of any such inference. At this point of writing, I have received information by telegram from Captain Humphreys, in command of the arsenal at Charleston, that, "it has today, Sunday the 30th, been taken by force of arms." It is estimated that the munitions of war belonging to the United States in this arsenal are worth $500,000. Comment is needless. After this information, I have only to add that, while it is my duty to defend Fort Sumter, as a portion of the public property of the United States, against hostile attacks from whatever quarter they may come, by such means as I may possess for this purpose, I do not perceive how such a defense can be construed into a menace against the city of Charleston. With great personal regard, I remain, yours, very respectfully, James Buchanan. To Honorable Robert W. Barnwell, James H. Adams, James L. Orr. Reply of the Commissioners to the President. Washington, D.C., January 1st, 1861. Sir, we have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 30th December, in reply to a note addressed by us to you on the 28th of the same month, as Commissioners from South Carolina. In reference to the declaration with which your reply commences, that, your position as President of the United States was clearly defined in the message to Congress of the 3rd instant, that you possess, no power to change the relations heretofore existing between South Carolina and the United States, much less to acknowledge the independence of that State, and that, consequently, you could meet us only as private gentlemen of the highest character, with an entire willingness to communicate to Congress any proposition we might have to make, we deem it only necessary to say that, the State of South Carolina having, in the exercise of that great right of self-government which underlies all our political organizations, declared herself sovereign and independent, we, as her representatives, felt no special solicitude as to the character in which you might recognize us. Satisfied that the State had simply exercised her unquestionable right, we were prepared, in order to reach substantial good, to waive the formal considerations which your constitutional scruples might have prevented you from extending. We came here, therefore, expecting to be received as you did receive us, and perfectly content, with that entire willingness of which you assured us, to submit any proposition to Congress which we might have to make upon the subject of the independence of the State. That willingness was ample recognition of the condition of public affairs which rendered our presence necessary. In this position, however, it is our duty, both to the State which we represent and to ourselves, to correct several important misconceptions of our letter into which you have fallen. You say, "It was my earnest desire that such a disposition might be made of the whole subject by Congress, who alone possesses the power to prevent the inauguration of a civil war between the parties in regard to the possession of the Federal forts in the harbor of Charleston, and I, therefore, deeply regret that, in your opinion, the events of the last 24 hours render this impossible." We expressed no such opinion, and the language which you quote as ours is altered in its sense by the omission of a most important part of the sentence. What we did say was, "but the events of the last 24 hours render such an assurance impossible." Place that assurance, as contained in our letter, in the sentence, and we are prepared to repeat it. Again, professing to quote our language, you say, "Thus the authorities of South Carolina, without waiting or asking for any explanation, and doubtless believing, as you have expressed it, that the officer had acted not only without, but against my orders," etc. we expressed no such opinion in reference to the belief of the people of South Carolina. The language which you have quoted was applied solely and entirely to our assurance, obtained here and based, as you well know, upon your own declaration, a declaration which, at that time, it was impossible for the authorities of South Carolina to have known. But without following this letter into all its details, we propose only to meet the chief points of the argument. Some weeks ago, the State of South Carolina declared her intention, in the existing condition of public affairs, to secede from the United States. She called a convention of her people to put her declaration in force. The convention met and passed the ordinance of secession. All this you anticipated, and your course of action was thoroughly considered. In your annual message, you declared that you had no right and would not attempt to coerce a seceding state, but that you were bound by your constitutional oath and would defend the property of the United States within the borders of South Carolina, if an attempt was made to take it by force. Seeing very early that this question of property was a difficult and delicate one, you manifested a desire to settle it without collision. You did not reinforce the garrisons in the harbor of Charleston. You removed a distinguished and veteran officer from the command of Fort Moultrie because he attempted to increase his supply of ammunition. You refused to send additional troops to the same garrison when applied for by the officer appointed to succeed him. You accepted the resignation of the oldest and most eminent member of your cabinet, rather than allow these garrisons to be strengthened. You compelled an officer stationed at Fort Sumter to return immediately to the arsenal 40 muskets, which he had taken to arm his men. You expressed, not to one, but to many, of the most distinguished of our public characters, whose testimony will be placed upon the record whenever it is necessary, your anxiety for a peaceful termination of this controversy, and your willingness not to disturb the military status of the forts, if commissioners should be sent to the government, whose communications you promised to submit to Congress. You received and acted on assurances from the highest official authorities of South Carolina that no attempt would be made to disturb your possession of the forts and property of the United States, if you would not disturb their existing condition until commissioners had been sent, and the attempt to negotiate had failed. You took from the members of the House of Representatives a written memorandum that no such attempt should be made, provided that no reinforcements shall be sent into those forts, and their relative military status shall remain as at present. And although you attach no force to the acceptance of such a paper, although you considered it as nothing more in effect than the promise of highly honorable gentlemen, as an obligation on one side without corresponding obligation on the other, it must be remembered, if we are rightly informed, that you were pledged, if you ever did send reinforcements, to return it to those from whom you had received it, before you executed your resolution. You sent orders to your officers, commanding them strictly to follow a line of conduct in conformity with such an understanding. Besides all this, you had received formal and official notice from the governor of South Carolina that we had been appointed commissioners and were on our way to Washington. You knew the implied condition under which we came. Our arrival was notified to you, and an hour appointed for an interview. We arrived in Washington on Wednesday at 3 o'clock, and you appointed an interview with us at 1 the next day. Early on that day, Thursday, the news was received here of the movement of Major Anderson. That news was communicated to you immediately, and you postponed our meeting until 2:30 o'clock on Friday, in order that you might consult your cabinet. On Friday we saw you, and we called upon you then to redeem your pledge. You could not deny it. With the facts we have stated, and in the face of the crowning and conclusive fact that your Secretary of War had resigned his seat in the cabinet, upon the publicly avowed ground that the action of Major Anderson had violated the pledged faith of the government, and that unless the pledge was instantly redeemed he was dishonored, denial was impossible. You did not deny it. You do not deny it now, but you seek to escape from its obligations on two grounds. One, that we terminated all negotiation by demanding, as a preliminary, the withdrawal of the United States troops from the harbor of Charleston, and two, that the authorities of South Carolina, instead of asking explanation and giving you the opportunity to vindicate yourself, took possession of other property of the United States. We will examine both. In the first place, we deny positively that we have ever in any way made any such demand. Our letter is in your possession. It will stand by this on the record. In it, we inform you of the objects of our mission. We say that it would have been our duty to assure you of our readiness to commence negotiations with the most earnest and anxious desire to settle all questions between us amicably and to our mutual advantage, but that events had rendered that assurance impossible. We stated the events, and we said that, until some satisfactory explanation of these events was given us, we could not proceed. And then, having made this request for explanation, we added, quote, "And in conclusion, we would urge upon you the immediate withdrawal of the troops from the harbor of Charleston. Under present circumstances, they are a standing menace which renders negotiation impossible," end quote, etc. Quote, "Under present circumstances," end quote. What circumstances? Why, clearly, the occupation of Fort Sumter and the dismantling of Fort Moultrie by Major Anderson, in the face of your pledges, and without explanation or practical disavowal. And there is nothing in the letter which would or could have prevented you from declining to withdraw the troops and offering the restoration of the status to which you were pledged, if such had been your desire. It would have been wiser and better, in our opinion, to have withdrawn the troops, and this opinion we urged upon you, but we demanded nothing but such an explanation of the events of the last 24 hours as would restore our confidence in the spirit with which the negotiation should be conducted. In relation to this withdrawal of the troops from the harbor, we are compelled, however, to notice one passage of your letter. Referring to it, you say, quote, "This I cannot do, this I will not do. Such an idea was never thought of by me in any possible contingency. No allusion to it had ever been made in any communication between myself and any human being." End quote. In reply to this statement, we are compelled to say that your conversation with us left upon our minds the distinct impression that you did seriously contemplate the withdrawal of the troops from Charleston Harbor. And in support of this impression, we would add that we have the positive assurance of gentlemen of the highest possible public reputation and the most unsullied integrity, men whose name and fame, secured by long service and patriotic achievement, place their testimony beyond cavil, that such suggestions had been made to and urged upon you by them, and had formed the subject of more than one earnest discussion with you. And it was this knowledge that induced us to urge upon you a policy which had to recommend it its own wisdom and the weight of such authority. As to the second point, that the authorities of South Carolina, instead of asking explanations and giving you the opportunity to vindicate yourself, took possession of other property of the United States, we would observe, first, that, even if this were so, it does not avail you for defense, for the opportunity for decision was afforded you before these facts occurred. We arrived in Washington on Wednesday. The news from Major Anderson reached here early on Thursday, and was immediately communicated to you. All that day, men of the highest consideration, men who had striven successfully to lift you to your great office, who had been your tried and true friends through the troubles of your administration, sought you and entreated you to act at once. They told you that every hour complicated your position. They only asked you to give the assurance that, if the facts were so, if the commander had acted without and against your orders and in violation of your pledges, you would restore the status you had pledged your honor to maintain. You refused to decide. Your Secretary of War, your immediate and proper adviser in this whole matter, waited anxiously for your decision, until he felt that delay was becoming dishonor. More than 12 hours passed, and 2 cabinet meetings had adjourned before you knew what the authorities of South Carolina had done, and your prompt decision at any moment of that time would have avoided the subsequent complications. But if you had known the acts of the authorities of South Carolina, should that have prevented your keeping your faith? What was the condition of things? For the last 60 days, you have had in Charleston Harbor not force enough to hold the forts against an equal enemy. 2 of them were empty. One of those 2, the most important in the harbor. It could have been taken at any time. You ought to know, better than any man, that it would have been taken but for the efforts of those who put their trust in your honor. Believing that they were threatened by Fort Sumter especially, the people were, with difficulty, restrained from securing, without blood, the possession of this important fortress. After many and reiterated assurances given on your behalf, which we cannot believe unauthorized, they determined to forbear, and in good faith sent on their commissioners to negotiate with you. They meant you no harm, wished you no ill. They thought of you kindly, believed you true, and were willing, as far as was consistent with duty, to spare you unnecessary and hostile collision. Scarcely had their commissioners left than Major Anderson waged war. No other words will describe his action. It was not a peaceful change from one fort to another. It was a hostile act in the highest sense, one only justified in the presence of a superior enemy and in imminent peril. He abandoned his position, spiked his guns, burned his gun carriages, made preparations for the destruction of his post, and withdrew under cover of the night to a safer position. This was war. No man could have believed, without your assurance, that any officer could have taken such a step, "not only without orders, but against orders." What the state did was in simple self-defense, for this act, with all its attending circumstances, was as much war as firing a volley, and, war being thus begun, until those commencing it explained their action and disavowed their intention, there was no room for delay, and, even at this moment, while we are writing, it is more than probable, from the tenor of your letter, that reinforcements are hurrying on to the conflict, so that, when the first gun shall be fired, there will have been, on your part, one continuous consistent series of actions, commencing in a demonstration essentially warlike, supported by regular reinforcement, and terminating in defeat or victory, and all this without the slightest provocation. For, among the many things which you have said, there is one thing you cannot say. You have waited anxiously for news from the seat of war, in hopes that delay would furnish some excuse for this precipitation. But this, tangible evidence of a design to proceed to a hostile act on the part of the authorities of South Carolina, which is the only justification of Major Anderson, you are forced to admit, has not yet been alleged, But you have decided. You have resolved to hold by force what you have obtained through our misplaced confidence, and by refusing to disavow the action of Major Anderson, have converted his violation of orders into a legitimate act of your executive authority. Be the issue what it may, of this we are assured, that, if Fort Moultrie has been recorded in history as a memorial of Carolina gallantry, Fort Sumter will live upon the succeeding page as an imperishable testimony of Carolina faith. By your course, you have probably rendered civil war inevitable. Be it so. If you choose to force this issue upon us, the State of South Carolina will accept it, and, relying upon Him who is the God of justice as well as the God of hosts, will endeavor to perform the great duty which lies before her, hopefully, bravely, and thoroughly. Our mission being one for negotiation and peace, and your note leaving us without hope of a withdrawal of the troops from Fort Sumter, or of the restoration of the status quo existing at the time of our arrival, and intimating, as we think, your determination to reinforce the garrison in the harbor of Charleston, we respectfully inform you that we propose returning to Charleston on tomorrow afternoon. We have the honor to be, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servants, R.W. Barnwell, J.H. Adams, James L. Orr, Commissioners. To His Excellency, the President of the United States. The last communication is endorsed as follows: Executive Mansion, 3½ o'clock, Wednesday. This paper, just presented to the President, is of such a character that he declines to receive it. End of Appendix G.